With the Rams, the word is the Giants are interested in some veteran quarterbacks, including Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is set to be a free agent after the Jets announced earlier this month they'd be moving on from him after 2 seasons. Sam Darnold is also expected to be amongst the options they consider, but maybe Darnold, maybe Aaron Rodgers back in New York, but with the Giants this time. We'll see.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Friday to everybody out there on another beautiful day. Sun is shining. And if you're watching on the video stream, you see to my left the younger, better-looking version of Dave Wyman. Our buddy Ryan Roland Smith is with us. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm not arguing with that either at all. It's very true.
You agree with all of that.
He's not listening. He's in, where is he, Arizona early? You guys are down there next week?
On his way, I think. But he heard last time. That's why I emphasize it, because last time he was listening going, hey. Easy with the younger, better-looking stuff.
That's what I'm saying. He's not listening right now, surely. He hasn't figured out how to stream. If it's not on the AM dial on the
with a giant knob that he can
on the wireless.
Yeah, I don't. He could be in the air right now. Maybe he's on his way to the airport. Who knows? But he's on his way to Arizona, and then we're going to be out there all next week at spring training.
Good for you.
So looking forward to that. Coming up on today's show, Daniel Kramer of MLB.com will join us at 2:30. We'll do best of the rest at 3 o'clock, and then our Mariners insider Shannon Drayer at 4. Mean text at 5:15 today, because at 5:30 we turned you over to Mariners preseason with the Mariners taking on the Padres. So a little bit of an abbreviated show by about a half an hour. So you still have about 3 hours and 15 minutes to get creative with your mean text at 866-979-3776. Powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. But good to have you in, man.
Appreciate it.
Perfect time of year.
Yes.
Lots of baseball to look forward to.
So much optimism. So much optimism.
I feel like it's slowly starting to turn toward optimism. Before it was cynicism and pessimism and just flat-out anger and frustration. But now that there's some games going on and you're hearing from some of the players, you start thinking about, okay, if this guy just does this and if this guy just does that, and you got all the ifs. There's a lot of ifs attached.
But that's what I'm saying. It's that time of year, whether you're a fan, whether you're a player. I've walked into a clubhouse spring training day one with teams. I'm like, oh man, we've kind of taken a few steps back here, and then you get in and you're like, oh man, actually we're pretty good. Yeah. And then April rolls around, hits you like a ton of bricks. Like, maybe we're not so good.
All right, maybe we weren't as good as I thought. Yeah, I mean, everybody's optimistic in spring training, right? You're reconnecting with your guys. The sun is shining out there. You're probably leaving, cold weather somewhere else to go out there and be in the heat and sunshine of Arizona.
Yeah, and you notice too, getting a chance to listen to some of these guys speak. With Brock and Salk down there this week. Very introspective, very philosophical, big picture type things. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you hear that tone in the voice, and it's a good thing, don't get me wrong. I feel like when you start listening to this core of players this spring training compared to years past, everyone feels a little looser. Mm-hmm. I feel like everyone feels that a little bit more mature. Everyone feels a little bit more detached from just throwing the cliches out there as well. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like there's a little bit different vibe. Maybe, like I said, maybe because they're a year older. Maybe it's because the way the clubhouse is right now. I don't know. It's different. It feels different.
Yeah, I'm wondering, we can talk about what this team did or didn't do in the offseason. I'm sure players are invested in that as well, going, hey, I thought you were going to bring us some help. But a lot of those guys can look in the mirror and go, well, you know what, man, I had a terrible year. Yes. And if I did my part, maybe missing the playoffs by one game is not the conversation. I could have done this in this game and driven in that runner from third, and instead I struck out. There's a lot of guys who can say those things. So if the guys that are there take ownership and just say, you know what, yeah, it would have been great to get the big bat in here from elsewhere, but we got to do our part.
Yeah, and I think that comes from the top down. And first of all, it comes from the meetings with Dan Wilson in the morning, whether it's just a generic, hey, today this is what the schedule looks like, and then all of a sudden you start trickling in some of the big picture things. But it does come from veteran leadership in the clubhouse when they can, not that they have to get out in front and say, hey, it's your fault we didn't do well, don't worry about the free agency. It's not that. It's more about just the conversations where you can look in the mirror, you're in the cage with someone, a young player, and you're with, call it Mitch Haniger or whoever, Mitch Garver or whoever. And there's that conversation talking about, yeah, man, this is on us from last year, just from the way they speak, the way they carry themselves. I think that's the biggest difference, as opposed to this, the way we as fans or the way we, look at this team. It's just it is very different in those kind of conversations, and you hope they happen.
Yeah.
Because if you're walking into spring training and you feel like you got your guard up a little bit, and you're going to get on the defensive about last year. Oh, well, the reason I didn't play well last year is because of injuries or whatever. It's just never a good vibe you're giving, especially young players. Because I've been in those situations before too. Oh, it's exhausting.
Where the vets are salty.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Making excuses.
Yeah, and then the rock piles during batting practice, on field 3 at 11:40 when they should be breaking off to go to lunch and getting ready to go sit and watch 5 innings of the game. They're sitting there going, you start pointing fingers. I've been on teams like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like listening to this team, it's taking ownership.
Yeah.
And it's good. It's refreshing to hear that.
Yeah, and that look is nobody's been more vocally frustrated with the Mariners than me. But I also recognize, as bad as the offense was last year, they missed it by 1 game. So there are a lot of guys, both Mitches, JP, Julio. I mean, you can go down the list of everybody who could look in the mirror and go, man, if I had just lived up to the back of my card or come close to it, we're in the playoffs.
For sure.
Because everybody took their turn not coming through in key situations with runners and scoring. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, just looking at box scores every night after the game going, all right, runners in scoring position, they were 3 for 13, and they left 9 on base. And that was just a very common, they were 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position, left 12 on base. And it was just, so a million opportunities were left by the wayside.
For sure. The other thing I'm looking at as well, when you're talking from a team level, a couple of things that stand out to me. And you can look at this and say, this is, Mariners PR when they're posting a photo of, Robles, Julio, and Randy Rosarena, with the same bleach blonde hair.
Yeah.
But did you notice at the end of last year when the 3 of them were on the same team, you never felt like there was that kind of camaraderie? There could have been, but we didn't quite see it, right? And maybe a big reason for that is, Julio was injured at one point and Robles was going off.
Yeah.
Randy all of a sudden was killing it. And he mentioned in an article just recently talking about it meant a lot to him, when the team kind of, there was a little bit of that bench clearance when he got drilled against the Rangers late. You never quite felt like there was that, because I always looked and said, this is the natural Julio, Robles, or Rosarena, where they're going to all just, be boys and doing a bunch of that energy type stuff together. You never really saw that. I'm seeing that this spring training.
Yeah.
That is massive.
Yeah.
If you've got a Rosarena who talked about how it was tough being on the West Coast, making that transition. It's always tough. And you've got Robles who is in a situation where he doesn't have that chip on his shoulder maybe this year. He just signed an extension. But when you can start to see call them little clicks formed like that, man, I was stoked when I saw some of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited just to see the outfield in general. I mean, defensively, it's as good as they've been in a while, mostly because of Robles and Julio. Robles played really well in Julio's absence in center field. He's a good defensive player.
Yeah.
Rosarena's a little fun at times out there, a little interesting, but I would say he's the weak link defensively. But I like his energy. I like his edge he has at the plate.
See, I'm coming off a week's worth of where they just kept replaying. I was just at the World Baseball Classic qualifiers up on the
Quit bragging.
Well, yeah. My bad. But up on the scoreboard, they kept showing 2023, 2020. 2017 highlights of the WBC.
Right.
You kept seeing Randy playing outfield, robbing a ball for Team Mexico, and some other plays he made. I'm like, oh man, there's that defense. Look at that. So hopefully he can return to that. I'm just so. That's one of my biggest question marks for this year. Will you get that Robles coming over where he's kind of been let go chip on his shoulder, that little bit more hunger to him. What version of Randy Arozarena are you going to get? And then Julio, can Julio keep that September pace for 4 months of the year? Man, they can get that in the month of April. It's huge.
Some of the things that stood out in the conversations that Brock and Salk had with these guys pertains to their future with this team. And Cal Raleigh was asked if he would be open to signing a long-term deal in Seattle because he's not going to be a free agent until he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
He's 28 right now. So is he somebody that says, hey, man, I'm going to be an older guy hitting free agency. I've earned it. I want to hit free agency, or would he consider that now? Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. I would have nothing more to, play for one team my whole career. And, Seattle has been nothing but good to me. You guys and everyone else, they've welcomed me with open arms. And, the people are great. I love the city. I love this organization. And, I really would love that. Some of that's out of my hands, obviously.
But are you someone that feels you have to test free agency? You owe it to yourself to get and see what the open market is? Or is it a possibility to sign something before then?
No, I'm completely open to signing something before then. Like I said, I would love that, nothing more than that, to be with one team. And, I love this org. And I'm open to anything. I'm not closing any kind of, books or whatever it is.
Doors, whatever. And then one more here. This is Logan Gilbert essentially being asked the same thing, if he's comfortable signing a long-term deal with the Mariners.
I'm definitely open to it. It has to be the right situation for sure, but I'm definitely open to it. We've had, loose talks. Haven't gotten there, but it's been optimistic, I would say. Everybody wants to get to free agency. That's, the gold standard. You want to get there just to see what your market value is, what you're worth. But something could happen before that for sure. And it's long. I'm a Super 2, so I have 7 years before free agency. 7 years is a long time. So it's tough to actually make it to free agency.
So a couple things on that, Ryan. First of all, I love that they both verbalize that publicly. Yeah, I'd be open to it. Puts the pressure on the Mariners, puts the ball in their court.
Yeah.
They've made their feelings clear. They didn't dance around. Well, we'll see how things go. I'm just focused on this year. The cliches. They were very upfront with, yeah, I'd be very open to that. And two, you and I talked about this before the show, and you said, well, would you do that if you're Cal? Would you do that if you're, and based on the positions they play, the answer is absolutely yes. Because, as we said, Cal will be a free agent when he's 31. He's a catcher. Catchers age a little differently. They take a beating. The demand physically on the body and the amount that he plays. The guy does. He's out there almost every night in some form, whether he's DHing or catching. You don't know where you're going to be physically. Maybe he's not going to be as attractive at 31. He's had some injuries. He doesn't play as much. Same with a pitcher. We talked about, better than anybody. You feel like, man, it's not a matter of when, but not if, but when an injury happens. So,
right.
And it's not, it's not the death to your career you may have thought it was 20 years ago to have Tommy John surgery or something. But still, I could see a pitcher and a catcher specifically going, yeah, I'd do that right now. I'd like that security versus an outfielder or an infielder who saying, you know what, I want to hit free agency. I'm going to test it.
Well, for both these guys, if they, from a player's point of view, I'll get to the team in just a minute, but from a player's point of view, if you are considering, discussing, or having those serious talks about an extension, this is the time to do it right now. A couple of reasons. Logan Gilbert, you're coming off an all-star year, 208 innings, 109 innings, 185 the year prior to that. He's very durable, knock on wood, in a sense where mechanically sound, big frame. There's no indication there where there's any fading going on from any element of ball behavior. He's not losing any spin. He's not losing any depth. Some of those little red flags. If I'm him, I'm going to, if it's an extension, it's going to be now. But you notice it took him, and this is kind of rare from Logan because usually he just kind of cliches it out. But he's thought about this. It's pretty obvious the way he answered that question. He said, yeah, for sure. But then he cut himself off and said, it has to be the right situation. He also said, everyone wants to see what their market value is. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty obvious from his point of view. He's thought about this a ton, and it's been talked about a ton with him and the Seattle Mariners, where it's going to cost you right now. if for an extension. I don't think you're going to get a team-friendly discount in the sense where, like, hey, let's lock him up long-term and save some money down the road.
Yeah.
Because I think he's more just, again, I'm not just basing this just off purely the way they answered that question. If anything, I would have thought Logan would be a little bit easier to essentially lock up long-term with a little bit more team-friendly. But just hearing the way he answered that question, I think he backs himself, especially the year he's coming off, just like George Kirby did last year, coming off that All-Star year. Now, Cal, same thing. He's bread and butter. I know he hits a lot of home runs, and last year put up some ridiculous numbers, 34 bombs, which is behind the dish. You kidding me? Switch hitting catcher, and he improved from hitting from the right side as well. You're coming off a Gold Glove. You're coming off having this core of pitchers right now, 5 guys that they give you a ton of credit. This is the time, if you are going to do an extension, it is literally now. Like, do it now.
Yeah.
Because it's the value of it is going to shift. You call it 3 months from now, a year. You come into this and all of a sudden you hit 19 because you physically don't feel right. Things start to change when that long term, conversation starts to shift.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, just from their perspective, how much their age and because they're both 28.
Yeah,
and they're both going to be 31 when they're free agents if they work their way through arbitration years. So they're both. I'm just wondering wear and tear. Just if we're having a different conversation if we're talking about a left fielder or a third baseman, first baseman. We're talking about pitchers and catchers and just the physical toll those spots take on you.
The other part too is they're kind of. I'm not saying they're going a little too. Like, for example, if you wanted to lock Cal Raleigh up, you should have done it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Where if you're the Mariners, it makes a ton
maybe they
of
tried
financial sense.
with Boris.
Maybe they did.
But he got rid of Boris.
Maybe they did. But now I think we're a little bit too deep. I know he's still a couple of years away from free agency. I get it. But now I think he's a little too established here where, like, remember, I'm going way back to my time. Evan Longoria signed this deal where it was way premature in regards to his, forecasting what kind of player he was going to be. Mm-hmm. And the team got a great deal. And then I remember there's a bunch of pitches that popped up. I'm like, man, everyone was like, why is he signing that deal? It's so low. Because he's still 3 years away. He's still 4 Tommy Johns, risk adverse. So I think that looking at both these players, you're kind of past that point where you can really try and lock them up and save a ton of money. It's going to cost you for both those guys, even if you do it long term.
We talked to John Morosi about this, and he felt like it's reasonable for fans to think that the front office can sign Logan, Cal, and Kirby to extensions.
The one thing that I know is true today and will be true in 10 years and 20 years down the line is that the most cost-effective money that you spend is extending your own really good players and finding that common ground on the first major deal of their career. For that reason, it's fair, in my opinion, for Mariner fans to look at the front office and say, listen, not signing Juan Soto is a defensible position. Okay, there's not a lot of teams that can spend $700 million plus for either Ohtani or Soto. I get it. That's a very high echelon of investment. But making a very logical extension for a Kirby or a Gilbert or a Raleigh for the right player, Mariner fans should expect their front office and their ownership to do that.
I do. I expect it. Because
I agree.
Your whole philosophy has been built on draft and develop. Draft and we're not going after Soto. We're not going after Shohei. We're not going after the big arms, the big bats. We're drafting and developing. Yeah. All right, well, you've done that. Now you've got your guys. You don't let them go. When they've shown you that they're studs and they've succeeded at this level, you're no longer wondering about, well, what are they going to be at the big league level? And they've done it for you. You lock them up.
Yeah. This team is built on pitching. You have someone who, in your ballpark, we've talked all about park factor, with someone, a catcher who's hit 34 home runs, and he's controlling a pitching staff, and that's what you're built on. Not to mention the team leadership standpoint and what he means to Seattle, that home run he hit to get him to the play. All these little factors, from a fan's point of view, Goes 100%. 100%. You're looking at this going, keep him in a Mariners uniform the rest of his career.
Yep.
And by the way, his best buddy, they're not best buddies, but they came up together and they're
Logan.
Yeah, keep him around as well.
Yep.
Because and look, from being around different type of teammates and veterans, we talked about spring training. If I've got a Logan Gilbert, I'm looking up to him. I'm 5 years younger than him. I'm going to learn a ton being a young pitcher, and that's what they're built off, developing pitching.
All right, let's take two.
Well, Ryan, you were familiar with some World Baseball Classic stuff, just immersed in it recently. So how about this news? Albert Pujols will manage the Dominican Republic in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Now, the DR didn't even get out of the group stage in 2023.
Is that why they're bringing Albert in to resuscitate this team, to bring him back to prominence? He's going to be the voice.
The one thing, I remember talking to Nelson Cruz in November at this event called the Premier 12. And Nelson is so transparent. Now, he runs... Dominican, he runs that team basically. And the big reason why is because he's like that ambassador. He's got some pull over some of these young Dominican players. But the one thing down there, if you have an Albert Pujols put his hand up and say, I want to manage, regardless of his managerial skills or his philosophy, yep, check. Because the whole point of that whole tournament is to recruit the absolute 100% best starting nine, best rotation.
Right.
And so that's what Albert does. And by the way, speaking of that, he really wants to manage like really bad. They were talking about with, Ollie Marmol with the Cardinals, kind of just keeping the seat warm. And I thought it was for Molina, but a lot of there's a lot of push right now for, a lot of it's for Albert. I'm like, wow, has he ever done this? Or, what's the deal?
Guess he's getting his feet wet here in the World Baseball Classic.
Good for him. I love it.
Wow, you might be breaking some news there as well.
I should be managing Team Australia. What's the deal?
They not asked you?
No, they got an MLB All-Star managing them, Dave Nielsen. He's Australian, so he's good at it. He's
good. You'll give him.
They've never asked me to coach. I'm pretty insulted. I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
We do have some NFL news. Matthew Stafford and the Rams have agreed to a restructured contract. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says, though, that they won't settle on a salary figure for this upcoming season until after the Rams go through free agency.
Yeah, good news for the Rams. I was kind of hoping he would move on and that they would have to bring in Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know who's going to bring in Aaron Rodgers.
Well,
that would be entertaining.
Sounds like the Giants are a potential landing spot. Now, I don't know. Does he want to go to the next New York team that stinks?
Let's get him back on Hard Knocks if they are.
Yeah. I don't know where he lands, but those are the stories today that the Giants. They were talking to Stafford. Obviously, Stafford going back to the Rams. Now, the name Aaron Rodgers pops up as a potential for the Giants. Who knows? We'll find out. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, what improvements have some of the key veterans on the Mariners made this offseason? We'll get into that next with Daniel Kramer of MLB.com. He's going to join us. It's Wyman and Bob with Ryan Roland Smith in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
When a team tells you over and over and over and over, whether it's John Schneider saying, he's our guy, or it's Mike McDonald saying, we like Gino. Don't know why it's such a big discussion. When a team is basically screaming at you, we're going to extend this guy. We really want to keep him. I think at that point, you just need to accept, okay, what's the real conversation we need to have about Gino then? Because it's not going to be whether or not he's here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
This is the guy, and I've been trying to prep y'all for this, but for some reason,
People
y'all don't want to listen to me.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as hard as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account and port in on $60 plan. First service charge, tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Crafted with precision and timeless elegance, Chris Craft boats are the epitome of sophistication and performance. Each is a masterpiece designed with superior craftsmanship, exquisite materials. No matter your pleasure, cruising, surfing, or performance from 24 to 35 feet, it's at Chris Craft Northwest. Look at the rest, then experience art in motion. Chris Craft Northwest. See the difference at the new Chris Craft Northwest showroom on Lake Union during the open house through March 1st. Visit chriscraftnw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners spring training rolls on. We're going to be out there all next week doing shows live from Peoria, Arizona. And a man who's spending tons of time out there. We see him every time we've been out there, and he's writing some great stuff. Does a great job covering the Mariners for MLB.com. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Daniel Kramer is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, fellas, I'm doing well. Excited to see you guys down here next week.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I hope the weather holds. I just saw a significant drop in temperature starting the day we're there, so it's going from the mid 80s to 69 or something.
And you won't have a heated pool either.
Yeah, I found that out too.
That?
That stinks.
It's been super warm out here, whereas sometimes in years past you'll get really windy conditions or the unseasonably cool stretches, but hopefully that'll stick up for you guys because the weather has been absolutely spectacular.
Yeah. Let's hope it sticks. But I want to talk to you about a couple things. You've written articles on Randy Arozarena, and you wrote this article about Luis Castillo and his offseason and the 3 goals that he had. And the one we've been discussing most is his desire to be the opening day starter. And I'm just curious, in speaking to him, the sense you get from him. If it weren't to happen for him, would that be problematic? Because we've been talking with different people, and who would you start? Who should be the starter? And most people land on Logan. If we're just talking about merit, if we're just talking about going out there with your best arm, it's going to be Logan. But he's also, Logan has said, he's been very deferential to Luis, and Luis has made it clear it's important. If that were to happen, if they did go with Logan, could you see that being a big negative, or is it just, hey, it'd be cool, but if it doesn't happen, I'm fine with it kind of attitude?
Yeah, I think the fact that they haven't made a firm decision kind of speaks to the fact that there is a decision to make and could be walking a delicate balance in doing so. I do really think, in speaking with Luis over the past few seasons and covering him, those 3 goals that he has are very important to him. And, the primary one that is probably the most achievable is the fact of being able to start on opening day, because that's a team decision. And I know that the pedigree of, having the game 1 notch on your belt is, like I said, the most achievable, compared to winning a Cy Young Award or making an all-star team. But it is something that means a lot to him. And, the fact that he is a veteran, he is established, the reputation he's built, the fact that he signed the extension to be here. There's a lot of that in play to where, a strong case could be made that, this is, his opportunity and that he should get a chance to do it. Conversely, like what you guys were just saying about Logan on merit and, him having the strongest season of any of their starters last year, a case could be made easily for him as well, especially when you talk to him about being, the face of the future and, how this facilitates his relationship with the organization moving forward. But you also touched on the fact that he has always been pretty deferential to Luis and looks up to him. And I don't think that there would be, when I asked him about this last week or earlier this week, the thing that really stood out to me was that he said nobody should get their feelings hurt if they don't get to start on opening day. And I think that he was kind of speaking about himself rather than, broadly among the other guys or specifically with Luis. So I don't think it would create much of a stir or frustration from Logan's standpoint by any means, just the way he kind of carries himself, how he looks up to Luis, and, what he said publicly a couple days ago. But, I do think that there is a fine line to walk with what Castillo, his desires are. And, the blunt reality that they did discuss various trade talks involving him throughout the winter. And, nothing really ever manifested from that and got really close to the finish line. But that is something that's also, kind of in play as they make this decision too. So it's definitely an interesting situation just because of the social dynamics of it all. If you ask me, like what my gut thinks will wind up happening, I would think that, at the end of the day, they probably will go with Castillo for all the reasons I just listed. But I don't think they're going to make a decision here anytime in the immediate future of the next few days.
Daniel, I always get asked, people, Mariner fans, out in out in public. JP Crawford, what can we expect from him in 2025? I haven't been down to spring training. I head down there not this week, coming up the week after. I'm looking forward to just having a conversation with him. But have you talked to JP about 2025, and what are some things that you see from him to look at this in a positive light and say he's going to have a good year like he did a couple of years ago in 2025?
Yeah, I talked to him at the very outset of camp, and he was really blunt about just the struggles that he went through. I mean, nobody is as self-critical among this position player group as their shortstop is. You know, he takes it very seriously. He knows his role on this team. You know, being the unofficial captain, the guy who's been around pretty much longer than anybody except for Dylan Moore. So the fact that he had the season that he did last year weighed a lot on him, especially as he got into the winter. Some of that was offset by like the very exciting news and, you know, becoming a father for the first time. So he's been in really great spirits over the past few weeks while he's been down here. But, you know, make no mistake, you know, he's pretty determined to bounce back from what happened last season. And, you know, he won't make any excuses towards this, but just the injuries that he dealt with were pretty significant when you talk about how they impacted his swing. I mean, he had the hand fracture from the hit by pitch in late July, and then the oblique issue in late April, you know, both of which forced him to go on the IL, and he only played in, I think, 105 games, which is something we're not used to seeing from a guy who's been extremely durable ever since he became the everyday guy. So, you know, a fully healthy season where he can kind of distance himself from those injuries and getting back to who he can be and not having, you know, those ailments impact him physically, especially when you talk about his swing and, you know, what he brings from wherever they put him in the lineup. I'm really curious to see, you know, over these next few weeks in Cactus League play about just kind of like finding the rhythm and the groove of, you know, getting his swing back after dealing with those injuries last season.
Daniel, I asked Ryan this probably unfairly when he got here, just as soon as he walked in the door. I just asked, how does Mitch Haniger fit with this team? I love Mitch. I root for that guy as much as anybody. He's a great dude. He's got incredible work ethic. It was just a bad year for him, to say the very least, and he had a lot of company in that. So I'm looking at it now going, all right, is he just a guy who's going to platoon as a DH with Garver, and then he'll spell Robles in right field here and there? Or what is he doesn't seem to have a role, really.
Yeah, I think that you summed it up really, you know, succinctly and pretty accurately. It's if you look at this roster, how it's constructed, especially with the addition of Rowdy Tellez on the minor league deal, and you know where he fits in, they definitely have more flexibility with Rowdy because you know he's not on the active roster, and Mitch is, you know, and he's earning a lot of money, and you know I think that's also part of it is because he exercised that player option, which obviously he was going to do. You know, now you have to find a place for him because they're not just going to eat that. So how he fits in right now, you know, looking at the outfield, it's pretty set. And the Mariners believe that they can have one of the most dynamic three-man groups out there. And excuse me, Randy, Victor, and Julio. And those guys play all the time, and they play really hard. So and then you also have Luke Raley in the mix, and he's definitely more comfortable out there, even though, you know, most of his at-bats are going to be allocated at first base. So seeing where Haniger fits in, I mean, like the only clear runway is for DH reps. And, you know, now that you have Rowdy Tellez in the mix and a left-handed bat in that, it's just kind of murky what they're going to do with that position. So, you know, you also look at Garver, and he adds more value to the roster because he's going to be the backup catcher. So, yeah. I mean, at this rate, like because of Haniger's contract and because he's here and competing, like I don't see how he's not going to be on the opening day roster. But like once we get into April, you know, finding playing time for him, you know, could be challenging. Yeah. I will say, you know, if he has a big spring like he did last year, they've also made it pretty clear that they're going to ride the hot hand when it comes to those DH reps. So, if he's in the mix, as we all see that he is, and the fact that they're not committed to a full-time DH like they were entering last year with Mitch Garver, Donovan Solano will be in the mix in there as well, and obviously Garver. But they've kind of hinted that we're going to roll with this thing by who's swinging the best bat at any given moment. And if Haniger has a big spring, he's probably going to be in the mix in that regard.
Daniel Kramer, Mariners beat writer for MLB.com, has been our guest here with Wyman and Bob. Daniel, as always, great stuff, man. We appreciate it, and we'll see you down there in a few days.
Okay, sounds good, fellas. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, buddy.
There you go, Daniel Kramer, again, of MLB.com. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, which Mariner is most likely to have a bounce-back season? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob with Ryan Rowland-Smith, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is heading to Arizona for spring training baseball.
Knowing every night when you go out there that you're going to get a great pitching outing is tremendous.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All next week from 2 to 7.
Back she goes, going and going. Goodbye, baseball. He did it. Julio Rodriguez.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all. And super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Daniel Kramer of MLB.com, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys missed that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll get into best of the rest. But, Ryan, let's remove Julio from this because he always becomes the obvious answer in most cases when it comes to the Mariners. So if we're looking at a bounce-back player, we're hoping both Mitch's bounce back. We're hoping JP bounces back. We're hoping Polanco bounces back. We're hoping, just the list is long of guys you look at and go, well, if that guy could step up a little bit, or if that guy could step up a little bit, who's the most likely? Who do you look at and just say, man, he's that kind of player that I think last year maybe it was a bit of an aberration, and we're going to see. I have most confidence we're going to see a much better version of this player.
I think the low-hanging fruit is Mitch Garver because what he did 2023 to 2024. The guy who I think will bounce back and is the most crucial to bounce back because of multiple reasons is JP. And that's why I asked Daniel Kramer, who's there every single day at the complex, have you had a chance to talk to JP? And he's JP Crawford. Since he's joined the Seattle Mariners, has matured physically, mentally. It's impressive. It really is. When he first met up with Perry Hill, when he first got traded over, talking to Perry Hill, his guard was up. He kind of had this chip on his shoulder, he felt like he had all the answers. And Perry flat out said, "Listen, if we don't start making these changes, your career is going to be over real quick."
Yeah. And he came over with a reputation as being a good hitter, not a good fielder. That was the word from Philly.
Yeah. And a lot of it, and Perry obviously, he specializes defensively.
Right.
But he's looking at him going, all right, if we can get you right defensively, and then I can also be that sounding board for you, obviously, on the hitting side. Then he found something when you're doing the stuff he did a couple off seasons ago, and he's got that in his back pocket. The reason I say JP, a couple things. Last year, you mentioned being an aberration. He went from 2023 handling fastballs really well and crushing them, getting mistakes, getting in deep at-bats, and crushing them. All of a sudden,
19 home runs, right?
Yeah. And the exit velo went up. That ball that was, that lazy fly ball got to the wall or got essentially over the wall. But just looking at a couple things, I think when he was injured, a couple things started to change. So he went from having, he went from having a 12% whiff on that fastball, missing him very minimal. That jumped up to 18%. I think what happened when all of a sudden that happened, that psychologically got in his head a little bit. He went from, in regards to the home runs, 2023 he hit 13 home runs off the fastball, 19 doubles, and then last year that just plummeted.
Mm-hmm.
That's, to me, an easier fix. If it was a situation where all of a sudden now they're starting to pitch him differently and he's starting to see a boatload of secondary pitches because now he's the top of the lineup and now he's hitting with more power, and he shown that he couldn't hit him. Well, he didn't show that last year. He handled secondary pitches totally fine. So I think that we're looking at that. That's a way easier fix offensively, handling that fastball. That's a way easier fix psychologically too. So I look at that. The other thing too, his swing got long last year. And not just, watching him. Now that they can track, bat speed and bat path and everything, it did get long, like by a huge margin.
You think he fell in love with the power he showed the year before?
No, I think it was due to injury. That oblique injury, I think, really sort of messed him up. And when you try and generate more power, you naturally get longer, you naturally get bigger. So I think if he's healthy, he can handle that fastball, a little quicker to that pitch, and he pulls the ball just a little bit more, I think he's going to be in good shape. I think that's, again, Mitch Garver, low-hanging fruit because he set the bar so low, he'll be the first to tell you that. But the most crucial and the guy who I think is going to bounce back and have the biggest impact is JP, especially at the top of the lineup.
Well, and I was saying yesterday or the day before that I thought, we don't really talk about it. We talk about the Mitches, we talk about Polanco, blah, blah, blah. JP, this is, he's the only guy who kind of gets written in pen in that infield. Like every other position, we're going, well, first base, we don't, it's a mix of these guys, second base, a mix of these guys, third base, a mix of these, shortstop's fine. I don't know if it is fine if he has another year like this. If he puts up another year in the same range as this, I think you've got a lot of young bats coming up, and they all seem to play shortstop.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you're right, too. It's one of these ones where by the end of 2025, going into 2026, with that number one ranked farm system with, some guys who are essentially on display right now, there is more auditioning going on. Not that he'd probably chuckle at this, but there has to be that little bit more of that hunger level to be right again due to all these factors. But I'm with you, and just the fact that you pencil him in defensively, he's not an above-average shortstop defensively, but he is that guy who's vocal on the field, and that guy who kind of directs traffic on the field too with some of the young players. They're most crucial, and I think the guy who will make the most impact, coming back this year.
I agree with that. Quickly, we got about a minute. What's your level of faith in Polanco? That was a move that felt, when he got signed last year, I remember feeling like, hey, nice. They got a pro.
Yeah.
He's not a superstar, but he's just a pro. He's going to give you a good at-bat. He's and it was a wildly disappointing year. He fell on his face. It didn't work out. They didn't re-sign him. And then they got rid of him. And he was just hanging out there. And it seemed like, well, we've got nobody left, so let's bring him back and make him a third baseman. And I'm going, okay, I didn't love the way he threw from second base to first base. How is he going to look from third to first? I mean, how do you feel about that move?
Yeah, you mean the defensive change, or you mean like
just
in regards
general?
To,
and
well,
defense.
Two things.
Yeah.
Number one, you remember when you got traded over? It was towards the end of. At what point of the offseason was that? It was toward like the latter part, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe midway through.
He was the last of the bunch. I think.
He was, yeah. The expectation for him to be more of an impact was way higher than this year. You feel like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so there was a lot riding on his shoulders. There really was. And I feel like this year, in a situation where, okay, if he's healthy and he doesn't feel like he has to post every single day and have that pressure on him and that expectation level, I think it's a little bit different feel. Now, the positional change, I'm with you. In regards to, the arm strength, I mean, very below average arm strength, right? And even with the outs above average. Now, again, I know he was injured last year. I mean, you go back to, to 2023, not great. 2022, not great. The outs above average. Man, and I get it. Not up the middle, but you're talking part of that is arm strength that goes into it. It doesn't have plus arm strength. Now they're going to push him away from first base. I find that interesting, but hey, fill a gap.
All right, coming up, there are some trends starting to emerge for this 2025 Mariners team. We're going to hear about those in Best of the Rest. That's coming your way with Wyman and Bob, with Ryan Roland Smith in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep. Go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal split and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. That's right, free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, tough news for the Philadelphia 76ers. They said today that their star Joel Embiid will miss the remainder of the regular season as he and the team continue to look for a long-term solution for a troublesome left knee that has plagued this season. He had increased swelling in the knee following a loss to the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday, underwent a new round of imaging on Monday to determine why the knee has not responded well to treatment. And they have come up with the idea that they are going to just shut him down for the rest of the season. Meanwhile, the Rams and Matthew Stafford have agreed to a restructured deal that will keep the quarterback in L.A. The team making that announcement today. The adjusted contract came after the Rams gave Stafford and his agent permission to speak with other teams about his value in the quarterback market. They spoke with the Raiders and the Giants about contract parameters, but ultimately were able to work out a deal with the Rams.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Remember, we do have mean text today.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
I love it.
You like it?
It's the best. It's
You,
great.
you like when they take shots at you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I enjoy it. I do enjoy it.
I think Ryan got one in on Wyman.
Did he?
At the start of the show. Yeah.
Which one was
I
that?
did.
Oh, when he just agreed with him when I said he was younger and better looking?
Yeah.
And I flat out just agree with you. There's no humble, oh shucks. It was like, yeah, no, it's true.
He's like, yeah,
because
no
I know he's not
debating that.
listening right now. There's no way he's listening right now.
I love that. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, much better looking, much younger, certainly. Yeah. So you still have time. We're going to be done at 5:30 today, turning you over to Mariners spring training game against the Padres. They'll be playing the Padres tonight, so that'll be at 5:30. So we'll do mean text at 5:15. Meanwhile, it's time to get into some of the conversations happening with the other shows in the building. We call it Best of the Rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, just not good at bats.
Not it down. It's time for the Best of the Rest.
How dare you?
It is Best of the Rest. We take a listen to some of what the conversations are with Brock and Salk, with Bump and Stacy. We'll start with Brock and Salk, and they were talking about Julio. And they've been down there. They had a chance to catch up with him and interact with him. And they just talked about his demeanor and how it started to evolve over the past few seasons.
It's cool to see and just kind of be around him a little bit and kind of just feel his presence here. It's large. It looms over everything, right? In a good way.
Does it feel like to you, and again, this is my little psychology, sometimes maybe paralysis over analysis, does it feel like he even sitting with us, but a little bit more edge?
Yep.
Just a little bit more edge.
Growing into being a superstar, man. I mean, I've been around a few of them over the years. They learn, and I say this with respect.
All due respect.
Yeah, they learn how to keep people at arm's length.
Yeah, even yesterday, honestly, like that got fouled off his knee, came back in, did all his swings, and he gets done. And of course, the most of the fans around there, when we talk about stars in this city and who's a star in this city, is a star. And they're yelling for him, Julio, Julio, Julio. And he honestly said, and I was standing by him at that point, like, why not how are you?
Right.
how's your knee? You okay?
Right.
And it's just like, no, I just want a picture with you.
I just want to yell Julio.
Yes, and I want you to sign something. And you'll hear him say to us, I think you will, when he said, there were times where I think last year and in these years, I'm trying to do something because I'm supposed to.
Right.
As a leader and as a superstar, I'm trying to do it. And it's like, no, I got to just be who I am. And I think who he is has a little bit, and we've seen it. We saw a flare up with the umpire the other day.
Yeah.
Like he's got a whole lot of fun and charisma and joy, but there is the other side of that sword that's got a ferocious competitive edge. And, balancing those things will be fun to watch once again for him.
He's a guy that just turned 24 years old at the end of December.
Right.
So he's still a young man, but we've kind of come to the agreement. We're not going to say, well, he's young. That's over. He's got 3 seasons under his belt at this point. He signed the mega deal.
Yeah.
He's paid as your superstar. He's marketed as your superstar. I think the expectations of him are fair to live up to that billing. What's interesting about him is. And I get that he's probably hearing the criticisms and he's as hard on himself as anybody. It's, his struggles aren't because he doesn't try or doesn't care. The guy works his tail off. He puts up numbers that by the end of the season you go, well, it wasn't that bad of a year, but he just kind of does it all in one bunch.
Yeah.
6-week, 5-week stretch. And then you look at the end of the year, he led the team in average, led in on base, led in hits, and he missed time with injuries. He played 143 games. So, it looks better in the end than it actually kind of is in the regular season. He needs to take that step to becoming, I'm not saying he's got to hit 350 with a 425 on base. That'd be great. But he's got to be the guy from April through the end of the season instead of, well, April's rough and May was kind of rough. He had a hot streak in June, and then July and August he went nuts, and then he cooled off in September.
Last time I was on with you guys, I was filling in, and this is, a month ago? Maybe it was about a month ago, 3 weeks ago. And we kind of talked about Julio, and I said, man, there is so much pressure on him this year coming off a rough year. Looking at it now, when I'm watching MLB Network, put him as the 23rd best player, and the way everything shifted a bit with him saying, hey, he's so talented, and he's this, and he's that, and he's all those things, don't get me wrong. But as the weeks are going on leading into the spring training, I kind of selfishly – I kind of want it to be a situation where people doubt him a little bit more. I want that sense of urgency. You just mentioned the month of April. I don't want him going into April trying to figure it out, and then all of a sudden June, he's figured something out. If you could have, and I've said this, everyone knows this, it's a no-brainer. If you get what he did in September, it took X amount of months, whether it was Edgar, whether it was just him taking a breath and saying, I'm very athletic, stop overthinking this. He needs that in April. And you mentioned the fact, look, he's 24, but yes, he's young and all that. I get it. But he's Julio Rodriguez. And the month of April, I think, is going to be crucial for him. It really is. And he'll put up some months later, but when you're talking about making the kind of impact that he has the ability to have on this team, you got to have that big April and get to a place where he's got things figured out that when he goes 0 for 8, the day number 3, he's right back on the horse.
Yeah.
Right back on the horse, hitting a missile right center field that nearly takes a chunk out of the wall, big smile on his face, stand up at second base. Super important.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's huge for this team. Everything revolves around him. When he's on fire, it just feels like it takes pressure off everybody else, and there's a flow to the way this team plays. And when he's scuffling, it feels like that trickles down. It just he's crucial to what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and we talked about this, touched on a little bit with Randy Arozarena and Robles, the effect having that camaraderie. I think is important. A couple of reasons why. Number one, you got two guys that they're very similar sort of makeup, high energy, animated, but they're a little bit older. You got one guy, Randy Arozarena, who has been through struggle. He's been a superstar, all-star, struggled, traded. You've got Robles, won a World Series, one of the best rookies in the game, all of a sudden flatlined. And I'm telling you right now, Julio, in regards to, believe it or not, talent-wise, athleticism is still head and shoulders above Robles, which is tough to say because he was one of the best rookies in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a little bit of that, hey, not these don't make the same mistakes we did, but these guys who are a little bit further along to say, hey, Julio, listen, this is the way it goes. You have a chance to have a statue out on the pavement outside of T-Mobile Park.
Yep.
Right? Let's just get this right, get that right. I think that's going to be crucial. I really do.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And I like that they did the hair thing. It shows a level of connectivity and camaraderie, and they're all animated, and they all kind of play with that same enthusiasm, if you will. So I'm excited to see that. Moving on, Bump and Stacy, we're talking about Cal Raleigh and acknowledging he feels the, quote, starvation from the Mariner fan base.
I think every fan base gets disappointed when their team doesn't make the playoffs. But there is something unique to the Mariners and that feeling of inevitability when for 20-plus years you don't, that I think a lot of players started adopting, maybe like, I'm shouldering that now.
Oh, yeah, naturally.
You know?
Because they're on the diamond. They hear the boos when they boo. They hear the moans and the groans when things don't go right, and then they're connected. You know, back in my day, Twitter was just getting going. Like, we didn't hear much from fans about how they don't like this player or that player or expressing their feelings. So I was on a 4-12 team and kind of lived my life like, oh, all right.
You didn't have someone tweeting at you directly.
Yeah,
How dare
no one
you?
tweeting at me, Mom, you fumbled. What were you doing? None of that. But these young men and women and athletes across the world are living in that world where the fans can talk directly to them. Like, growing up, I ain't talked to Kobe. I ain't talked to Shaq. You know, I just watched him on TV. You combine that with the drought that was here, that was broken a couple of years ago, and they naturally feel that weight because you get to late in the season and you're a few games behind. Or even last year, we got a 10-game lead, and you're feeling good about it, and then you let some games get away, and then you have to win this game to get into the playoffs. It's just pressure, man. It's natural pressure that they're going to feel. You can feel it with any team, but when you're dealing with a team that's been to the playoffs once in 20-something years, it's even heavier.
What do you think of that? Because when you were playing, Twitter wasn't a thing.
No.
You're in the stadium. You're going to hear boos if things are going poorly. You're aware of all that, but you weren't really exposed to the true dissatisfaction of the fans beyond that building, right? Unless you ran into them on the street or something.
Yeah, we have those conversations amongst each other, and you're basing it off a Seattle Times article from back then. It was like a Jeff Baker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you read the comments on it or something?
Yeah, it's so different now. So different. Because of simply that, and everything just gets magnified. The way people feel about whether it be a certain player or a quote, it just gets so magnified. That one little, soundbite at the end of the game, Cal talking about, if you remember 2 years ago, Cal came out, then he had to make an apology the next day.
Oh, yeah. That was after the final. I was standing right in front of him when he did it. There was a scrum at his locker, final game of the season, and they lost to the Rangers, and he was pointing to that, Doug, he was saying that locker room or that clubhouse over there, here's what they did. We need to do that.
And I think what, escalates that is because you've got this, everyone comments, tweets, shares it. It's so different to when I was playing. So I agree with Bump with everything you're saying. But yeah, we all know as a player, you get back to spring training, there's that starvation. I totally agree. And you feel that as a player. Now the players have whether they say, oh, I listen to some of that stuff on social, they all do. They all see it. Well, they hear about it.
Yeah.
You've got an uncle. Cal's dad's pretty active on looking up stuff on Facebook. You got a sister, someone.
They're relaying it to you.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it is different. So I think when they really got a sense of how impactful this team can be to the community is when they clinched, when they went to the playoffs, and they saw that building go berserk, and every seat was full, and this town was buzzing, and everybody's walking around in Mariner gear. We're out there doing the pregame show out there at 9 a.m. at Hatback, me, you, and Morosi, and it was packed. It was mobbed. I mean, they could feel that thirst and that hunger for success and how this city responded to it.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And they're beyond the point, too, by the way. This core of players that we talk about, and I'm even going to throw in Bryce Miller into this. and obviously Cal, obviously Logan Gilbert, George Kirby now. All this core of players.
J.P. Crawford.
Yeah, but they're beyond this, oh, hey, I'm trying to get established or I'm trying to figure this game out. Now it's well beyond that. Now it's about, we kind of have to win now.
Yeah.
Like, believe it or not, your first year in the big leagues, you're just trying to survive.
Right.
Whether you're a number one pick or you're me, right? Like, you're just trying to survive. Year two, you're trying to become an established player because now all of a sudden, you've had some success. Can you back that up? And you're trying to find ways to, okay, how do I get to that point? How do I get to my first year of arbitration? Well, they're all beyond that.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, the mindset, you look at it through a different lens, and that lens is like, we kind of have to win now. Otherwise, we're all just going to be dismantled and we're gone.
Yeah. All right, moving on to Brock and Salk. And this is them talking about what I was asking you about, asking Daniel Kramer about, and that's, Mitch Haniger, what's his role on this team? And Salk making the prediction Haniger won't be on the opening day roster.
Just watching the team, it doesn't make any sense for Mitch Haniger to be on it.
Yeah, where's the fit?
He's not an outfielder anymore, and they've got enough guys, I think, could play some of those positions and provide a little bit more of what they need, whether it's athleticism or defense or positional flexibility. I don't think he's going to be here.
I think the challenge, and again, not to go all scout, which I am not, or deep-seated analysis, which is a little harder in baseball, but even yesterday, just kind of striking out on a two-strike above the belt fastball that was a minor leaguer at 90, it was 93.
Right,
94.
and it's spring training. You don't want to read too much into it, but
that was the challenge, that catching up to that fastball. That's hard for anybody to do, young guys to do, let alone 30-somethings that just once that starts to slow and you can't get to that one, it makes the whole rest of the at-bat and the attack of the approach very difficult.
I don't know where that ends up going with Mitch Haniger, but just it kind of struck me just looking at the roster and think, like, we've been sort of saying, well, they didn't trade him, they didn't cut him, so they're just going to have to play him because they don't want to eat the money. And maybe that's what happens. I'm not saying it won't. But it just struck me, seems like, you know what? They're going to get to the end of spring training. They'll have realized that the money is gone either way. Why bother having him on the roster if he's not going to be a fit for it? So my gut tells me he's not going to be here when the season actually begins.
I don't know, man. A team as budget conscious as the Mariners, saying, you know what, we're paying you what was it, 15.5? I think his option. Go ahead. We're just going to let you go and just pay you the money to not play. I just don't see him do it. Maybe they will, but you and I talked. I think the first part is accurate because it's what you and I talked about. Like, how does he fit? I don't know where his spot is.
Well, I think the Mariners, a couple of things I value. Number one, if you're looking at, say, Rowdy Tellez coming in, he doesn't fit their mold in regards to the way they like to adjust lineups. Like Mitch Haniger does. So he's got a leg up on Rowdy Tellez being a guy who had a really down year last year. His one attribute is power, and that was a couple of years ago. He hit 35 home runs. Hasn't done that in the last 3 years. So I don't see him beating him out, even if he has a killer spring training. I do still see them putting him in the outfield, in right field, platooning with Rayleigh. Rayleigh can slide over to first base at times. I still see a spot for Mitch Haniger on this team.
So it would be a 3-person right field?
You would have, so you got
Rayleigh, Robles.
You've got a Mitch Garver who has shown that they want to put him back behind the dish a little bit more if they need to give Cal some time off. You've got Luke Rayleigh who, by the way, was having reps at first base as well, right? Because you got Solano, who they kind of want to have that versatility with him around the infield as well. So I'm just looking at this saying the way they like to set their roster up. They like to have position versatility. I know you got a Dylan Moore in there. I get it. I can see a spot on this team for Mitch Haniger. I really can. The one thing that sort of doesn't bother me, I'm sure it bothers Mitch as well, is like when they're like, oh, hey, you got to be careful health-wise. It's not like he's 42 years old and he can only swing it. He's probably looking at this being a little bit more stubborn, saying, no, I can play in the field as well. And with the, Brock talking about his bat speed, look, spring training, 93 miles an hour. You miss pitches. He still has above average bat speed, by the way, and he still has above average bat path. There's still so many good elements to Mitch's swing, and I'm a big Mitch Haniger fan. He's awesome. I'd love to see him go off. because he has a big impact on younger players. I still see a spot for him on this team as opposed to going with different options.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him. Again, say it all the time. Love the guy. Love his work ethic.
Oh, and by the way, too, they're paying him. You're right. It's not a situation, right? The Mariners are not going to.
That would be the most shocking thing ever if they said, "Yeah, we know you're on the books for 14 point, 15 point, whatever the number is," and go, "Yeah, we're good. We're good. Good luck to you." Meanwhile, this comes from Bump and Stacy, and they discuss whether it's fair to expect the Mariners to lock down extensions for Gilbert, Cal, and Kirby.
Is it fair to expect them to extend all three of these guys? I don't know. That does not feel Mariners-esque to me. I feel like it has to be a world where you do one or two of three.
Yeah, I share that same feeling with you. I don't have any faith that they'll take care of the guys here. I feel like it's a big ask. Just going off the personality of ownership and what they allow DePoto and the gang to do and not do, this is going to cost you some money. Like, if you look at just the direction, the trajectory of Logan, of Cal, and Kirby, Logan and Kirby are going to be considered two of the best arms in the game. Cal is already considered one of the, if not the best catcher in the game.
I just feel like if you're going to be philosophically a draft-developed trade team, and then you have drafted pieces or pieces that you've developed from young ages or as prospects work. That's what, no, but I'm saying, like, I feel like the second part that we always forget to talk about is, okay, what if you draft developed and then pay? Like, don't forget that part. Like, this worked out for you.
Mm-hmm.
You developed these guys. You hit on these guys. You can't move on. That's the entire point. That's the entire point of what you're doing, is that we don't hit free agency and overspend. We're not going to throw a ton of money or, try to acquire like this massive name via trade. We're going to find our guys in-house. Okay, you did it.
What was there? Is draft develop what?
And trade.
And trade. They're telling us. They're telling us to our face.
I hate that.
Draft, develop, and trade, but maybe there are exceptions to every rule.
Yeah, these need to be the exceptions, because this is a generational rotation, 1 through 5. The Mariners have never had a 1 through 5 like this.
Right.
As I've said, you've had great stars. You've had Felix. You've had Randy. Certainly you've had great individual pitchers, the Ryan Roland Smiths of the world. But 1 through 5, where you legitimately look at number 5 and go, that could be a 2 in anybody else's rotation. And Brian Wu was at one point the most dominant of the 5 for a stretch. I mean, and they all took turns being that guy. So what you have here is remarkably unique.
Yeah.
And you need to bring it back. You need to hang on to it while you've got it, while it's here.
Yeah, there's a lot to, with Bump and Stacy, what they were talking about. And, Stacy mentioned the draft, develop, and the trade part.
Yeah.
That we haven't seen the trade part just yet, really, right? Like, for example, if this offseason, looking in hindsight in regards to, you could have made this big move, that big move was going to come via one of these 5 trade.
Right.
Doesn't mean you can't trade them if you lock them up. It's very rare to look at this at the same time, the same period of time, even if it's in a 6-month span, and say, all right, Logan and George and Cal, all 3, let's lock you up. Very difficult. I can see 1, I can see 2, I can't see all 3. And the other part of this is too goes into, it's not just about ability, it's about how you feel about that person as a personality. How do they rub off on younger players? Mm-hmm. What's their relationship with the guys in the club? All those little things that factor in as well. But it'd be great. I'd love to see it. Very difficult. And from a player point of view, if you're Cal and Logan, and I wouldn't say George should have done it last winter if there was a...
He's a year younger than those 2.
Yeah, he is.
But they're all going to, interestingly enough, they're all going to be 31 when if they get to free agency. They'll all be Kirby, Cal, and Logan, all 31 years old.
Here's a question for you. If George Kirby was slightly less to lock up, easier to lock up than Logan Gilbert, and you could get let's say Cal is Cal Raleigh what he is, and you had to choose a pitcher out of those 2, but George was substantially cheaper, would you lock up a George Kirby long term as opposed and then pass on Logan Gilbert?
I think right now Logan's your best guy. We played a cut from Tim Kirkshin, who was saying he expects that George Kirby at some point will be the best pitcher in the game.
Yeah.
Whether that's true, that's his opinion. That doesn't make it a fact, but his command is remarkably unique.
Yeah. And that's that foundation. I agree. Totally.
He's got an edge to him that I like. Maybe that's a negative in the club. I don't know, but that's a tough one, man. I mean, if we're talking right now today, I'm going with Logan. Logan's, I think, the best pitcher in this rotation as we enter the season. By the end of the season, the answer could be completely different.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's a tough one. All right, coming up, what will the new hitting coaches be able to do differently with Julio? We're going to get into that coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob with Ryan Roland Smith in Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Our opportunity to sit down with the catcher, Cal Raleigh.
Is this the ceiling, or do you think that there is more in the tank?
No, there's more. There's plenty of parts of my game I want to improve on. You look at like striking out less, more balls in play, a little more better with the average. Even the catching side of it, throwing out more runners. Is there any kind of way I can get better in the leadership side? Things like that. So there's a lot more in the tank, and you also don't want to lose the things you're good at.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Crafted with precision and timeless elegance, Chris Craft boats are the epitome of sophistication and performance. For cruising, surfing, and pure pleasure, visit the new Chris Craft Northwest showroom on Lake Union during the open house through March 1st.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. A reminder, we've got Mean Text coming up today at 5:15. How are they doing so far, Lefko?
Yeah, like they usually do. Not good, not coherent, a lot of spelling errors. Ryan, they're dumb. They're not very smart, our listeners.
This is how he gets them motivated. He calls them dumb. Dave calls them unemployed and stoned.
Yeah, I'm looking through them right now.
These
are
a couple.
fantastic. Wow.
Ryan, off air.
These are amazing.
No, off air, you were requesting
I love our
more.
listeners.
Yeah, you were like, man, these people who text in, I cannot believe
Who's
that
the
they
guy
waste that's what you were saying. You said, I can't believe they waste their time texting in. There's no way they say anything intelligent.
I'm going to throw a reference out there, and if I'm sure our listeners know this one. Mike, you're too young for this. There used to be a show called The Simpsons. No, I'm kidding. But there was Gabbo. Anyone remember Gabbo? When they called him, here we go.
He's the new thing. He's Gabbo.
Yeah, he took Krusty the Clown's time slot or something, right? And poor Krusty ended up. But he said something off. He said something off air, and Bart Simpson went click, record, and got him on a hot mic, and his career was over. So Lefko's trying to catch me on a hot mic talking some bad stuff about
Trying to
fans.
pull a Krusty the Clown on you.
No, Krusty the Clown's a good guy.
Oh.
Gabbo comes in. Kids love him, but he ends up being evil because they catch him saying some stuff about
I got you. So he's trying to pull a Gabbo on you. I got you.
That's right.
I got you. All right.
Sorry, it made no sense.
What are you eating over there? You got a bag of tomatoes?
Little, cherry tomatoes.
Tomatoes? Cherry tomatoes. And coffee? That seems like a rough mix.
Yeah, so I've got some. This is my second 4-shotter for the day.
Coffee and tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
That's how you're
cherry tomatoes.
You're looking like a lean, mean fighting machine these
right.
days. Have you dropped pounds? Not that you were fat. I'm not saying you were fat.
I have dropped 26 pounds.
Have you really?
In the last month. How about that?
26 pounds.
And I'm giving a plug here. Big shout out Eastside Weight Loss. I know they sponsor this radio. It's got nothing to do with the. I called them up. I got sick and tired of.
Is that because you heard Mike Salk raving about losing 74 pounds in 3 days?
I did, but no, I wanted to make some. I wanted to trim up, get in the best shape. So I gave it a crack, and I've been at it, man, for a long time. Yeah.
How much have you lost?
26 pounds. 26. The goal. I'm trying to drop 35 pounds. That's right.
35 now.
Keeping lean. I haven't lost any lean muscle. Did the DEXA scan, and I've kept all the lean muscle. I'm proud of that. Hitting the gym hard, but yeah, man. I've been following their program. It's pretty awesome.
You're gonna have to get all new suits.
I know
for the season.
I know.
Your broadcast. Plus, you're part of the crew. That announcement was made. It's you and it's Angie and it's Dave Valley and Jay Buhner.
Very excited. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be out there for a bunch of the time. So.
Yep.
Congrats on that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I was working hard for that. Opening night with me and Goldsmith in the booth. I'm excited for it, man. It'll be fun.
Is it the A's? Who
Yes.
do they open with? The A's.
The Sacramento
Sacramento
Athletics.
A's.
Are they going by that left?
I think they're just called the A's.
Just the A's.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I wonder what opposing teams are going to think when they travel to the minor league stadium they're playing in. Like, oh boy,
rough.
You know, I worked my tail off to get out of the minor leagues, and here we are in this.
How about that? Imagine making your debut. Hey, congratulations, you're going to the but I was in Sacramento a week ago playing against the Sacramento River Cats.
I used to play here all the time.
And by the way, too, MLB is not satisfied with some of the, the season, the schedule.
Okay.
So they've basically
For
said,
the A's.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden, Sacramento River Cats have been asked, hey, you got to play more road games now because we need to adjust the. I don't know what's going on, but what a mess. I mean, don't get me started.
3 years of that too. It's supposed to be 3 years before they are able to get into their Vegas stadium, which holds like 74 people. It's tiny.
Really?
Yeah.
The
no,
Vegas
the Vegas one, I think capacity is 34,000, 32, 34, something.
That's the new trend. They want to go like in the 30s in regards to baseball stadiums because they play every day.
I think it's on the lower end of the 30s, and I think that they need a roof there. You can't play baseball in the summer in Vegas because people will die. So you got to have a roof, and I think in order space-wise, something. They couldn't have a bigger stadium for the plot of land that they're on. So,
well, how about, hey, real quick, I'm curious too with the Tampa Bay Rays playing outdoors this year at the Steinbrenner Field. Ooh, Mike Lefko, you're from that.
Rain out city. Every game in the summer will be rained out.
It's insane. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm curious to see how that goes.
Where is that field in relation to their stadium? Like, is it an hour away, 2 hours away?
It's in Tampa, so it's like 45-ish from St. Pete.
Okay.
It's right next to the Bucs Stadium, literally across the street. So the people of Tampa will like it. They've been trying to get the stadium there for a long time. But, yeah, it's the outdoor thing that's the issue. It rains, no lie, every day in the summer. It rains at 4 o'clock. Pouring down rain, too.
Like for hours?
No, like 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
not to mention the heat,
delays.
too, right?
A lot of delays, a lot of
humidity.
I know the Marlins played outside. I get it for a long time.
A lot of humidity out there. Ugh.
Yeah, because players are soft in this generation. My generation. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, back when you were playing. Hey, meanwhile, let's get into one thing we haven't touched on with you is the addition, obviously, of Edgar. You know that, but Kevin Seitzer comes over and brings in a new voice. And Julio was asked about working with Edgar. He knows what that's all about. But working with Edgar and Seitzer, here's what he had to say.
I mean, it's been awesome. I feel like their both goals are like very, very similar in the way that they approach hitting and like their message. And I think they're keeping things very simple for hitters. And I think that's something huge because at the end of the day, a lot of people are saying like playing baseball in a lot of different ways. I just feel like the game is a game. You can't change the essence of the game, but I feel like that's something that they bring it back big time for a lot of us, and it's something that I'm excited to see play out.
What do you think of that addition of Seitzer and the impact he may have with Julio specifically?
I love it. Look, I've got friends now who are done had playing careers. Now they're in front offices and coaching. The pendulum is swinging back towards you can call it old school. You can call it that having that human element to hitting, pitching. There's plenty of data, plenty of analytical people in the game.
Right.
And there's a 100% huge place for that. It's so crucial. But when you're talking about boots on the ground in the cage at 4 o'clock, we saw it with Edgar, the impact that made last year. With Kevin Seitzer, everything I've heard, being from where he came from in the Braves, and I've just shot some messages out to people. Oh man, they love him.
Yeah.
Because look, like I said, all right, you need something analytically driven on that swing. Here it is. All right, we've got this. Now let's use just a little bit of that, sprinkle that in. That's fine. We know what it is. All right, now let's put it into practice. And this is a guy who's just been. And again, look, I've talked pretty down about Brant Brown last year. And not because, look, I tried to have a conversation with him. It was kind of difficult because I was just like, dude, let's not reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
You swing a bat, you have your bat here, and you swing. We're not doing anything new. And you've got a dude like Julio Rodriguez who can roll out of bed and just exit velo 120 right center gap. So why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? And so I love this, man. I was so happy when I saw that hiring. I can't tell you.
Yeah.
Huge.
Looking forward to seeing the results and just seeing the impact they have. Meanwhile, there's a surprising entry in our WHYMAN of the Week. We'll unveil that next. It's Wyman and Bob with Ryan Roland Smith, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires PayPal split on auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Why, man? Why?
Lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it.
He's a habitual line stepper.
What were you thinking? What are you doing?
Why are you the way that you are?
It's the Why Man of the Week.
WHYMAN is presented by Mazda of Everett. A reminder, coming up at 4 p.m., our Mariners insider Shannon Drayer will join us on the program, so stay tuned for that. Also, Mean Text coming up at 5:15. So get your text in, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Meanwhile, the ABS challenge system is in, I read an article about 60% of the parks in spring training.
Yep.
And it's kind of interesting to see how teams interact with this and how it's going to be. Apparently, to this point, it's been fairly lighthearted, but we got this one here where an umpire jokingly calls out a batter for challenging his call. So it's here you go.
Good breaking ball, just misses. Brett Sullivan get a challenge.
Ball call.
Brett has been expert at the ABS system. Ooh.
The call is surprisingly correct. 3.
Oh, we told you. Mike Malinsky, one of our favorites.
So, umpire having some fun.
That was Mike Malinsky?
I guess,
He's from Seattle. You guys know that?
No.
Oh, yeah. No, I know Mike really well. That does not surprise me at all.
Did that sound like him? The call is surprisingly
correct. Is that Mike? Right. That doesn't. I'm not saying surprising in regards to how good he is at calling balls and strikes.
Right.
You know, he will tell you he makes mistakes as well. I had him on my show last year. He's from, like I said, he's
what
from
show is that?
The Top Step with Ryan Roland Smith, Root Sports.
That's your
debut's
podcast?
opening night. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys subscribe.
Too bad Wyman's not here. He likes trying to say it with an accent. He's always,
the Top Step. Yeah, he says it like it
He's
sounds kind of like New Zealand. I'm like, what are you doing?
Top Step.
There it is. No, but Mike Malinsky, that doesn't surprise me, man. In being that guy, yeah.
It's surprisingly correct. It is spring, so I don't know if he'd do that in a real.
I found the episode you had with him.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's a really good one. He kind of gives a nice little insight to what umpires go through. I have a ton of respect for those guys. I love the challenge system. The one guy who's been vocal about it doesn't like it, of course, Max Scherzer, because he's a big part of the players' union. So he's just making sure they create a bit of leverage before next CBA. But yeah, what?
So do you feel like most pitchers like it? Because I remember we talked to Cal about it, and he didn't love it. And I think a lot of catchers feel like it takes away from the art of framing a pitch.
I think it's that just happy medium. It's I think it's important. I like the fact, again, I love watching tennis. You go watch a Grand Slam, you're in, the Rod Laver Arena, the Australian Open, and then, or me and Lefko playing pickleball, you'll see the technology. By the way, that's why I got in shape. And by the way, I think I'm getting crushed on the mean text after saying that I've dropped weight. Everyone's talking about my suit button and everything, or whatever. But no, I love it. I think it just adds just an extra element. Absolutely love it. Go for it.
I like it
system.
too. Get it right.
And by the way, the guys who have had the most experience, guys in AAA, pitchers in AAA, you ask any of them, they're like, yeah, absolutely love it. Hitters, pitchers, everyone.
Yeah, and the only people that can challenge are the pitcher, catcher, and hitter.
Yeah, that's
right?
it.
There's no stalling, looking at the dugout.
No.
Take a look at the film. All right, we're gonna. No, it's immediate. So
awesome.
I'll be excited to see it when it makes its way to the major leagues.
Yeah,
because I think it is a necessary element. All right, moving on. WHYMAN number 2 comes courtesy of our guy Mark Schlereth, who is on this show every single week during the football season. What show was this from? Do you know? Lefko,
he was on with Rich Eisen. A couple days ago.
Okay.
I just want Ryan's thoughts on the tush push.
Are you familiar with the tush push?
It's kind of a rugby
in the NFL.
thing.
No.
Where they all 11 guys on the offensive side basically get in the looks like a rugby scrum.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
And they need to gain a yard.
Tush push?
Yeah.
That's what they call it, or the brotherly shove.
So that's known around the. Oh, you'd think they'd come up with a little bit better name than that, but that's all right.
But this is Mark Schlereth explaining why he thinks it's not a good play for the NFL.
I think it should be banned. And I'm an offensive guy, so a lot of people always look at me and go, what are you talking about? You can't do it on the defensive side. If you lined up on the defensive side of the ball with linebackers sitting behind defensive tackles and linebackers shoving defensive tackles through the line of scrimmage, I think that's illegal. You can't do it. So why is it okay for the offensive side of the ball to be able to do that, but the defensive or special team side of the ball can't do it? It's illegal. So if player safety is really the concern and you're putting 2 or 3 guys at the point of attack shoving one guy through, shouldn't that be what's good for the goose is good for the gander? If you can't do it on the defensive side of the ball, why is it allowed on the offensive side of the ball?
Fair question.
Yeah,
offense, they all bunch up, they get low, everybody gets super low and tries to get underneath the opposition and move that ball. You just need to move it a yard generally, sometimes
is
two.
Is it usually pretty successful?
The Eagles do it better and more than anybody, and it feels like it's almost always successful.
Right.
And that becomes the problem is other teams don't know how to stop it. And what he's saying is on the defensive side, you're not allowed to shove the big guys who are on the line. So you're nose to nose, offensive lineman, defensive lineman. On the offense, you can shove those guys. You can shove the whole pile, whereas on defense, you're not allowed to do it. So to me, don't get rid of the play. Just adjust it.
Yeah,
Say,
I agree with that.
Let the defense. You want to let the linebackers run into the back of the defensive line and shove them? They're allowed to.
Yeah, look, there's way more of a rule book in the NFL than there is in baseball. When they start...
There's more unwritten rules in baseball.
Well, yeah, but when they start adjusting the game and structuring in a sense where you can't strategically take advantage of a few things, it starts to get really stale. As I just contradict myself talking about ABS 20 seconds ago, but no, I totally agree with that. One of the best things, obviously, you mentioned the scrum in rugby. It's awesome, man. When they're pushing and you get some of those bigger forward packs, just you have no chance against them. It's fun to watch.
And they're doing it without helmets and shoulder pads and all that. So and he brought up, play. If it is about player safety, I don't think the idea of getting rid of this play has anything to do with player safety because we haven't seen many injuries. I mean, you get hurt on any play in the NFL. You hand the ball off to the running back, he runs into the line, all of a sudden he's laying there holding his knee. It happens every day. It's just part of football, man. So it doesn't seem to produce more injuries than any other play. I think teams just don't know how to stop it. So you got a team like the Packers came out and said, well, I think we need to ban this because the Eagles just kicked their butt with it and they couldn't stop it. So it looks like sour grapes.
Right. No, I'm not big on that. I mean, you have to, obviously counteract it. But yeah, if you can adjust it where if the defense can do it, the tush push, go for it.
You feel really comfortable saying that,
a nice little laugh in there.
You can see it rolls off the tongue when he says that.
I want to see
listen,
how you
won't be
to that.
laughing when we take each other on pickleball. I've got the shot that's going to put you to sleep.
I've been hearing this for 3 years now.
3 years.
3 years.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for
to show your face.
I'm waiting for someone to sponsor it, and then we're good.
All right.
And we need the technology. We need that same.
We need the Hawkeye technology.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We need that.
Have you been working on your game?
Yes, I've called around. I've gone to various pickleball facilities and said, do you have the technology for this kind of level of game? They say, oh, sorry, we don't have that technology. I'm like, okay. When you do, give me a call.
Okay.
I love it. We'll see it one day. We will. Coming up, we're going to catch up with our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, before the first night game of the spring for the Mariners. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob, Ryan, Roland Smith, and this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is heading to Arizona for spring training baseball.
Knowing every night when you go out there that you're going to get a great pitching outing is tremendous.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All next week from 2 to 7.
Back she goes, going and going. Goodbye, baseball. He did it. Julio Rodriguez.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Crafted with precision and timeless elegance, Chris Craft boats are the epitome of sophistication and performance. For cruising, surfing, and pure pleasure, visit the new Chris Craft Northwest showroom on Lake Union during the open house through March 1st.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo, and this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, good news for the Phillies. Bryce Harper returned to the lineup today, 2 days after getting hit on the arm by a pitch. He was hitting second, went 2 for 3 with a strikeout while playing his usual spot at first base against the Boston Red Sox in a 7-5 victory. He had a bruise on his right arm after getting hit by a 92-mile-an-hour pitch a few days earlier, so good news for them. Meanwhile, after striking out on talks with Matthew Stafford, who renegotiated his deal with the L.A. Rams, the Giants have turned their attention to other veteran quarterbacks, including Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is set to become a free agent after the New York Jets announced earlier this month they would be moving on from the quarterback after 2 seasons.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We're going to be sharing a house with this person in a matter of a couple of days, and I know she cannot wait. She's very excited about that prospect. She's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. We're talking about our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, with us. Hello, Shannon.
Get rid of the morning show. No kind of reprieve in between. You guys will be rolling. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Hey, Shannon, who from years past, who's a better house guest, the Brock and Salk show or Wyman and Bob? And for what reasons?
It depends who I'm talking to at any given time.
If she's talking to them, they're the best. If she's talking to us,
I cannot play that game. I do not have favorites. Man. I think maybe some of the more. Nah, I'm not going to say. I think one of the highlights, one of the absolute highlights, was about 10 years ago, maybe, when Kyle was still with the morning show, and we all sat around one night and folded laundry. Which is something nice. I never envisioned doing with my coworkers anywhere. I thought that was hilarious. Definitely have had some fun with the afternoon show, and now we have a new tradition with the grilling with Brock, and he comes over and sets up with the grill, and we don't have to do anything. We sit back and just enjoy a good meal with the morning show and good times, and it's all good, except for the time when Danny locked me out of the condo. That was the low point of all of it.
There's no grilling with Wyman or what?
I feel like he'd probably be pretty good with a grill. We might find out. We'll see.
I think he is. I don't cook. I don't know if Lefko cooks a little bit, I think, right?
I don't trust him.
No. You don't trust Lefko? I wouldn't trust him either.
No.
That's fair.
He's up to no good.
I would eat it before it's done. That's the problem.
I'm definitely one of your cleaner guests. I will say that.
I would imagine.
I can see that.
Sure. Travels with like a whole bag of cleaning supplies.
Ryan, I could see that. Hey, let's talk about what's going on down there. What's to this point? You've been down there for a little bit. So is there anything above all that stands out to you so far, good or bad?
You know, I'm starting to feel, and I'm always afraid to say anything because you don't want it to take a turn, but I guess I'm supposed to say things. I'm starting to feel a lot better about the bullpen. And that was a real concern of mine. I really wanted to see them add to the pen, particularly with the leverage arms. this offseason, and they didn't. But getting down here, seeing the returning guys, of course, you've heard all about what Andres Munoz has done. They do have some arms that they think could help that are in camp that we didn't know. You get down here and then you hear about them and you hear why they're targeted and how they think that that could play out, and it starts to make sense. And then we saw something today, and just I think, I have some real optimism for what is coming from the injured, the rehabbers who are getting closer and closer. You've heard quite a bit about Matt Brash, and his timeline just has seemed crazy, but he's met every mark. And today, another one. They let him bump up his velocity and throwing his bullpen today. And, it was like, started out throwing in the 80s, low 80s, and then, okay, we're going to take it up to 86 to 88. And, okay, we're going to hang out at 88. We're going to let you pitch to 90, and then today they kind of flirted with, well, we'll let you go to 92. We saw some 93s today. Andy's throwing the breaking ball. Jackson Coar, who I think would be like a second half of the season, he had the Tommy John surgery in spring training last year, was throwing next to him. He's supposed to be a month behind where Brash is. He's looking really good. They just signed Trevor Gott. He's coming off of surgery. He was throwing 90s off the mound, and everything looked very much in control. And just, I think that, you don't have to count on the latter two. You really want Brash back, no question about that. But you take a look at those two. We haven't seen Troy Taylor yet. Everybody else has looked good. I feel a lot better about the bullpen right now than I did coming in.
All right. I'm with you, Shannon. I feel like we always seem to be on the same page in regards to concerns and who fills those spots. But what about one name, unless I just missed it, but Gregory Santos, where are we at with him? And with him, is his role out the gates the minute he's good to go with being with this team? I mean, is he going to have that back-end role right out of the gates?
I think we're going to have to wait and see. He is coming up a little, he had the injury at the end of last year, but then it's something we talked a little bit about during the year when he first came over, and then it was something that they really went to town on once the season ended. He didn't have much of a routine, and they basically stripped down everything he was doing in the off season so that, there's a lot more purpose to what he does and to his work. And he physically looks good out there. You've seen the bullpens and you've seen the stuff in that. The one outing that he has had in a game that I saw was not great, but it was the first outing, so it's early and not great in terms of command. And we did see that from him a little bit in the few outings that we did see. So I think what you have with him is I think you have, definitely very live arm, very good stuff. I think very young in where he is in the big leagues. So I don't know that they would immediately put him into that role. And I think that when you take a look at what you saw in those that did step up at the end of last year, and what Colin Snyder was able to accomplish, and then one that I'm really, really optimistic about is Gabe Spire. I don't think they have to put him into that role right away. But so if you're able to ease him in, and if he does come along, and if the others are looking like they're going to, that Spire will have the bounce back, that Snyder will continue what he did last year, all of a sudden you're putting some really good pieces together with Matt Brash, hopefully not too far off. Now, again, when Brash gets there, you're not going to be able to pitch him every day, but I would, you're obviously going to have that arm available, and as the season goes on, he will get to a situation where you are able to use him, like you do use a regular leverage reliever. So I think that you don't necessarily have to do that with Santos. I think what he does is going to kind of lead his path.
Shannon, of the young guys we always hear about, with Cole Emerson and Cole Young and Ben Williamson and even Michael Arroyo, who do you think realistically we may see this season?
Well, Cole Young is, I think, the obvious one. He's kind of in the conversation. He's been out. He's had some arm soreness. My feeling with him all along has been, unless something drastic happened, they would at a minimum give him some time in the minors just to get going, get the bat going, and feel good about everything in games. So we haven't seen a ton of him in games, and I don't see him tearing down the door right now. Could see something at the end of spring training, but he does factor to be the first. I think you want to see Cole Emerson, but man, he is still really young. I think you're probably, a solid year away from that. Williamson, that that would be a real, you'd really be pushing it and rushing him if he were to come up early. I don't think I want to see that in him if he were to come up early. I don't think I want to see that. I think I want to see him continue to develop. And then Arroyo is pretty far off right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Of those 4 names I listed, 3 of them are listed as shortstops. I know they've got, second base in mind at some point for some, but technically shortstops, and they're not the only ones in the organization. So where do you think this season lies for J.P. Crawford? Because Ryan and I were talking about this, saying, he's the only guy that was really kind of written in pen in this infield. Everything else was sort of up for grabs in platoon, but you know who your shortstop is. Well, if J.P. puts up a year that's similar to last year, I mean, there's a lot of young bats coming up, and they all play shortstop, and I really feel like this is kind of a make-or-break year for JP. Is that overstating it?
Well, I think that if you have a shortstop that is ready next year, it's probably time for that to happen. That doesn't mean that means no J.P. Crawford. I mean, he could be over on second. Maybe he moves over to third base at some point. So I don't think it immediately slams the door. But I think that it is, incredibly important that he has a good bounce-back season this year. Last year was very tough for him, and if he does have a big bounce-back season this year, and particularly with the bat, perhaps that makes things a little bit more difficult, or perhaps that makes things a little bit easier in that you don't have to force anybody. Again, I think Colt Emerson is probably who you're looking at shortstop, and again, he is so young that I think that it's not out of the question. I don't think you want it to take too long, but maybe it does take a little bit longer because you do have a J.P. Crawford still on the roster who is still producing. I mean, let's be realistic about Emerson. He's going to play his 19-year-old season this year. He's got like 1.5 seasons, the short season and the regular season. I think he's got under 100 games in the minor leagues right now, and he's a high schooler. He didn't have the benefit of college. So maybe some of the, kind of people just assuming that next year would be it for him, even though there's a lot of talk that he could find himself top 5, on the prospect list. If JP is able to be JP out there, that gives you more time to not rush a Colt Emerson, and you shouldn't rush, that kind of player.
Shannon, just real quick on Cole Young. With him, you're talking about him being the first one to come up. Would you, or does the organization, are they spoken about projecting him? Because he kind of split time between second base and shortstop at AA. Do they project him and look at him and say, yeah, he's a shortstop option? Or is there the option to maybe, is his arm strength strong enough to push him over to third base? Or do they project him and say, hey, he can play capable second base?
I think they've been looking more at him at second base if it is not shortstop. So it's, I think, third base is where you don't have as many options. That Cole Young, I think second, they project him as that would be a strong position for him.
Speaking of third, what have you been able to see out of Polanco to this point in terms of, we were talking about him earlier, and he played second. I know you need a little more range there, and he ended up with an injury. He's not a guy that's known for his arm strength even at second. Third is a much longer throw. Just defensively, what do you think a realistic expectation is for this guy?
Well, you hope to see him get going full force pretty soon here. I've seen him just start the wall work a couple of days ago with Perry Hill, and that's important because the angles are going to be different for him at third base. I've seen him do the infield, the early infield that you see before batting practice each day, and he's making the throw just fine. I'm not as concerned about that. There are things that you can do to make up for the strength on that, and he seems to be able to do that. I think the challenge for him is going to be, that ball right in front of him that he is running in on, and I think that's going to take the adjustment with him, and it's also going to take a little bit of time just because you're going to see everything different. You're on a different side of the diamond at that point, and I know Perry Hill feels pretty good about if he's got, a few weeks to work with him, it should be fine. But we're getting to the point where, you want to see that in the next week, where he is able to do everything fully.
Shannon, I really want to check in and see if you've had a conversation with Mitch Garver. And the reason I'm asking that is because, I watched this guy in 2023, watched him in the playoffs. He was, really peaking when it came to where he was in his career, signed the deal with the Mariners, and he said a couple times that it's been the worst, couple months of his life because of obviously what he's done on the field. Is he, if you've had a chance to chat with him, what are some, first of all, changes he's made in the offseason, and is he in a better state of mind in spring training right now than what he was midway through last year?
I think he is. I think that there was a lot going on last year, and as far as changes that he has made, the biggest thing for him, he said, was to get stronger. And he's just hit that 30 mark, and all of a sudden, you don't really believe it's going to happen to you, and it does. And you have to work out differently, and you have to get stronger. And he said he talked to a lot of people about that in the offseason, some current teammates like Mitch Haniger, some former teammates, and came up with a better plan. He looks like he's probably put on a little bit more muscle. Then you've got all of the adjustments that he made last year. And if you think about it, he'd been a catcher, primarily a catcher for most of his career. And coming into camp last year, he was supposed to just be the DH. And despite that, he was of a catcher mindset, and he still did a lot of the catcher things. And lo and behold, he was needed to catch. But to know that he is going to have a role as a catcher and to get to prepare as a catcher, I think mentally that helps things for him. And I think that also gives him one of the things that he talked about was it's when you're not going good, your confidence obviously takes a little bit of a hit. And I think that obviously was part of the, what he was going through last year. But when you are able to contribute and you are able to help out those pitchers, that's a little bit more of a boost there too. So I think right before the season, or right before spring training last year, he and his wife had their second child. They moved to Seattle. Everything was different there. Everything was, different clubhouse, different place for the family. All of those things pile up, and I think it kind of snowballed on him. Plus, turning 30, kind of finding out that maybe I wasn't in the right shape or I needed to be stronger, and just not getting off to any kind of a good start. So I think that he is in a much better place where at least you have knocked out all the new. At least he has been able to train the way that he now feels that he needs to and feels confident in what he has done, and also a little bit more solidified in his role. It's not as big as a role. He came in and was going to be a full-time DH. Now he is in the DH mix, but he is that number 2 catcher. He is going to get to work with the pitchers, and so I think that things are a little bit better defined for him, and he'll have the opportunity. There are a handful of players that DH spot is going to be open for, and they will go with the hot hand, so he is in that mix.
Hey, the other thing we were talking about today is Mitch Haniger and just sort of his role on this team. How do you see that playing out? Because is he going to be the guy that rotates when Victor needs a day off in right field, and he'll platoon at DH? Or I'm just trying to figure out where he fits in the grand scheme of things.
I think he fits in that group that I was just talking about with Garver. I think the most opportunities he is going to get is going to be at DH. I don't know that we'll see him out in the outfield a ton. You can put him out there, but he's not going to be one of your top choices. Obviously, the top 3 are fixed. It'll be interesting to see, is Raley exclusively going to be at first base? Will they use him in the outfield if they needed one over the other? Who's the backup at first base? If they can put Raley out in the outfield over Haniger at this point, Raley is probably better out in right field. So, it's a tough one. But if Mitch is hitting, and he does look in good shape, can hit a home run in his first game in spring training, as he always does. But he seems to be in a good place, mind-wise, health-wise, in a good place. And he was basically probably one of their 2-3 best hitters the first month of the season last year. And when they were struggling, he was not. I think one of the big problems that we saw with that is he played a lot. Those first 60 games, and that was really never the plan for him, and they kind of had to because of 4-2-5.
When we talk to Shannon, we'll find out. When we talk to Shannon, we'll find out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for 4-2-5, you just don't hear his name in a lot of the conversations, and so he's in a tough spot. You don't have a lot of, you don't really have any flexibility with the outfield right now. It's those spots are spoken for, and the bench spots, I think they are leaning more towards infield because you're probably going to need help at second and third and possibly at first too. They want to keep that flexibility. All that said is you don't have a lot of full-time outfielders who are major league ready. So I would imagine that his role would probably be first up should something happen if you need an outfielder from Tacoma, or put on a good showing down here and somebody sees you and you are with another club and something happens along those lines. So not the best spot to be in right now, but from what I've seen, he's done some good work with the bat. He looks like Dom Canzone. He came in good shape, but he's got a tough road as far as opening day goes.
What's the feeling about Ryan Bliss? He was one of the names in that platoon situation at second base with Dylan Moore and maybe Leo Rivas or whoever else. But what are you seeing from him, and what do you think a realistic expectation is for him?
Well, I think that we're still learning about what he is at the major league level. And, he's like a handful of players. He, Rivas, Locklear, they got a taste of the big leagues, but not a lot. And you do need more than I think all the looks that all of them got to really kind of settle into what you are. He is a worker, an observer, a smart worker, and a smart observer. And I think that he is somebody that just continues to develop no matter where he is. We have seen him. They put him over on third base. They're working him there a little bit, which is a little bit of a stretch for him, but that has looked fine. He's gotten some starts at second base, some steal a base, and I think, the biggest thing for him is what can he do at the plate, and he's had to go to work on that a little bit more. He kind of struggled against, of all things, the fastball last year when he was up at the big league level, and you got to be able to hit that there, and he's aware of that. So, haven't seen him a ton in games, but he is still on the field with the ones, and when they run the infield each day, which is a good sign. He's mostly over at second base, but they, did get him some work at third base, which is huge because you need that flexibility. I think if things were to play out right now, and if Mitch Haniger is going to be on the roster, you're looking at 2 spots on the bench. And I think at that point, you're probably looking Bliss and Rivas. You need Rivas if you're going to plant Dylan Moore at second base because Rivas is your backup shortstop. You can also play some third base, too. If they decide that they want to get creative or throw somebody else into the DH mix, that could eliminate one of those players. And so I think probably, you want to be atop that 1-2 that is available right now on the bench, because there could be a late surprise and that could knock you out. But I do think that he continues to make strides. He works very well with the big league staff, and it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Shannon, as always, good stuff. We appreciate it, and we will see you in a couple of days.
Looking forward to it, guys.
There you go. There's our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, joining us live from Peoria, Arizona. Shannon's coverage from Mariners spring training is presented by Pacific Lamp and Supply. I know she can't wait for us to get there.
Yeah, I put her on the spot, didn't I, when I said who's the best house guest?
Depends on who she's talking to.
She should have said you guys.
Yeah, and then when the morning show asked that question, she would say them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but, Brock did gain favor by coming over and grilling up whatever they grilled up there.
Is he good on the is he good on the Barbie, is he?
I don't know. I've never had any of his
interesting.
Never tried any of his work. Have you, Lefko?
Have I what? Sorry.
Had any of Brock's culinary skills sampled?
I've
any
had
of his...
that pleasure.
Can you grill?
He brags about it. I don't think I could grill as much as Brock brags about grilling. So I could grill for myself. No, honestly, that does take a lot of pressure. I would not trust myself to grill for 6 or 7 people.
I bet Wyman could do it. I think he grills on a regular basis at home. So he'd be our ringer. I can't cook. I'm a sandwich guy.
Really?
I'm a sandwich guy.
Really?
Yeah, I can make eggs.
I feel like, again, you're in good shape. You look after yourself. I thought for sure you'd be cooking up
turkey sandwiches, eggs, stuff like
Surprised.
that. Yeah.
Plus, you're a bit of a clean freak. I thought,
there's that too.
Particular about what you put in
people
your
touching
body.
my food.
You have to cook it. Yeah.
All right, coming up, this is the year we could see a shakeup in the AL West. We'll tell you what that's all about. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob, Ryan Roland Smith in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
When a team tells you over and over and over and over, whether it's John Schneider saying, he's our guy, or it's Mike McDonald saying, we like Gino. Don't know why it's such a big discussion. When a team is basically screaming at you, we're going to extend this guy. We really want to keep him. I think at that point, you just need to accept, okay, what's the real conversation we need to have about Gino then? Because it's not going to be whether or not he's here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
This is the guy, and I've been trying to prep y'all for this, but for some reason,
People
y'all don't want to listen to me.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo! Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Taking a look at the AL West this year, how do you see it shaking out? Is it still the Astros are the team to beat, and maybe the Rangers are going to rebound from all the injuries they had last year, and they're going to be there, and the Mariners are.
It's going to be tough.
Next,
it's going to be tough. Everyone projects them 85 to 87 wins. Those three teams, I don't see that. I think the Rangers are going to bounce back. There's no way offensively they can repeat what they did last year with that lineup. No way.
They had a lot of injuries.
They did, and a lot of down years offensively. It was weird. But like everything, like the last couple of years, I think Nathan Eovaldi, there's some health issues there. Bullpen's been completely flipped from the Rangers. I see them being a way bigger factor. And then the Astros are the Astros. Everyone says, well, they've lost Bregman, they've lost Kyle Tucker. I get it, two big time names, but they also just got Christian Walker back. And they've also got prospects that.
Did they get Paredes? Isak Paredes?
Yes, they did. Isak Paredes, yep.
And they have our guy Taylor Trammell, and I think Ben Gamel.
Uh-oh.
Are Astros now.
Two good dudes, man.
Two guys you really rooted for and you liked, and now they're wearing that uniform.
That's right. I saw it. Yeah, Taylor. I saw Taylor wearing the Astros gear. I was like, hold on, I didn't see that.
That's not right.
Yeah.
Nobody should have to do that.
Are they still? Do they still rub you the wrong way with?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Yeah. A lot of it is about their fan base. It's awful.
The fan base, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. All of the faces that were a part of what went on are slowly leaving. And Altuve is kind of the last man standing.
But he's such a good dude, man. Like, in regards to everything you hear about him, willing to make a position change. He's going to be playing
in left field.
Yeah. He just seems like such a team guy. You know what I mean? Like everything I hear. And a good buddy of mine is their bullpen coach. I keep asking him, hey, man, give me something else on Altuve. Guys.
Give me a reason to hate him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But, it's, man, everyone talks, I get the AL East. I totally understand. But, dude, the AL West, I'm telling you, the Rangers and the Astros, it's tough to look at that and say 86, 87 wins. Everyone? No. I see them being a little bit more.
Well, Jason Stark was on with Bump and Stacy, and he was talking about this being the year, in his opinion, where the Astros could be had.
This is the year we find out. This is such a different group. I think the manager is really good. I do think Christian Walker was a great signing, but I do think there's an opportunity now for the Mariners, for the Rangers especially, for Sacramento to a lesser degree. The Angels are terrible, but I do think the division is more wide open than it's been really a long time.
Sacramento, that just sounds weird.
Yeah, it does. Big time.
I'm not going to be able to call them. I'm going to say Oakland 1,000 times before it sinks in. And then once we get used to Sacramento, they're going to be in Vegas.
Yeah, it's rough for sure hearing that. I said that a couple of years ago. I remember they went out and shelled out money for, they brought over Zach Greinke, Verlander, and they were kind of tied up, handcuffed a little bit in regards to spending money. And then all of a sudden, some of the younger players started to get more expensive. And I was looking at that going, okay, this is the beginning of the end with this Astros domination. I said it again last year, again, when they had the new manager. And I'm like, he cannot control this clubhouse the way Dusty Baker controlled it after all the controversy. There's just too many things. He mentioned Christian Walker, right? So he is not Kyle Tucker. I understand that. But you kind of replace that. You lost Kyle Tucker. All right, Christian Walker, pretty good replacement. And then I can see Mauricio Dubon taking a step up as well. I can see, Yana Diaz making big strides this year. There's guys that are not on the forefront in regards to the face of that franchise that I think they're going to step up and just replace some of the missing parts.
Isak Paredes is only, 25, 26 years old? And
he's a
star in the making.
When the trade deadline happened last year, remember there was so much talk about him, not just with the Mariners.
I was hoping he'd end up here.
Yeah, but
went to Chicago.
It was so competitive with him because he is very good. I think the one thing, looking at the Astros, I'm trying to find some weak links. You got Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, second half. He started to figure things out. Ronel Blanco, again, I'm not 100% convinced on him having the 6 months like he did last year. So there is, and beyond that, Spencer Arringhetti, another starting pitcher. Beyond those three, there is some holes for sure. Lance McCullers, there's health issues there. He's not going to be ready to go. Christian Javier, all of a sudden, just who knows what happened with him last year. And the same JP France just lost his confidence. I feel like they don't have the same depth starting pitching. But, man, everyone keeps looking for reasons for them not to be at the top of the AL West. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's kind of like
and the Rangers.
It's kind of like in football when the Patriots were on their run and the Chiefs on their run. It's like I just keep picking them until they give you a reason not to.
Right.
Every time I pick against them, I get burned. This is the year the Patriots finally get old. They're not going to do it this year, and then they would do it. Astros are kind of in that same category of just, Mariners had an 11-game lead at one point last year. You thought this was the year. This is where they take them down, and what happens? Yeah. So I thought Lefko asked an interesting question here. Where would you rank the Mariners amongst the AL West in these categories? Lineup, AL West, how do they rank?
Well, I'd say 2 or 3.
Okay. I'd probably put them 3. I'd probably put both the Astros and the Rangers ahead of them.
Yeah, and again, me too. However, I want to be optimistic about this team. I really do. And I'm not just saying that because we're obviously in the Northwest. I get that. I just think that there is, I've said this 1,000 times, I just feel like Julio is going to have a type of September production more drawn out. I feel like Victor Robles has found something. I feel like Mitch Garver, there's no way he can repeat what he did last year. So I'm looking at that saying, you know what, that can put you up a little bit in the rankings.
You're right.
I feel like the Rangers don't have the same bullpen. They're going to have injury issues. But offensively, they're going to be tough.
So lineup, you'd put them second or third.
Hey, by the way, the Athletics, hey,
you got Brent Rooker. You got you got some young talent. They actually spent some money on that team.
Yeah, I have had that.
They got who was it? Butler,
Luis Severino. They went and paid Luis Severino in their rotation. I'm looking at that going, oh, hold on a minute. Are they willing to start spending here? Are they willing to start adjusting their philosophy, especially at the trade deadline when that comes up as well?
Yeah, Lawrence Butler.
Nice player.
Stud. Nice young player, only 24 years old. All right. So you've got him second, third. I've got him third in terms of their lineup.
I agree with you third, but I just want to be a little bit more.
Well, this is entering the season. We'll see. If all of these guys start playing better than they did last year, certainly that changes. But just going into the season, that's where I'd put him third. Now, I don't even – Lefko, you wasted your time. Why would you even put starting rotation on there?
There are 3 categories. Figure you got to get it on tape. Hear what they think.
The Mariners have the best rotation in baseball.
Yeah.
And that would hold true for the AL West. Bullpen. Where would you rank them?
I'm putting it, Shannon. I'm glad we got to cover the bullpen with Shannon. Gregory Santos and Matt Brash.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I struggle with. Matt Brash, I get it. He's coming off TJ. I don't quite know when he's ready to get back. We unless Shannon mentioned that, I wasn't listening.
Supposed to be they're hoping by the end of April.
Okay. You just don't want to push that. The reason you don't want to push that is A, he's coming off TJ, and B, you remember a couple of years ago they started to push him a little bit more, and all of a sudden there was some tendencies there where he's going inning plus, being that kind of that. And then with Gregory Santos, again,
no clue what to expect.
What do we expect?
You got Munoz, you got Brash hopefully by the end of April, and then hopefully Spire bounces back, and yeah.
And let's not forget too the Astros bullpen. They had a terrible month of April, and then guess what? Next thing I know, they've lost Presley. I'm trying to think who else they lost, but then beyond that, they were literally the best bullpen in baseball. So I would put the Mariners. I'd put the Mariners number 2.
Okay.
You got Hader, Brian Abreu, Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott had a breakout year.
Yeah.
South African. He, 3 of those guys. Yeah, I mean, I'd put him number 2. I have to.
All right, there you go. Hey, in partnership with Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the 2nd annual free youth heart screening event at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton on Saturday, March 8th. This is a public event providing screenings for youth ages 12 through 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge and care they need. Detecting heart conditions early is key, and a simple heart screening could save a life. So don't wait. Spots are limited. You can register today at vmfh.org. Again, vmfh.org/Seahawks. All right, what can we expect from the Mariners' top prospect this year? We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, Ryan Roland Smith in. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports is heading to Arizona for spring training baseball.
Knowing every night when you go out there that you're going to get a great pitching outing is tremendous.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All next week from 2 to 7.
Back she goes, going and going. Goodbye, baseball. He did it.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes!
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Crafted with precision and timeless elegance, Chris Craft boats are the epitome of sophistication and performance. Each is a masterpiece designed with superior craftsmanship, exquisite materials. No matter your pleasure, cruising, surfing, or performance from 24 to 35 feet, it's at Chris Craft Northwest. Look at the rest and experience art in motion. Chris Craft Northwest. See the difference at the new Chris Craft Northwest showroom on Lake Union during the open house through March 1st. Visit chriscraftnw.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now at accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Well, I was curious to get Ryan's thoughts on this because, Ryan, yesterday we talked to Randy Sullivan, who's Logan Gilbert's pitching coach, and he always has some good insight, kind of scientific in his breakdowns, but good insight nonetheless. So here he is explaining what Logan worked on with the lower part of his body this offseason.
He has worked hard on refining his stability on his lead leg. He sometimes tends to kind of find himself spinning off the mound and loses a little bit of command that way, and he worked real hard on learning to control stopping his pelvis from spinning so he can get even more extension than he already has and be a little more consistent in the zone and get rid of those sort of every once in a while, oh my goodness, what happened on that pitch kind of pitches, you know. He's just relentless on it. He just never, ever, ever stops working and never is satisfied with where he is.
What do you think?
It's great. What are you asking me here? And by the way,
is that something different? Is that something hard for pitchers to do?
Like lead leg blocking and stability. Cool. Like for example, you remember Tim Lincecum? One thing with Tim Lincecum, you know, he was way smaller, completely polar opposite to Logan Gilbert in regards to where they're built. The problem was with Tim Lincecum, he had no lead leg stability at all, and so that he'd spin out all the time and spit out. He was really inconsistent with its timing and everything else. I know Logan Gilbert, talking to him, he likes to nerd out on some of the intricacies and just get so hyper focused on some of those little things. I mean, I was the same way. I used to get just obsessed with something. Like you'd see something on video and you watch it over and over. You're like, oh man, and you just get so hyper focused on it. But I mean, look, I love that stuff. But you know, with Logan, you know, he's so big, and we talked earlier about how mechanically sound and how well he can repeat. I'm looking at that and thinking, like, anything you give him, it's going to be minuscule. It's going to be a small adjustment. But it could make a ton of difference, especially when you start getting fatigued and tired a couple months, especially lead leg blocking and lead leg stability for sure. Mike, if you're this is why I was like, yeah, if you're asking me to explain that, I can totally explain it, but I don't want to geek out on the radio. That's the problem.
I just like your initial response to that.
Yeah, I like a guy who's never short on words answering with, yeah, it's great.
That's great.
That's it. Great.
Sweeping the dial.
You guys mentioned Cole Emerson with Shannon. He was interviewed by Brock and Salk yesterday, and they asked him if he was determined to stick at shortstop or if he's willing to move to another position.
You know, if I'm on the starting lineup playing right field for the Mariners, I don't care. If I'm wherever, you know what I mean? Like, you can put me at DH. It doesn't matter. If I'm playing and I'm helping the team achieve a world championship, I couldn't care less. I'm just going out there and playing. I love baseball, and I want to play at the highest level. So if I get the chance to do that, I'm going to do it.
That's like a young Ryan Rowland-Smith who said, "Yeah, I'm a pitcher, but you want me to start? You want me to be in the bullpen? You want me to play third? You want me to catch?
Because
I'll do it."
Because I didn't have a choice, man. Like I was flexible in the sense that I want to get to the big leagues.
Yeah.
If I'm no, listen, young man, it's noble. And I know you're in big league camp and you're watching these guys and what they get to do and lifestyle. You watch them on TV and you're like, oh, I just want to get there. No. Don't ever give up that prime position. He'll never say that on the radio, but I guarantee you if he has good people in his corner, they'll say, no. You are a shortstop. This is where you're going to play until you are forced. And what I mean by that is because performance down the track to switch positions or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And let's use Rafael Devers, for example. Everyone's criticizing him. It's like, no. That's Rafael Devers. He's a stud. Talking about third base.
You like that response?
Are you kidding me? I love it. And you know what? If I'm a front office, I would love that too, 100%.
They just signed Bregman, who's a better third baseman.
I get that. But the thing, unless he's over there with the wrong glove on, right, he is still very capable of third base. And I'm telling you, when that is your spot, that's your position, and you put up offensive numbers that he does, I'm telling you, you say, all right, Rafael Devers, you are this level that, you know what, you can have that response. You want that from young players too. A little bit of that, more of that, you know, call it whatever, stubbornness, whatever you want. I get it, though. He's in big league camp. He's like, I'll play wherever. I just want to be there.
He just wants to be a big leaguer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
So Julio had a pretty interesting answer this morning. They asked him how he deals with kind of fame and stardom, where every interaction, it seems like someone wants something from him.
I feel like just being myself. I feel like that's kind of the biggest takeaway I have from all that, because by doing that, I choose the battles I want to fight, you know, in a way. Like, I choose the things I want to do, the things that doesn't align with the timing or that they do, you know. Like right now, we're doing this interview because, you know, if it's a good time, we can talk about this, you know. We can sit down and talk. If
we ask you tomorrow, you're going to say no.
You know, that's what I'm saying. If it's a time that if something I don't have time, you know, I feel a lot more comfortable doing those things because I understand better my priorities, and that's something that it feels good.
That's good that he's able to say no and he's able to prioritize. What do you think's the biggest reason he's been inconsistent? I know we keep saying he's young. What do you think it is? Is it him trying too hard? He's gripping the bat. He's up there swinging out of his shoes. He's falling into the other batter box. I mean, is he just trying too hard to be the superstar he's propped up as being?
I think there's an element of that. I think, too, when you have that much attention on you, which, by the way, other young players, and I can go down the list, at his age and that point of his career, didn't have the same spotlight as he did. Especially when you're with a team like the Mariners. Like, for example, if he was with, let's say he came up and he spent the first couple of seasons with the Dodgers, and you've got a Mookie Betts there, and you've got Freddie Freeman, you can slide away from that spotlight a little bit. The scouting report changes. There is a hyper focus. I've used that word a couple times now in this segment.
Yeah, it's good.
On him in that Mariners lineup, especially around the time when he was in that home run derby, and there's so much emphasis because there has to be, right? And guys started to figure out little, holes in his swing and his approach. And I think that with him trying to do a little bit too much and over-processing doesn't work for him. I talked about that with the approach from the hitting coach last year, Brant Brown, trying to over-process, reinvent the wheel. You're a good athlete, and just go and be an athlete. Easier said than done. I don't know what that's like, to be honest. But look, there's nothing more refreshing too. And with Julio, the one thing with him, if you remember when he first came up, uber talented, and just he was so aware of what he had been given. You know what I mean?
Right.
When he had that press conference, when he signed that extension, I was like, man, this is refreshing. Please don't lose that.
Yeah.
I get it. Prioritize, and you can say no, it's important, but don't ever lose that. Even when you start putting up 45 home runs a season.
Yeah.
Don't ever lose that, because it's awesome when you see that.
All right, coming up, what are Ryan's expectations for the rotation this season? We'll get to that. Plus, last chance to get your mean texts in, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. All of that coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Dan Wilson, the skipper of this group, with us right now.
It's a really strong group. I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to start this season with them and continue it through, because it's a really fun group, and it's a group that's been together for a while, and I think that's a huge benefit. There's not a lot of, down here in spring training, there's not a lot of, hey, nice to meet you, how's your family? Like, these guys know each other. We're starting from a different base, and we're going to get started on a good foot.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires pre-post bill and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Tough news for the Philadelphia 76ers as they announced today that their star Joel Embiid will miss the remainder of the regular season as he and the team continue to look for a long-term solution for the troublesome left knee that has plagued this season. He had increased swelling in that knee following a loss to the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday night, underwent a new round of imaging, and they determined that the best plan was to shut him down for the rest of the season and come up with a plan. Meanwhile, the Rams and Matthew Stafford have agreed to a restructured contract that keeps the quarterback in L.A. The team made that announcement today. No word on the particulars financially speaking, but they eliminate his opportunity to go to the Raiders, the Giants, a couple of teams that he had spoken with. He'll be back with the Rams.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes, we got mean texts coming your way. So get ready for those. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Before that, we've been talking, obviously, a lot of baseball. Ryan Rowland-Smith in today. And this rotation is one that, Seattle fans are proud of. Best rotation in baseball. It's always great to get the national voices on here talking about the rotation. They all agree. And, on the heels of those comments that we played earlier from Logan Gilbert and Cal Raleigh saying, yeah, I'd sign an extension. Do you think the Mariners financially would commit to that? Would they lock up those three guys? And I'll throw Kirby in there as well. Because all three of those guys, I was looking at their status, and they'll all be free agents if they go through all their arbitration. They'll all be 31 years old. They'll all when they hit that point.
Right.
Kirby's a year younger than both Cal and Logan, who he's 27. They're both 28. But by the time they all reach free agency, they'll be 31.
Well, I think that, we talked about the advantage. You heard JP Morosi talking about the money you save as a team. But when you're looking at Logan Gilbert and Cal Raleigh coming off the years they did, you're kind of paying when they're essentially at their high point. Gold Glove catcher behind, literally platinum glove, excuse me.
Yeah.
Behind the dish, 30-plus home runs, hitting better from the right side, controlling a pitching staff, completely established. The whole bit with Cal Raleigh, man, you kind of, if you tried to do it a year ago, man, team-friendly deal all the way. And if he said yes to it, even though obviously I'm sure they had conversations. I don't know if they had conversations a year ago. And same with Logan Gilbert, coming off an all-star year, 200-plus innings, which is so rare.
Well, only 2 people did it last year, and he was one of them.
Unbelievable. And that's, that definitely warrants long-term because of the health and everything else. So I look at that and say it's still going to be expensive. And for this team that I know they didn't spend any money in the offseason, but, on the onset of the off-season, Jerry DePoto said, well, we have some flexibility here financially. Does that mean, all right, now you're going to invest in the players you already have? These conversations have been going on the last couple of months. But I will say this, and we talked about this early in the show. When Brock and Salk asked Logan Gilbert, hey, what about an extension? He's like, well, it's got to make a lot of sense. Like straight away, he's obviously thought about it, obviously had the conversation about it. And he said 2 things which are interesting. He says, has to be the right situation. Took him 10 seconds to say that. And you also mentioned the fact that, it's good to see, what your market value is.
Mm-hmm.
So I guarantee he watches other pitchers. I guarantee he communicates with other pitchers who wait until free agency, which would have a big influence on him as well.
So give me just what's the reality of the 4 young guys in the rotation? And I know they're on different timelines, but just overall, 4 young guys in the rotation and Cal being re-signed. How many of those? So that's 5 players. 5 are young. And
like right now, if you want to do it all together?
Yeah, just like the likelihood that because we keep talking about they've got to take advantage of this window that they've got right now. You've got this rotation intact. By baseball standards, it's very cheap. The only guy making money, true money, baseball money in that rotation is Luis Castillo at this point.
Which is still a team-friendly deal, by the way.
Yeah,
that extension
exactly.
was great for the Mariners.
Yeah. So you've got 4 guys who, by baseball standards, are really cheap, and they're the best in the business. You got the best rotation in baseball. You've got to capitalize on it while you've got them all together. They're young, they're healthy, and they're cheap. So there's the urgency. But how long will they be able to keep them together? Will they keep them together, or do you feel like, well, they're going to be able to keep 2 of them, or they'll keep 1 of them?
I think a little, like if you were not going to lock them up and feel the sense of urgency, I think they have this window a little longer than what people anticipate when you think about it. You still got Logan Gilbert. Yes, he's going to get expensive, but he's still under team control for another couple of years. George Kirby's a year behind him, so even an extra year. And Bryce Miller and Brian Wu aren't even close to that just yet. So in regards to 4, and Luis Castillo, again,
Well, Cal would be the other one I'd throw in
and
there.
Cal.
Yeah.
So you still, yes, they're going to get more expensive, from an arbitration standpoint, but you still have them under your control.
Right.
And again, all that does is create more and more of a package, because I guarantee you some of these, not saying I want to trade these guys away, don't get me wrong, but if you get to a place where you have the inside track in regards to how you can project, because when you are the team, when you're the front office that has these players and you see them behind the scenes, and again, I'm not speculating, but I've seen it, where like everyone's surprised when someone gets traded. Well, I'm sitting there as a team, I go, I know exactly why they traded him, because they saw there's something, whether it's a physical, mental flaw that they, when you have all that, you're in a good spot. So I think this window is a little longer than what people really anticipate. I know there's that sense of urgency because we want the Mariners to spend money right now, but I think the window is a little longer than we're talking another 2-3 years here.
So
if everyone stays healthy,
is there one of those 4 you feel like is more urgent to lock? Like if they said, Ryan, we'll lock down any of these 4 you want. Which guy?
I would go Logan Gilbert. The reason why, performance, he's gotten better and better every year. He's evolved every year, and the 200 innings. That is more valuable than some of these other things we talk about.
Yeah.
There is nothing that says, and I constantly look, especially on the pitching side, when I analyze these guys, I constantly look for tiny little red flags. What generates fatigue? Where are they fading? And there's been times where, and they've proved me wrong, because 2 starts later, they're right back. Some of these guys in this rotation. With Logan, there's none of that.
Yeah. Of the 2 young guys, Wu and Miller, is there one you've got more confidence in than the other? One's got a higher ceiling than the other.
That's a tough one. That's a real tough one.
Wu's had the injury. He didn't even start till May last year.
Yeah, but you also had Cal getting on him last year. You remember that? Cal pulled him aside and said, hey, listen, enough of this. Now, the way it was said publicly, and I haven't heard anything different, but I can just assume because I've been in the locker room before, pulled him aside, said, hey, we need you.
Yeah.
Every fifth day. Do you remember when Brian Wu was coming back from the injury? He's like, oh, I'm getting a bit stiff in between innings, or I'm skipping this bullpen.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And then, this is why I love
Then
that.
I think
Cal
he had
Raleigh.
a hamstring thing later.
Exactly. And then Cal's like, hey, enough. Every fifth day. You are really good, and we need you every fifth day. And what do you do? I don't know what verbiage was used, but it was pretty powerful, pretty impactful. What do you do? He posted every 5 days. That right there.
He was dominant.
I love that because all of a sudden it's like a slap in the face, not literally.
Yeah.
But it was a teammate, someone who you look up to and you respect, getting on you saying, no. If you can go every 5 days, you change this team. And obviously he responded. And that's what I love about Brian Wu too. He responded to that. There was no like getting your guard up. Boom. He was pitching every fifth day. And then Bryce Miller, talk about evolution, man. The fact that he can just, shape shift into a completely different pitcher, it's insane.
He's got 7 pitches now.
It's unreal. And he's just so, how hard it is to, he was talking about, who was the guy who came along? Mike Bowman.
Bauman.
Bauman, yeah. And
came from the Orioles.
Yeah, I remember last year he was talking about the fact that he's like, oh, yeah, curveball. If you can just take that into a game, he's playing catch at the end of the season a couple of years ago, throwing a bullpen, and Pete Woodworth like, man, that's split. You could throw that tomorrow. We're not going to. When you have that, where you can get a feel for a pitch and put it right into practice, that's special, man. That is a gift. When you have that kind of feel, that's a gift. So it's a tough one with these two, but I love the way Brian responded to Cal Raleigh. And again, we didn't talk about a whole lot because, again, we didn't know what the conversation could have been light. I don't think it was. But I love that, man. Both these guys, I'm excited about seeing what they do this year.
Watching Wu, what stands out to me about him is the ease with which he generates velocity. And it reminds me of Mariano Rivera.
Yeah.
Mariano never looked like he was humping it up there, and he's just like Logan. You can see the limbs are flying, legs flying. You can see when he's really putting something behind it, and he's got such easy velocity.
Right.
And I don't know if that's a mechanic thing. Mechanics, he's just got really refined mechanics.
Smooth.
But it just
timing and sequencing,
it doesn't look like he's putting a ton of effort into generating that sort of velocity.
Oh yeah, man, it's just so smooth. And again, look, the one thing with Brian Wu, 127 innings. If you are going to push him to, we still haven't seen that. If we're going to push him to 170, 180 innings, all right, then we can get a real good gauge. And then we talk about extension. Going back to that topic.
Yeah.
And here's the hard thing: you could look at him and say we could get him cheap right now in an extension. You can't project until he's hitting that 170, 180 mark for multiple reasons. Number one, health. And number two, you talk about that fastball at the top of the strike zone just exploding. If hitters start sort of catching on to some of the patterns, which they're MLB hitters, all right, what does he have left in the tank in regards to, other pitches and what kind of stuff we talking? And he has plus secondary pitches.
Yeah.
But he relies so heavily on that fastball. But again, it's exciting, man, watching these two younger guys going at it too.
Yeah, it just feels like, because we have these conversations like which one's got the higher ceiling, which one's got more, which one do you count on more, which one do you have more confidence in when they take. I feel like I've got almost the same level of confidence in any of them. And that includes Logan and Kirby. If we're just talking about the young guys, I'm just keeping Luis out of this for now, just talking about the young guys, which is a really weird place to be. Like they don't have a 5. They don't have a 4.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think they have a 3. I think these are 1s and 2s. I just think that it is such a unique set of circumstances, and it's the only reason they were sniffing the playoffs the past couple of years is because of that rotation. It's certainly not their offense. So it's special what they've got going.
No, it really is. And the other thing is, look, with Brian Wu, he relies so heavily on that fastball, right? Because of multiple reasons. How smooth he is, the deception, because the way, I don't want to get into approach angle and all that kind of stuff. But his slider is still a plus pitch. So you still have that in the back pocket in regards to, all right, if he starts getting away from that fastball a little bit, that slider is, I think it's like a 130 or so on stuff plus, which again, I don't want to geek out here, but it's really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah. And then you look at the demeanor of Bryce Miller, who just, from the day he got here, he walked around just kind of like he's not bothered by anything. He's just kind of, hey, what's up? He's walking around with the mitt on his head. He just seemed kind of just like, hey, how's it going?
But aware enough, too. He spoke to Brock and Sock, I think it was a couple of days ago or yesterday, and he talked about, he said, I had 2 starts last year, which put him in the back foot, but you learned so much from him. When you hear that from a young player as well, and he has that demeanor, like, the Mariners put out this nice little video. If you haven't seen it, go to Mariners Social, where he's mic'd up. And I'm like, oh, man. Like, it just, first of all, brought back memories of, it reminds me of like a Mark Lowe or one of those guys.
Yeah.
But, just the fact that he has that, he can see when he has a clunker and takes so much from that is huge. Means he's not oblivious. He's aware, he's very aware of, from a mindset point of view. So I love hearing that stuff, man.
Plus, it doesn't seem to linger with him. Like somebody could carry it with him, and it all of a sudden is carrying into their next start, and the pitcher's tight, and I can't do that again. I got to make sure I don't do this. And he's just got a demeanor that I think suits a guy out there who
absolutely
you can count on, who the situation or the moment's not going to get too big for him. All right, you guys want to do mean texts? Are we ready?
I'm not ready for that. Hang on. Let's do it.
The original ones are made out of wood. I think that's what you bought.
It could have been 20. It was a set of 2, actually. And it had the pickle balls with it.
A set of 2 with
So
a
like the
package of
basic
balls.
beginner learn how to play set.
Correct.
Okay.
It was from Big
yeah.
5 down the street. I swear to God.
How much fun would you have seeing him show up? He's breaking that paddle out, his wood paddle that he got two for $20.
No, listen, the best is, I always say this, here when you're watching like the Olympics and they got the 50-meter freestyle, I just wish there was some dude with long hair, hairy legs, no goggles, just, wearing board shorts, just jump in and just completely dominate and destroy the rest of the field. How good would that be? That would be me against him with my $20 racket.
425 text says, Ryan Roland Smith versus Lefko and pickleball. No matter who wins, we lose.
Oh.
I like it.
Would you carry him for a bit? Or would you just go out there and try to smash him, Lefko?
No, I'm going to smash him. He's built this up for 3 years.
Listen,
no mercy. He's coming right after you.
I'm in the best shape of my life, like everyone in spring training.
Yeah.
I just need a new grip on that racket, and I'm good. And I've got the shot. You haven't seen the shot yet.
I'll tell you what, we're getting a lot of texts on this. I just got a personalized text sent to me about this conversation.
Page at seattlesports.com. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Seattle Sports is heading to Arizona for spring training baseball.
Knowing every night when you go out there that you're going to get a great pitching outing is tremendous.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All next week from 2 to 7.
Back she goes, going and going. Goodbye, baseball. He did it. Julio Rodriguez.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Crafted with precision and timeless elegance, Chris Craft boats are the epitome of sophistication and performance. For cruising, surfing, and pure pleasure, visit the new Chris Craft Northwest showroom on Lake Union during the open house through March 1st.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. It's time to play ball.
Swing and a miss and a slider, strike 3.
Mariners Spring Training Baseball is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, T-Mobile, Global Credit Union, and by your local steel dealer.
It's driven well, it's driven deep, and it's driven out of here.
Well, good evening for the first time in the Cactus League this year, and welcome to Mariners Baseball. The Mariners taking on the San Diego Padres tonight. Gary Hill with you alongside Rick Riz. Charlie Furbush here with us once again as we are under the lights for the very first time this spring. And it's also the first time we get to see Brian Wu, which will be very exciting. In fact, we have a parade of pitchers scheduled today that we expect to see out of the Mariners bullpen this season. After Wu, we expect to see Thornton and Spire and Saucedo and Snyder. Also Brandon Garcia, too. So this should be a very fun night of baseball. It's great to have you with us as the Mariners hook up with San Diego. We'll come back. Rick Riz had a chance to catch up with Dan Wilson. We'll have that conversation coming your way right after this on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Yet you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, Dan, our first night game tonight here in Peoria. We're under the lights here in the Cactus League season. The Mariners get ready to take on the San Diego Padres. What did it feel like to get a little extra sleep in this morning, get ready for tonight's game with San Diego?
Yeah, really a nice day. A little bit of a break in the schedule here, a chance to sleep in a little bit. I know guys were anxious about that, and we encouraged them to do so, get some extra sleep. Got a lot of work ahead of us, but I think a chance to switch it up and get a night game under our belt. We have a few of them coming up next week as well, so it is good to get under the lights and start testing that a little bit more. But all in all, I think camp has gone in a good direction, and we're looking to do it again tonight here against San Diego.
What are you most pleased with the way the camp has run over the last 10 games?
Well, I think just kind of all areas that we've looked at and we've touched on. We've given a lot of focus down here, especially with the pitching staff, on helping to prevent the running game from getting out of our control and controlling that running game. And pitchers have really worked on it and brought it into the game, and it's been outstanding to see. And then of course, offensively, the things that we're trying to do: use the middle of the field, put pressure on the defense, and we've been able to execute on that too. So those are two big things. And then you look at getting some of these young players. We talked about it a lot, but an opportunity to play. We've seen a lot of that as well, and they've handled it well. They've taken advantage, and it's been fun to watch.
Who are some of the young players, position players, that have stood out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I risk even mentioning guys individually because they're all good. But I think even going back to yesterday's game, Ben Williamson making a couple of really nice plays at third base defensively, and he has swung the bat well as well, and has run the bases well, and so he's kind of been the whole package. And so Nick Dunn is another one, third baseman, left-handed hitter who's had a pretty good spring here so far. Colt Emerson, who we've talked about a lot, getting a chance to play, made a really nice play up the middle at shortstop yesterday. So again, these guys that have been highly touted, you get a chance to see why, because they're able to do it on this big stage, and it's exciting to see where the future of this organization is going also.
Yeah, very bright once again. Danny, Brian Wu getting his first start of the spring. This kid was absolutely amazing last year, 9-3, a 2.89 ERA, 22 starts after, sitting out the early part of the year, coming back from the previous season. In your mind, what do you see from Brian Wu? What makes him special?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Brian is special because he's got an incredible fastball. I mean, that is his bread and butter. And you look at his mechanics, you look at where he releases the ball, all of it plays so well for that fastball that has that good ride to it. And his mechanics are so smooth. And as a hitter, you kind of get lulled to sleep, and then there's the ball, and it's right on by you. So that's definitely his bread and butter. And then he continues to work on the secondary stuff and making it better. Time and time again, and I know that's been a big area of focus for him, and he'll continue to do so, and I'm excited to see him get out here tonight for the first time this spring. This is kind of the last of the first starts for our staff, get his feet wet. This is a big part of spring, is getting out to that first time, getting it going, and I'm excited for Brian.
Speaking of the first time, a lot of new faces on the veteran side, but Donovan Solano is here, acquired during the offseason. What do you see from Donovan Solano this season? He's going to be at third base today.
Yeah, I think, obviously a veteran player, so he brings a lot off the field as well as on the field. Brings a lot of experience. I know has already connected with a lot of our guys, and especially our younger guys, and they will flock to Donnie. He's got a lot of knowledge and experience in this game that will really help that relationship grow. But looking forward to getting him on the field. Tonight's obviously his first night, like you mentioned, so getting a chance to put a uni on and get into some game action, get some game reps, play him over at first base, and see how it feels for him over there. And I'm just excited to watch his development as he goes through camp, and getting in here a little bit late, but able to get ready now, and has plenty of time to get his game reps.
Well, Danny, looking around, the lights are on here at the Peoria Sports Complex. Good luck tonight against San Diego.
Rick, looking forward to it. Always a pleasure.
Mariners skipper Dan Wilson.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
At Fred Meyer, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
You are listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
The San Diego Padres have taken the field. They are the home team, after all, in this one between the Mariners and the Padres. It's the pregame show brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino, the biggest and best in the Northwest, as we take a look at the starting lineups for the Mariners tonight. Randy Arozarena at the top. He's in left field. Donovan Solano will make his first appearance. He's at third base. Cal Raleigh will DH. He'll bat third. Mitch Haniger will clean up. He is in right field. Roddy Tellez will be the first baseman. Miles Mastroboni after that at second. Nick Raposo will be the catcher. Colt Emerson will play shortstop. And Simon Taylor will be in center field for the Mariners. And Brian Wu will be up on the hill. He'll get his first start. It'll be, as Dan Wilson put it so well, the last first start of spring training for the Mariners before we start cycling through the rotation once again. That's the starting lineup, brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy benefits like 24/7, 365 personal service, no fee accounts. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, strength in members. Gary Hill, Rick Riz, Charlie Furbush, and the thing I'm looking forward to most tonight is not only do we get a chance to see Brian Wu, but we can see a lot of the A bullpen tonight. This should be a fun pitching game for the Mariners tonight.
Yeah, Gary and Charlie, we're starting to see some of the other guys get in there a little bit more often to come in behind Brian Wu, who's going to go maybe 2 innings in this ball game. First time out of the spring. Great to see those guys time and time again. And now they're getting bunched together. You know, some of the big leaguers, they're going to be in that bullpen this year, Charlie, and it's time for them to start to build up their innings.
Exactly. It's great to be here at a night game and under the lights. Everyone's excited. I can feel it. Can you feel it, Rick?
I sure can. And there's a little chill in the air. It's a beautiful night out for baseball. Nice crowd on hand. The Mariners and the Padres under the lights for the first time this spring. Randy Arozarena to lead things off. Braden Nett on the mound, delivers, swinging a line shot, a rocket right up the middle into center field. Randy was ready to go. And on the first pitch from Nett, he hit a laser beam right over the bag at second and into center field. So Braden Nett, N-E-T-T, on the mound for the Padres here in this start. Down in the minor leagues this year, 5-2 with a 3.88 ERA, made 19 starts. Here's Donovan Solano. He's making his Mariners debut. Showed up in camp about 4 or 5 days ago. And he was with San Diego last year. Here's the pitch on the way to Solano for a strike, and the count is 0-1. So we're seeing some new faces now in camp, Charlie and Gary, and this guy is one of them.
It's great to see Solano here. See him in a Mariners uniform. Excited to see what he can do.
Last year with the Padres, he had 286, 8 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Here's a swing and a foul on the first base side, right over the top of the Padres dugout, and the count is 0-2 on Solano. 21st year in professional baseball, 7 teams in the big leagues. Right-handed hitter. Now the set by Nett. Arozarena lead it first. Here's the right-hander's 0-2 pitch on the way to Solano. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and the Mariners have 1 down here in the top of the first inning. By the way, the umpires for tonight's game, Jeremy Riggs is the home plate umpire calling balls and strikes. Nick Lentz is at first. Ryan Blakeney at second. Austin Jones is the umpire at third base. Mariners again wearing their Northwest green jerseys, gray pants, because they are the road team here at home in Peoria when they play the Padres. Here is batting third, Cal Raleigh, the DH tonight, and Cal takes a look at a strike, and the count is 0-1. What a year for Cal last year, guys. 34 home runs, 100 runs batted in. That's always nice when you get to triple digits, driving in runs. Net from the belt, and the 0-1 to Cal. Lone inside with a breaking ball for ball 1, 1-1.
Yeah, Cal, just a staple of this lineup. Really is a presence when you got to face him. You've said it, Rick. 100 RBIs is incredible. So he's doing damage and bringing runs in. So I'd like to see that again this year.
So those numbers are outstanding, of course. 34 home runs, 100 RBIs. Here's a turn and toss over to first base to get Arozarena back to the bag. But the other number that stands out for me for Cal, 6 stolen bases.
Might be a career high. Yeah.
I mean, he picked his spots, and when he ran, he got there. Now the set by Nett, and a swing and a miss by Cal, and the count is now 1-2.
You know, the thing that annoys me the most about that, 6 stolen bases, it should have been 7. He should have been 7 for 7 on the season. He was called out in a game. The Mariners didn't have a challenge because he was actually safe. It was a bad call. They didn't have a challenge. They couldn't challenge it. Otherwise, he would have been 7 for 7.
Here's a swing and a pop-up out of play on the third base side, and the count is still 1-2 on Cal. Yeah,
because that's the next level. You know, it's not just 7 stolen bases. It's 7 perfect.
Yeah.
Like, no one can throw me out.
Yeah, maybe he says he was 7 for 7.
Yeah, he should. He should claim it.
We'll give him credit.
Yeah. He should claim it.
Wish we had that one more challenge for him. We're using the ABS system here at spring training, Here's the pitch, fastball, swing and a miss by Cal. Went after a fastball up top, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Braden Nett. 1 on, 2 outs, just underway, no score, and that'll bring up right fielder Mitch Haniger. So a pitcher, a catcher, and a hitter can challenge on a decision by the umpire, ball strike. And we've seen it quite a bit really in the first, 10 games of the spring. And the umpires have been pretty much right on. Here's the pitch on the way to Mitch. And there's a strike, and the count is 0-1. And Charlie and Gary, it really works well. It's very quickly you get a decision up there on the board whether the umpire was right or wrong.
Very quick. It's happened so fast that you start to appreciate it the more you see it.
Now the set by Nett. And the 0-1 to Haniger. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 0-2.
But the good thing to know is the hitter or pitcher need to challenge within 1 to 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it needs to happen pretty quick. And you got to recognize whether you want to give it a go or not, right?
Got to pick your spot. And if you win a challenge, you keep that challenge. Here's the stretch and the next offer to Haniger. Swing and a foul out of play on the first base side. And the count is still 0-2.
Yeah, I got to say, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the challenge system in tennis. Really kind of shows you that zoned in of where the ball ended up, and it gives you actually in the stadium, how many inches away from the edge of the strike zone it was.
And you're right, it shows you how close the ball was to being in the zone or out of the zone. Next pitch way outside with a breaking ball for ball 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And like you said about the umpires, they've got to give them credit. They've really been on it and know the zone so well. So to see the system in the umpire's favor, it just shows you how hard the job is and how good they do.
Yeah, we're talking about maybe a half inch of being out of the strike zone. Now the next offer to Haniger. Strike 3 call with a breaking ball in the outside corner. Haniger caught looking, so Braden Nett, after giving up a leadoff rocket of a single to center by Rosarena, strikes out the side. We go to the bottom of the first inning, underway under the lights here in Peoria. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 0, and the Padres coming up.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, no scores. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Brian Wu, his first start of the Cactus League season. The windup in the pitch to Luis Arraez, a swing and a fly ball down the left field line. Long run, Randy Rosarena, foul territory, reaches out and can't get to it. Just beyond his reach down the line, and the count is 0-1 on Arraez, who won another batting title for the 3rd consecutive season. 3 different ball clubs. I don't know many people, Charlie, that have done that.
And who, if you got a batting, title winner, why would you get rid of him, right? So it's incredible to see him doing it from team to team to team.
Very aggressive early in the count. Wu's next pitch on the way, and that's in there for a strike, and the count is 0-2. Brian Wu was absolutely amazing last year. 9-3 with a 2.89 ERA in 22 starts. 121 in the third innings, gave up only 96 hits, just 13 walks. The pitch to Rise, fastball is high and outside for ball one to see if he might chase, and he doesn't do that. But you got to try.
Of course.
Count is 1-2 on a Rise, and he struck out 101. Charlie's got that fastball that looks like it rises. Here's the pitch on the way. Check swing, ground ball up the middle, in behind second, bobbling the ball. Colt Emerson picks it up, no throw to first. Bolt was there. He had a play on it on the check swing that was hit sharply up the middle by a Rise. He comes up with the ball cleanly. That's an out. So 1 on for San Diego. That'll bring up right fielder Fernando Tatis Jr. But he's got that fastball, Charlie, that stays in the zone and makes it look like it appears to rise.
Yeah, he's got deception going for him big time, and he's able to release the ball late, and that's why you get that rise.
So here's Tatis Jr. The pitch on the way, high and inside, but a check swing. Did he take the bat with him? He did not. He peeled down to the first base umpire, Nick Lentz, ball one. Tatis last year, he had 276, 21 home runs, 49 RBIs, 11 steals. Right-handed hitter, and a good one. Here's the pitch outside for ball two. 2 balls and no strikes.
But what a fifth starter, Brian Wu. Incredible. Just took massive strides last year. So really can hold down this rotation.
He'll be in a lot of teams number 2 or 3. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hot shot foul right in front of the Padres first base dugout. 2-1 on Tatis.
Arm looks live, 94 there. He looks fresh, looks a little stronger in the lower half. I'm sure he's ready to put on some more innings this year.
And he's right around the edges. Not going to walk you. The look in by Brian. The 2-1 pitch and a swing and a miss by Tatis. As the count evens up on Fernando.
Yeah, 95. And he looks fresh. Love seeing this. Saw the same thing for Miller yesterday, and here we go. Woo.
Now the look in by Brian, and the 2-2 on the way. Swinging a fly ball into straightaway center field. Going back is Taylor. Samata's there, stops, turns, and he makes the catch out there for out number 1. Ball kind of died up there. Hardly any breeze at all, man. We had quite a breeze yesterday. Or a couple of days ago, really was blown in. Here's Jackson Merrill. The kid had a tremendous rookie season last year. Hit .292 with 24 home runs and 90 runs batted in. Jackson Merrill, former shortstop, went out and played center field for the Padres last season. Here's the pitch by Brian, and it's outside for ball 1.
I'm trying to get him with a backdoor slider. Would have been a great first pitch strike. That's what you're trying to do, is throw some pitches that are maybe a little harder to execute. It's a good thing to see here.
Who has the sign from Rapasso, catcher this evening. Here's the pitch and a swing and a foul back by Merrill. 1 ball and 1 strike, and Bogaerts is due up next. Padres had a late scratch in this ball game. Manny Machado was going to start at third base, but has come up with a sore back. So Manny not in the lineup tonight for the Padres. Here's the set by Wu, and the right-hander's 1-1. Swinging a ground ball to Upper to the second baseman. Up with the ball, Mastroboni over to second. There's 1. Emerson's relay to first, not in time. Merrill can run. He's safe at first base, but they get a rise at second. Merrill safe at first on a 4-6 fielder's choice. And there's 2 outs for the Padres. That'll bring up Bogaerts. Mariners playing some good defense. Dan Wilson brought that up on his interview prior to the ball game. Pleased with the way that things have unfolded here in the first 10 games or so of the spring. Here's the stretch and the pitch. A strike called, 0-1. Saw Bryce Miller get the start yesterday. Went 1 2/3 and struck out 3. Wu from the belt, and the young right-handers 0-1 pitch. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left field. A Rosarena down the line and toward the corner, and he's there to make the catch, and that's going to retire the side. Ball not going anywhere tonight on a cool evening here in Peoria, Arizona. We go to the top half of the second. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners nothing and the Padres nothing.
Seattle's closest sportsbook is your place for a true in-game betting experience. Download the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook app to get in on the action while watching your favorite games at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the new hotel is opening up this summer with breathtaking views of the Cascades and Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor plus the destination spa. It combines effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. For more details, visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Shake up your plans and reach for a classic Smirnoff Ice. It's refreshingly crisp and packed with delicious fruity flavor. Perfect to pair with burgers and dogs at the barbecue or crack open to cheer on games with the squad. Grab a convenient variety pack to bring 4 favorites: original, apple, screwdriver, and green apple. Head to a store near you, stock the fridge, and start the party. Enjoy responsibly. Message for 21 plus. Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York, 2024.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Our home straight bank score, the Mariners nothing, the Padres nothing, as we go to the top half of the second here in Peoria. Braden net ready, fires away, up and in on Rowdy Tellez, leading things off here in the second, almost hits him. Ball 1. Didn't mention when Randy was up there, didn't have a chance. Randy Rosarena led off the game very quickly with the first pitch single. Happy birthday to Randy, 30 years of age today.
Nice, happy birthday.
Wind up and the 1-0 to Rowdy, swinging a 2-hopper to the right side of the infield, off to his left. Cronenworth, the second baseman, soft toss, flip over to Rise at first for the out on Tellez, and there's one away. St. Friends, the Mariners kick off the season at T-Mobile Park in less than a month. Be there for the opening series as Julio and the squad square off against the A's, March 27th through the 30th. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats and check out all the festivities during the first homestand. It's going to be a lot of fun. Here's Miles Mastrobuoni, former Cub, and he takes high and outside for ball 1. What was it like, Charlie, to start opening day with the Mariners, all the pomp and circumstance, coming in with the carpet, you know, out there in right center field? Next offer and a swing and a miss by Mastrobuoni, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, Mariners do it right. Being able to run out on the red carpet, it just feels so special, exclusive, and what a memory I have. Multiple, actually.
Now the 1-1. Swinging a line shot right past the pitcher. In behind second goes Bogarts, the shortstop. His throw to first low, but it's picked in time for the out on Mastrobuoni. How in the world did that miss net the pitcher? Right on by net. And out to the shortstop. Xander Bogarts got to it right behind the bag to make the play 6-3. And I don't know if it glanced off a net or not, but it didn't seem to slow down toward Bogarts.
Looks like he just missed it, but that's what you want to see. Like Dan said, hitting the ball hard up the middle. And Mastrobuoni right there just didn't catch a break, but a good piece of hitting.
So 2 up, 2 down, and here's Nick Raposo. Raposo takes down low for ball 1. Nick with Memphis and Buffalo last year. 2 AAA farm clubs, 1 for the Cardinals, 1 for the Blue Jays. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball for a strike, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Padres in their brown jerseys, yellow lettering. Here's the next offer, and a swing and a miss by Raposo. And the count is now 1-2. Congratulations to Luke Raley, Mariners first baseman. His wife giving birth to a baby girl, Reagan Raley, a couple of days ago. 8-pound baby girl. Congratulations to Luke and his wife, newest member of the Mariners family. The windup and the 1-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball to third. Worm burner right out to Rosario. He's got it tossed across, and it's not in time. Raposo is safe at first base. Nicky flying up that line. beats the throw by Rosario. Man, you talk about hustle. And it was, the ball got out to Rosario fairly quickly at third base.
Yeah, it seemed like a no-doubter ground out, but we see the hustle, maybe took a little extra time at third, and that's what happens when you run hard.
Right out of the box. So 1 on, and here's Colt Emerson, the shortstop. The pitch to Colt is low and inside. It bounces in for ball 1. Man, he was flying up that line.
Flying.
Reminds me of a young Charlie Furbush.
Yes. Some may say I'm a newborn moose running out there. So that might have been the best comparison I've ever heard.
Newborn moose. So Raposo on it first, and the 1-0 to Emerson. Way up high for ball 2, and this young man is one of the top players in the Mariners organization and one of the top prospects in the game. Colt Emerson, 19-year-old kid, left-handed hitter. Man, he can play short. Here's the stretch, and the pitch on the way to Colt. Low and inside, ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes. He already has the great first name.
Certainly, in games like this, getting an experience early in spring, it can really kind of vault your season into high gear. And I know he's eager to get going and hopefully get up to the big league sooner than later.
Exactly. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike. Any challenge there, Colt? No. 3-1 the count. He thought it was a little high. Started out of the box. Which is 19 years of age out of Zanesville, Ohio. Here's the stretch and the 3-1 pitch from net. And it's on the way to Emerson. Check swing, and that is outside for ball 4. So Emerson draws a walk, and now the Mariners, thanks to the hustle by Nick Raposo, have runners on at first and second with 2 outs, no score. Top half of the second. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Well, a little conference on the mound with the veteran catcher Martin Maldonado out to have a talk with his young pitcher Braden Nett. Mariners have runners at first and second, 2 outs. Top of the second, no score in the ballgame. That'll bring up Samad Taylor. Really like this kid. He can play. Put a charge into a pitch, but he wants to spray the ball all over the place. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Taylor. It's outside for ball 1 in the first game of the spring against these Padres. Samad hit the first home run of the spring for the Mariners.
Love that. And I also love that he wears the number 0.
Yep. 50 stolen bases last year in the minor leagues. The look in by Nett and the 1-0 pitch. On the way to Taylor. Swing and a pop-up out of play on the first base side, and the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Taylor, last year, spent just 3 games with the Mariners, was 2 for 5, but at Tacoma he had 262, 11 home runs, 75 runs batted in, and those 50 steals. Runners get their leads. And the 1-1 to Taylor, swinging a hard ground ball up the middle into center field for a base hit. Raposo being waved in by our third base coach, Mr. Negron, and a run will score. The throw to third to try to get Emerson. Gets on by the third baseman, Rosario. And Samad Taylor in at second base. Mariners get a run with the speed of Raposo to extend the inning and now lead the Padres 1-0 here in the top half of the second. Samad Taylor with an RBI single with 2 outs.
2-out hitting, getting the job done. Those are going to be crucial as the season begins. Clutch hitting late in the ball game. Just got to put the ball in play.
How about those at bats after there were 2 outs and nobody on? And here's Randy Arozarena, jumped on a first pitch, had a single in the first. Let's see what he does here in the second. The set by Nett. Infield back runners get their leads. Pitch to Randy and a swing and a foul back. He went after it, fouled it away, and the count is 0-1.
Yeah, I think Randy can be the X factor in this lineup this year. We've all known what he did in Tampa and when he came over last year, what he was able to do. But really to take some weight off of Julio, he has the ability to be another outstanding ball player in this lineup.
Another 2020 season, 20-plus home runs, 20-plus Stolen bases. Here's the pitch to him. A ball. The throw down at second base. Diving back to the bag goes Taylor. The throw by Maldonado on a hop to the second baseman, Cronenworth. So Cronenworth is able to make the stop. They tried to pick off Samad Taylor. But the count evens on Arozarena at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, quite the gamble there. You throw that thing into center. There's 2 runs. So, oof.
Emerson's on at third. Now the stretch and the 1-1 to Randy. A strike called. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here's where Randy can make next night a tough one with a base hit right here. Gives you a couple with that speed aboard. Emerson and Taylor at third and second. 2 outs. The stretch and the 1-2 on the way to Randy. It's inside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, a lot to like about Randy's game. So it's really, really fun to just watch him play. He brings so much energy and excitement and swagger. It's great.
He'll be out there in left field alongside Julio. The stretch and the next offer on the way. Swinging the tapper fouled away. Past the on-deck hitter Donovan Solano. And the count is still even on Arozarena. At 2 balls and 2 strikes, celebrating his 30th birthday today. Randy steps back in. Outfield for the Padres straight away. Haywood, Merrill, and Tatis Jr. Again the set, and again the 2-2 to Randy. Swing a little tapper out to the mound. Taken by the pitcher. Up of the ball is net over the first for the out on Arozarena, and that's going to retire the side. Well, the Mariners get a run thanks to the hustle of Nick Raposo. We go to the bottom half of the second. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 1 and the Padres nothing.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center, where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Hey Mariners fans, this is Dan Wilson for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why an annual wellness checkup with your doctor is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and working to quit smoking will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game for extra innings. To schedule your annual wellness appointment, go to vmfh.org/Mariners.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Interested in Mariners season tickets but don't want to lock into a set schedule? Consider a Flex membership, and you can choose your games and seats as the season unfolds. Enjoy perks like no ticket fees, exclusive pre-sales, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/flex.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Our Home Street Bank score. It's now the Mariners 1 and the Padres nothing as we go to the bottom half of the second. And second baseman Jake Cronenworth will lead things off. Brian Wu ready, and Wu with a breaking ball misses low and inside for ball 1. Brian from Oakland, California. 6th round pick, as we mentioned, in the June draft of 2021. And man, did the Mariners do so well in those drafts in 18 and 19, 20 and 21. The pitch. Strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. What do you remember about draft day, Charlie Furbus?
Draft day, man. Dream come true. Had whole family and friends over. Just epic memory.
Pretty exciting. The 1-1. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Tell me about the phone call.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think, a lot of players that get drafted, some know they're going to go early, but I got drafted in the 4th round. A couple of rounds go by. Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Am I actually going to get drafted?
2-1. Swinging a fly ball into the gap in left center field on the run. Taylor and Arozarena, and Samad Taylor
with the catch, slams into the fence out in left center field, falls down to the warning track and hangs on to the ball. Samad Taylor with another tremendous catch, his second of the spring. That ball was slicing away way back into left center field. He stayed with it, crashed in the fence, and he makes the catch one away. What a play.
That ball just kept carrying. He got there at the last minute and made an incredible catch.
Here is the right-handed bat of Yuli Gurriel, the former Astro. And that's two outstanding plays that Taylor has made out there in center field. Will the windup and the pitch to Gurriel, swing and a foul behind the plate. 0-1.
Yeah, but back to the draft, Rick. I was waiting for that phone call and finally got a call from Jim Ruff in Detroit, one of the scouts, and he said, we're gonna draft you, and kind of simultaneously happened as the webcast was going on. And
next pitch, way up and in as Gurriel gets out of the way. 1-1 the count.
Had family, friends over, 50 people, and they announced my name before they even said my last name. Everyone was just going crazy. There's an old grainy cell phone video that I have. It's just great.
What a thrill. Here's the pitch, swung on, big high, one hopper to third. Right there is Solano behind the bag, toss across, and it's in time to get Gurriel. Nice play by Donovan Solano, his first game this spring, just joined the ball club a few days ago. 2-2 down, that'll bring up Jason Hayward. And now time is called. Here comes manager Danny Wilson out of the dugout, and that's going to be it for Brian Wu. So in his first outing in the spring, his pitched very well. Mariners lead 1-0. Bottom half of the second, pitching change early in the ball game, as we often see here the first few weeks. We'll be back with more right after this timeout.
The man who brought the rock and roll edge to the Eagles, Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member Don Felder. April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center.
Welcome to the Hotel.
Performing hits like Life in the Fast Lane, Hotel California, Take It Easy, and more. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don Felder, April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors. Opening day is just around the corner, which means time is running out to pick up a Mariners Reserved membership. With the Classic Season Ticket plan, you can lock in your games up front, guaranteeing the best seats at the best prices with no fees. Learn more at mariners.com/reserved.
Well, the new pitcher for the Mariners will be right-hander Luis F. Castillo on in relief for Brian Wu. Here's Jason Hayward, and he takes a look at a pitch low and outside for ball one. Mariners lead 1-0. Rick Riz along with Gary Hill Jr. and Charlie Furbush alongside on the call tonight from Peoria under the lights. The windup in the pitch. Castillo delivers low and outside, ball two, 2 balls and no strikes. For Luis Castillo, he made a couple of stops where you pitched, Charlie, years ago. He was at AAA Toledo last year, 4-1 with a 1.74 ERA in the Tigers organization, 40 appearances. Next offer, swing and a foul out of play on the third base side, 2-1 the count. Also appeared in the big leagues with the Tigers for 3 outings, all in relief, no record. Working 3 2/3 innings, but finally got to the big leagues last year as a Tiger. The stretch by Castillo and the 2-1 to Hayward. Strike on the inside corner as the count goes to 2-2. Jason Hayward, man, outstanding career. 5 Gold Gloves.
Helped the Cubs do a lot of history back in 2016, winning the World Series. The pitch, low, ball 3, full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've ever faced Hayward, but ever since watching him, it's always amazing how he steps so far away from the plate. It looks like he's so, not close.
Next offer on the way, and a swing and a miss, and a pitcher was down for strike 3. That's going to retire to the side. So Luis F. Castillo with a strikeout to end the inning. And we go to the top half of the third from the Peoria Sports Complex. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 1 and the Padres nothing.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
You're listening to Mariners baseball on Seattle Sports. Hear Wyman and Bob on FM.
Nice to see the pitching kind of stand up to what we've all been talking about.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Calvin is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I started using drugs when I was 14, and for the next 15 years, my life was a mess. I was addicted and homeless. The mission gave me the strength I needed to leave my past behind and start a new life with God. I am so grateful for the restoration of my life.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer or donate at ugm.org.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. When considering a luxury new or certified pre-owned vehicle, come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for a state-of-the-art, eco-friendly dealership. They have an unbelievable selection of new and certified Volvos, like the all-new redesigned XC90, or check out the new EX90 and EX30 all-electric vehicles. Sandberg Volvo is the only consistent Excellence Award winner in the Pacific Northwest for customer service. Visit Sandberg Volvo in Linwood or SandbergVolvoCars.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, the first spring game under the lights, Mariners and Padres. Mariners with a 1-0 lead, your Home Street Bank score. The former Padre, Donovan Solano, will now step in. He'll face Adrian Morejon, lefty out of the pen for San Diego. Here's the pitch. He sends it just a bit upstairs, a ball 1-0. Solano was actually on a minor league contract last year at this time with the Padres. Here's the pitch to him. Swung on, slash back to the screen. He didn't make his way up until May with San Diego, and he stuck. He split time at first base and third base last year, spelling Machado from time to time at third. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on, foul back again. This is kind of his specialty at this point, too. He really handled lefties well last year. Batted .302 against lefties with a .373 on base. Not a lot of power. There's not a lot of power at this point in his profile, but it was a good average on base against lefties. The 1-2. Swung on, line drive left field, falling fast, down for a base hit. So Solano is aboard.
They're really going to fill the gap that Justin Turner had last year. That veteran presence in the clubhouse, knows how to play the game, and really can invigorate some guys. I think anytime they're struggling, kind of show them that it's going to be okay. You're going to get through this. You play 162, you're bound to fail. So I think he'll do a great job inside that clubhouse.
Here's Cal. Raleigh will stand in from the right side against the lefty. Solano steps off his lead at first. Here's the pitch to Cal. That's inside for a ball. I'm glad you mentioned that, too, because not only do I think he will kind of step in for Turner in terms of veteran presence, but it feels like he is stepping into that exact kind of slot where he'll see a lot of first base platoon time with Luke Raley. Here comes the 1-0. Swung on, chopped foul. The big difference between Solano and Turner, though, Solano is a little more versatile when it comes to defense. Turner at this point really just a first baseman, but Solano playing third today, he can move around a little bit more.
Think too about Solano, guys. He's hit everywhere he's gone. At San Francisco 330, 328, 280, Cincinnati 284, Minnesota 282, last year in San Diego 286.
The 1-1. That's a touch low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Yeah, it can be a nice platoon at first base between Raley and Solano. And then if you have some injury issues along the way, he can step in some other spots. He takes his lead at first, the 2-1 to Cal. Swung on, fouled back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I mean, what is there not to like about Cal Raleigh, right? I mean, just does it all, and just a fan favorite and well deserved. I think we'll all remember that home run he hit a few years ago, got us to the playoffs. Just incredible.
2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Solano at first. Here's the pitch to Cal. Strike 3 called. He burned in right over the corner, and that's the first out as Cal goes down on strikes. Hey, a suite at T-Mobile Park is the ultimate setting for any occasion, from family celebrations and birthday parties to company outings and client meetings. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. Reserve your suite experience today at mariners.com/suites. Here's Mitch Haniger. The pitch. Strike as he bends it over the corner. Murajon had a really nice year for San Diego last year. It was actually his 6th season as a Padre. Broke in when he was 20 with San Diego. Last year, 60 games out of the bullpen, an ERA of 2.83. He delivers. Swing and a miss. 0-2. 63 innings of work, by far the most he's thrown in the majors. So it took him a while to get there. He was up and down through his first 5 seasons for San Diego, but really established himself last year. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fouled back. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Solano at first base. Mariners leading 1-0. We're in the 3rd. Murajon from the stretch. His pitch. Fouled off again by Mitch. Edgar struck out his first time.
And Mitch leaves it all on the plate. He takes some pretty good size hacks. You know, that's one thing you always appreciate, that the effort's there. He's really trying to drive the ball, and hopefully he can find the barrel.
Here comes the pitch to him. Touch inside. Looked like it missed by much. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Edgar steps out for a moment, now climbs back in. The lefty ready. Here comes his pitch. Inside. Good take. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Padres wearing their brown tops, white pants, gold caps. Mariners in their Northwest green tops, gray pants. Mariners playing on the road at home. The 2-2. Swung on, smashed on 1 hop right to shortstop. Bogarts has it, flips it to second for 1. The relay to first by Cronenworth in plenty of time. And that's the double play. Well, he stroked it, but it was right to the shortstop, and that's the inning for the Mariners. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's still 1-0 M's on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run. Muckleshoot.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all of your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Sometimes technology stands in the way of getting things done. That's why Pacific Office Automation is your trusted partner in helping solve your business problems. We provide custom office solutions with unrivaled speed, efficiency, and security for your customer, your company, and your community. Whatever your field, whatever your goal, we have your office game plan. Visit PacificOffice.com to schedule a technology assessment today. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Luis F. Castillo still on for the Mariners. We go to the bottom of the third, 1-0 Mariners. Rosario, the hitter, the pitch. Swung on, lifted into the night center field. Taylor racing back. He's on the track. He's at the wall, makes a leap at the wall, and he can't make the grab. Rosario around first will chug into second, and he has a leadoff double. Well, Taylor almost made a really nice catch again. Has already had one star catch in this one. Nearly made another. Couldn't haul that one in. Now San Diego with the tying run at second base.
Yeah, it's always tough when you hit the warning track, how many steps you got until the wall. Looked like he jumped a little early. Almost made the play, but, you know, covered a lot of ground and just a tough play to make under the lights.
Here's longtime Mariner nemesis Martin Maldonado. Catcher for San Diego. The pitch to him. That sails over for a strike. I would say Maldonado, one of the more annoying players against the Mariners the last few years. Here's the 0-1. That's down low. What I mean by that, the numbers were always pretty ugly offensively, yet he'd pop one of the Crawford boxes or something, which was always really tough to take as a Mariners fan. Here's the pitch.
Yeah, while he was batting 120.
Yes, yes, that's exactly right.
At the bottom of the order, getting through that lineup, then you get to Maldonado, you think, okay, I get this guy. Came through with a big hit.
Yeah, we'll throw him a cookie. Middle. He'll be fine. He can just get himself out. Whoops. It's only 300 down the line.
Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, foul off at home plate. He had 15 home runs in each of his last 2 seasons with the Astros, and it felt like at least half of them were against the Mariners.
Without a doubt.
Well, batting, to your point, 191 and 186 the last 2 seasons in Houston.
Yeah, those Crawford boxes to shoot for. Now he's got the Western Metal Supply Company, the brick building out there in left field corner at Petco Park in San Diego.
Castillo set, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That's inside. He really goes to show if you do the other things as a catcher well, you can stick around for a long time. Last year with the White Sox, played nearly 50 games. He batted 119 with a 174 on base with 4 home runs. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Laid on a breaking ball. And down he goes. That's a strikeout for Castillo. 1 down here in the third.
You're right, Gary. That backup catcher job, you know, you can stick around for a long time. It's like a left-handed reliever.
Yes.
Right, Charlie?
Yeah. Very familiar.
You have to do all the other things well.
Yes,
you have to receive well. You have to handle the staff well.
Good in the clubhouse.
Be a great communicator as well.
Here's a pitch to Arise. Swung on, parachute job left field. That's down, base hit around third base. And coming to score is Rosario, the throw into second. And San Diego has tied this up as Arise just uses the bat like a magic wand and just dumps it to left field.
Felt like the quintessential Arise hit there. That's
Really
why
did.
he had the batting titles the last 3 years.
It's like a tennis player.
Yeah.
You know, just kind of that lob shot, you know, from the left side of the plate. Always makes contact and puts the ball in play.
Here's Tatis. Flew deep to center his first time. The pitch, swung on, hard ground ball. It's snared at shortstop. Emerson flips it to second for 1. Mastrobuoni onto first in time, double play. Smoothly turned, quickly turned, and that's it for San Diego. They do get 1. We'll move to the top of the 4th. It's 1-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
People thought I was negative on Twitter when I said, I am Salt.
You're negative. You are negative.
Find I am not
yes,
negative.
You are.
Brock and Salt.
Every morning from 6 to 10.
So how is that negative?
Because you're negative.
What? Oh, you're going to
Because I'm on the other text line with you. I go back and forth with you.
Yes.
You are tremendously negative.
Absolutely, positively.
You're negative in all regards.
Not.
It's not even just this. And now you're just a big old negative Nancy.
I'm going to punch you.
You're more negative than me.
This is Seattle Sports.
On 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
It's Toyota truck and all-wheel drive season with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, including all-wheel drive versions of Corolla. Now through March 3rd, get low-rate financing on a Corolla or lease a 25 Corolla LE for $239 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Super excited about the opening of the new hotel at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's right. It opens this summer. Deluxe King and 2 queen rooms, Premium King and 2 queens, Grand Suites, Signature Suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor, plus the destination spa and a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. Lots of new food venues as well. For more, go to snocasino.com. Yes, Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's great to have you with us here from Peoria Stadium. 1-1 the score. It's the Mariners and the Padres. New pitcher on for San Diego. They brought out another lefty. Yuki Matsui will take over on the hill. He'll face Rowdy Tellez. Here's the pitch. Swung on, ripped center field. It's hammered. Merrill back. He's in front of the track and makes the catch. To put it away for the first out. The conditions here are very different than the conditions we saw yesterday. And they really can change massively from day to day. Yesterday, the wind screaming in. Not much wind at all to speak of tonight. Ball doesn't seem to be jumping as it normally does, but you know, it's 80 degrees in the daytime. And it tends to fly a little bit better. Masterboni, the hitter. Here comes the pitch. At the knees for a strike.
Yeah, beautiful Friday night. Packed house. The berm in the outfield's full. People are having a good time.
That's a great crowd on hand. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, ground ball and a couple hops right to Cronenworth. Backs up, short grass. Throws to first in time to get the out, and quickly there's 2 away. Hey, Mariners Flex memberships put you in control. Pick your games, pick your seats. Save 10% or more on tickets. No fees all season long. Plus score access to exclusive pre-sales and year-round discounts. Check it out at mariners.com/flex. Raposo will stand in. 2 outs, 4th inning. 1-1 the score, your Home Street Bank score. Here comes the pitch. That sails high and away.
Leave it to a lefty to wear number 1 on the mound. I haven't seen that before. Think he picked that?
I mean, first of all, single digits in itself is pretty rare. Number 1 specifically, I'm not sure I've ever seen that. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled back.
Could be a confidence thing, you know.
I mean, I like it.
I'm number 1. I mean, come on.
I'm number 1.
I just keep saying it aloud, and you just say it so much you believe it.
You were number 1 too.
Well, there's a 4 in front of it.
4.
You know. Yeah.
Matsui's pitch. Swing and a miss. He went diving after it. It's now 1-2. Matsui pitched in 64 games last year with San Diego out of the pen. 3.73 ERA on the season. From the stretch here with the bases clean, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He went diving after a breaking ball. Down goes Raposo, and that's the 3rd out. So the second time that San Diego's faced the minimum in a row. As we move to the bottom of the 4th, it's still 1-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
When the pressure's on, turn to Steel's battery-powered pressure washers. Rick Riz here. The Steel REA 100 Plus with max pressure of 2200 PSI tackles moss, dirt, and grime on walkways or siding with ease. It's lightweight and features a 3-in-1 nozzle with a built-in detergent hose. Priced at just $649.99. Save $300. Includes the unit, 2 batteries, and a charger. A Steel. Find your local Steel dealer at steeldealers.com.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Jackson Merrill going to lead things off. Gabe Spire will take over on the hill in the 4th inning. 1-1 the score. Spire really opened eyes in his first outing down here. We had heard about his increased velo this spring. We saw it firsthand. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled back. He reached 97 in his first outing. We saw 95, 96. Really bringing the heat. He's set for the belt. His pitch. Swung on, fouled back. That was 94.
Big uptake from last year. You don't see that every year when a guy did have an injury, was throwing maybe in the low 90s, but to see 96, 97 out the gate, that is exciting.
The Mariners really hoping for a bounce back from Spire this year. The pitch swung on, club to left field. Arozarena scooting back. He's in front of the track. Little back pedal. Reaches up, makes the catch. That's the first out.
Yeah, the Mariners are going to need a nice lights out lefty. So if Spire is the guy that can turn up the dial and get those guys out, that's what they're going to need late in the ball game.
He was so critical last year, or 2 years ago, out of the bullpen for the Mariners, and just was never really fully healthy last season. Here's Bogaerts, the pitch to him. Swing and a miss. Bogaerts, we could see if you turned all the lights out. He's wearing bright orange shoes that matches the brown jersey top perfectly. Orange arm sleeve, orange batting gloves. Here's the pitch. Sends it over the corner for a strike. Spire throwing darts. That one 95. And he's quickly ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. Bogaerts back at his customary shortstop position this year. The pitch off the plate, a breaking ball. Okay, I looked it up, by the way, Machado. Wondering how many home runs he actually, or Maldonado rather, how many home runs he actually has hit against the Mariners in his career. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, hit right field. It's deep. Back is Haniger. He's at the track, makes the catch. 2 away. So the good news is his most home runs have come against the A's. 12 home runs against the A's, so that's something. 11, though, against the Mariners. So for a guy, he has over 100 in his career, but his career has spanned 14 seasons. So he's done some timely damage, unfortunately, to the Mariners over the years. Cronenworth, the pitch to him. Is off the plate, a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, that pitch right there, slider down and away, is going to be the most effective pitch for Spire this season. We know he's lighting it up right now, but you're going to have another pitch in your back pocket to show them lefties.
He delivers. Swung on, hit to center field. This one's easy for Taylor. A couple steps back, now drifts back a little bit further. And every outfielder gets a chance. Fly to right, fly to left, fly to center. Gabe Spire, what a teammate. We'll move along to the 5th inning. It's still 1-1 on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Calvin is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I started using drugs while I was 14, and for the next 15 years, my life was a mess. I was addicted and homeless. The mission gave me the strength I needed to leave my past behind and start a new life with God. I am so grateful for the restoration of my life.
And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer or donate at UGM.org.
For reaction to today's game, tune into Wyman and Bob, weekday afternoons from 2 to 7.
Logan Gilbert,
He seems to really love coming on our show.
Yeah.
So I love that about him.
that's his most redeeming quality right there.
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. Come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for an unbelievable selection of new and certified Volvos, plus a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles in every make and model. Sandberg Volvo is the only consistent Excellence Award winner in the entire Pacific Northwest for customer service. Enjoy valet service and free towing, plus an exclusive lifetime warranty on parts and labor with any service visit. It's a quick drive from anywhere. Sandberg Volvo in Linwood, or visit SandbergVolvoCars.com. Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Our Home Street Bank score, the Mariners won, the Padres won. We go to the top of the 5th inning from the Peoria Sports Complex. Nice crowd on hand. The Mariners and the Padres sharing this beautiful facility since 1994. Leading things off, young shortstop Colt Emerson, who drew a walk back in the 2nd. New pitcher for San Diego is Espada. Here's the pitch on the way, and a fastball is low and outside for ball 1. This is Jose Espada. Glad you could join us for all the play-by-play tonight under the lights. Back with you tomorrow afternoon against the Chicago White Sox right here in Peoria. The windup and the pitch, and it's low and inside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. And Charlie and Gary, the White Sox, have no place to go except up.
It's going to be hard to be worse than that.
Hopefully for them.
Yeah, there's a chance though. So you say there's a chance they could lose more than 121 games? Next pitch on the way, and it hits Emerson. So Colt Emerson hit by a pitch, and the Mariners have the go-ahead run on at first base. Terrible.
Actually, math would tell you that does seem impossible.
122 losses. They broke a record that stood, well, forever since 1962. The Mets had an excuse. They were an expansion ball club. But what a terrible year for the White Sox last season. Here's Samad Taylor. Having a great spring and a great night. There goes the runner. Emerson, pitch on the way, a ball to throw it out of second. The head first slide, and it's in time to get Emerson. How in the world did Cronenworth, the second baseman, take the throw, leaning to his left, and then able to make the catch and put the tag on Emerson for the out? The throw by Maldonado was in time, so Emerson with a caught stealing, and there's one out for the Mariners here in the top half of the 5th. That was a heck of a throw and catch and tag by Cronenworth. Next pitch to Taylor, a swing and a miss, and the count is even on Samad at 1 ball and 1 strike.
I guess you can get away with hitting 110. I mean, keep throwing guys out like that.
When you do that.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And that's why Maldonado has stuck around for a long time. The 1-1 pitch. Bunt attempt back to the mound on a hop taken by the pitcher. Espada. The throw to first, low, but it's picked in time by Arise over there at first base to get Taylor hustling up that line, trying to bunt his way aboard. He's out 1-3.
Maldonado, part of that White Sox team last year. I just picked out a stretch last year, looking through their schedule. There was a 46-game stretch where they went 4-42. Can you believe that?
They started.
Charlie, what would that clubhouse be like?
Oh,
I'm in shock every day. Is today the day we get one more?
Oh, my goodness. Here's another note about that year. Here's, let's see, this is Spencer Packard. Pinch hitting for Randy Rosarena, swinging a foul back by Packard. The White Sox started the year last year 3-22. 3-22. And then twice they had a 14-game losing streak during the year and a 21-game losing streak. That's how poorly the season went for Chicago. Next pitch to Packard is low for ball 1-1-1. Spencer Packard, left-handed hitter. So Randy Rosarena, his night is over. 1 for 2, line drive single to center field to lead off the game. The next pitch is way up high, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. Say, friends, don't miss this year's opening week warm-up presented by Starbucks on Sunday, March 23rd. Enjoy a behind-the-scenes experience at T-Mobile Park and appearances by Jay Buhner, top prospects, and more. Tickets are only $10 and free for kids 14 and under at mariners.com/warmup. Here's the pitch inside, ball 3 as it backs Packard off the plate. 3-1 the count. You'll see out there at the opening game on March the 27th against the A's. The stretch and the 3-1 inside, ball 4. So Packard with a walk, and he's on at first base with 2 outs.
Yeah, you talk about opening day and just the excitement the city has, the team has.
Yeah.
You get to run out on the red carpet, and it really puts you in a sense of this is the year that the Mariners are going to win the World Series. So they do it so right. It makes every player feel so special, and memories that they'll have the rest of their lives.
I still get goosebumps every opening day. Here's Donovan Solano, the former Padre, and he takes a pitch for a strike 0-1. When I was a kid, guys, Cubs always played day baseball until 1988. I always had to feign an illness the night before so I could watch the game. So that lasted a couple of years. And my mom said after about the third time I tried that, had a tummy ache. You're going to school. Here's the pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss by Solano. And the count is 0-2.
You didn't get creative and, throw another illness in there?
No,
that's all you got?
My mom was pretty smart.
It's hard to trick your parents,
Yeah. Plus, she was a Cub fan, too. And so we sat there and watched the opening game of the year with Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, Ron Santo. We're up in Seattle. Here's a swing and a pop up out of play on the first base side, and the count is still 0-2 on Solano. His first game with the Mariners this spring. That was always kind of fun sitting there watching the game with my mom, but then the not so good part of it, I had to stay in the house because I was sick.
Yeah, that tummy ache will get you.
Couldn't go out and play. 1 on 2 outs, top of the 5th, 1-1 tie. Stretch by Espada, the pitch. Swing and a ground ball, third base side foul. And it's still 0-2. Chris Negron coaching over at third base, waved in a run back in the second. On a single by Samad Taylor with 2 outs that scored Nick Raposo, who beat out an infield base hit with 2 outs. Emerson walked, and then Taylor had that big hit. E.Y. Jr. coaching at first. Here's the pitch, swing and a foul back by Solano, and the count is still 0-2. Eric Young Jr. had a long career in the big leagues, along with his father. And when we played the Angels the other day over in Tempe, E.Y. Sr. is the Angels' third base coach, and father and son brought out the lineup cards. The stretch, and again the 0-2 to Solano, swing and a foul back. The count is still 0-2, and now Charlie, this guy's putting together a midseason at bat right here.
Certainly is. Seemingly first game up, and he's hacking right out the gate. These balls hitting right back at the net. Tells you he's right on it, just missing it.
Single to left field in the third. Now the stretch by Espada, and again the 0-2 pitch on the way to Solano. Swing and a fly ball into right field and shallow. Racing in is Tatis, going out the second baseman Cronenworth, and it's Cronenworth who makes the catch in shallow right to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, one man left on. Halfway point, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners won and the Padres won.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night March 28th and Hello Kitty bucket hat night March 29th. Then don't miss the 3-day Julio bat flip bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set. Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
It's comedy night at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Sunday, May 4th with Michael Blaustein.
My gym costs $9 a month. Guys, I go to the gym for the same price as an airport muffin.
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com.
So I'm obviously single.
Don't miss this hilarious high-energy show. Michael Blaustein, May 4th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hi, Mariners fans. This is Dan Wilson on behalf of Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Over the years, I made a lot of throws to second, but picking off runners put a lot of pressure on my throwing shoulder. Now that I'm focused on coaching and spending time with my family, I keep on top of my stretching and warm-up routines, and I check in with my orthopedic specialist when things don't feel quite right. If shoulder or any joint pain is keeping you out of the game, talk with an orthopedic specialist.
Go to vmfh.org/Mariners.
Become an all-star saver with a 4% APY 4 or 7-month featured CD. Go to homestreet.com/CD hit to check out all the rates and learn more. Terms and conditions apply. $500 minimum opening deposit. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, we head to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Peoria under the lights. 1-1 tie with San Diego, and Yuli Gurriel leads it off. Here's the pitch on the way, and from Trent Thornton, it's inside for ball 1. Folks, we've got a special guest up here in the booth. Buki Gates from Baseball Beyond Borders with his Kings baseball team. The kids are here in Arizona for a big tournament. Buki, it's great to see you, buddy.
Always good to see you, Rick.
Tell me a little bit about the Kings and the tournament. How did that all work out to get you guys down here?
Well, it's just getting kids exposed to spring training, right? More importantly, it's not about playing the game of baseball, but getting them out there in the field, but also being here and experiencing spring training and watching their, inspiration, right, when it comes to players.
Here's a swing and a high chopper to third. Up with the ball, Solano drops the ball, picks it up, throws the first, and it's not in time. And Gurriel is safe at first base, and I think we got a new third baseman over there for the Mariners.
Sweetspell's taking over at third.
So Sweetspell, thank you, Gary. Tell me a little bit about Baseball Beyond Borders. What a tremendous organization. Get these kids a chance to play this great game of baseball. What a thrill for them to see the guys, outside the clubhouse today, get down there in the lower field as they were working out. How thrilled were the kids?
Excited, right, to see their models, right, the role models that they want to dream to be, and just getting them exposed to this experience. It means everything. It's priceless.
The look in by Thornton. He delivers, and it's a breaking ball to Jason Hayward for a strike on the inside corner.
Our goal is to really give these kids the opportunity to dream.
Man, let them dream, let them hope, and they can see these guys. They can see what they can do. The possibilities are right in front of them. Swinging a ground ball foul up the first base side. Tell me about the facility back in Seattle where you play, where you coach.
We train at the Mariners Training Center. Obviously, it's something that the Seattle Mariners have been advocates for, to create access, and it's been an opportunity to really get these kids exposed to the training and the high-level training that's needed to even experience baseball in their pursuit of baseball beyond high school.
Swinging a ground ball foul on the first base side by Hayward. 1 on for San Diego. Nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 5th, visiting with Buki Gates. Buki, tell us, folks, a little bit about yourself. You played in college, right? And played a little bit in the minor leagues, didn't you?
Played a little bit, yeah. Dabbled at Washington State Cougs, go Cougs. Spent my 4 years there, then got drafted by the Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies.
Here's a swing and a drive deep into right field. Backing up Haniger to the warning track. Reaches up, backpedaling, and he makes the catch. So 1 on and 1 away as Gurriel stays over there at first base to bring up Rosario.
I called some of Buki's games.
Did you?
He's a great player. Yeah.
I had a good time.
Play.
I enjoyed my time playing. Obviously, I was inspired. I did play in spring training here in Arizona. I was in Tucson at the time.
Wow.
So, that was my experience. So I had the chance to experience spring training. So now this gave me the opportunity to come back and give kids the ability to dream, because I didn't get that when I was younger.
That's great. You're able to give back to these youngsters. Here's the pitch on the way to Iguay Rosario, and the count is 0-1. Gary, what do you remember about Buki when he played as a Cougar?
Smooth fielder.
Outfielder.
Great hitter.
Infielder.
Yeah.
Middle infield.
Middle?
Yeah.
You're built like a lineman.
Well, that was back then. I was. That was the emergence of A-Rod, right? You had the A-Rods. You had so I fit the
Cal
bill.
Ripken Jr.
Yes, I fit the bill for that day, for that year.
Swing and a miss by Rosario. The count is 0-2. Is Baseball Beyond Borders, is that kind of an offshoot of the RBI club kind of?
It is. It is. We are an MLB RBI affiliate. So we've been really advocating and pushing for baseball at the next level, creating a continuum of care is what we call it. So creating opportunities to develop student athletes, but at the same time also creating that elite player that hopefully one day we'll see here at spring training playing for the Seattle Mariners.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I know the guy who started it, John Young, many years ago. Here's a swing and a chopper wide of the mound, backhanded by Thornton, slips, falls, throws the first though, and it's in time to get Rosario. Somehow, some way, Thornton, as he went toward the third base line, started to slip, but he was still upright enough to get off a great throw to get Rosario for the second out of the inning. On the play, Gurriel will get the second.
To answer your question, Rick, Bookie Gates, he was all Pac-10. Hit 362 his final year.
That's right.
He could hit.
Wow.
He could play.
I had a good team around me. I had a great team around me, so obviously I got the pitches I needed to see.
You know, Bookie, that 362, you were standing at home plate all by your lonesome, buddy. But it's great to have a team to jockey and runs and things like that.
That's right.
Here is Ethan Salas, young prospect for the Padres, and he takes a look at ball one from Thornton.
We had some great pitching, too, back then. I think half of that Pac-10 from a pitching standpoint was drafted in the top 5 rounds.
Wow. Here's a swing and a ground ball foul up the first base side. So what's next for the kids down here?
So they got a couple games tomorrow, so they'll play in Chandler, Arizona. And we'll get them playing 2 games, and then obviously we'll see what Sunday brings, and then we'll head back home, and then some of them will go into their high school seasons and get ready to play and try out and hopefully make their teams. Others will continue to develop and practice.
They're going to make those teams. Here's the stretch and the 1-1 to Salas. A swing and a miss, and the count is now 1-2. If there's kids out there listening right now, how do they contact you to try to become a part of the Kings, to become a part of Baseball Beyond Borders?
Well, we have our website, baseballbeyond.org. You can also visit us on our social media at Baseball Beyond Borders, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook. We haven't got a Twitter or TikTok just yet, so we're working on that. But that's how you can reach us. But more importantly, I think we're here to talk about the HBCU Seattle Series.
Let's talk about that.
That's building off the momentum that the Swingman Classic brought to us in 2023. When we seen that beautiful, HBCU kind of all-star experience that got Junior and MLB brought, and it was like, well, what is next for Seattle? Well, Coppin State University is coming up March 14th through the 16th. Playing Seattle University at Manorwood Park. So we're looking forward to just embracing the HBCU culture and experience, but also building a pipeline.
Oh, man. Next
for HBCU programs.
Bounces away, and the count is now 3-2 on Salas.
When's that series again?
March 14th through the 16th. Nice. So we're looking to make this an annual occurrance.
It's
getting an HBCU team. It probably will be ESPN Plus.
Was it televised last year?
Not this. No, this is the first year of the HBCU Seattle Series.
Wish you all the luck. Here's the pitch on the way. Swinging a line drive right to the shortstop. Emerson behind the bag makes the catch, and that's going to retire the side. Bookie, thanks a lot for stopping by. Good luck tomorrow with the Bookie Gates. All right, we go to the top half of the 6th inning. Home Street Bank score all tied. Mariners won, the Padres won.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the pre-owned cars. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports. Hear Brock and Salk on FM.
This is well within your grasp. You're certainly talented enough. You certainly have the horses.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Sometimes technology stands in the way of getting things done. That's why Pacific Office Automation is your trusted partner in helping solve your business problems. We provide custom office solutions with unrivaled speed, efficiency, and security for your customer, your company, and your community. Whatever your field, whatever your goal, we have your office game plan. Visit PacificOffice.com to schedule a technology assessment today. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
We've got a 1-1 game as we go to the 6th inning. Mariners and the Padres. Hey, the countdown is on to Mariners opening day on March 27th. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats. Check out this season's complete schedule featuring the can't-miss promotions like Julio Bat Flip Bobble, 30 value games with tickets. Oh, Cole Young will stand in. He'll be the hitter here. He's going to take the plate appearance for Cal Raleigh as the DH. So Cole Young's first plate appearance, the pitch to him, and it's at the knees for a strike, so he's behind. No balls, 1 strike. Ball. Pipeline at number 49. Here's the pitch. Strike. So he's fallen behind 0-2. Cole Young, who grew a fabulous mustache in the offseason. We talked to him right before he came down. No balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. That's down low. He told us he was going to shave his mustache on his way to spring training. I feel like we did our part in convincing him that was a bad idea. As I told him, it was an 80-grade mustache. You need to roll with it into spring training, and he did. I feel like that we had a hand in making this happen, which I feel great about.
I told him to look good. Keep it.
The 1-2. That's high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You got a challenge.
There it is.
It's a ball. Umpire wins again. Hey, did you see the challenge from a couple days ago? It was here, actually, the Padres and the Angels. Mike Malinsky was the home plate umpire. Here's the 2-2. Inside, Young takes it. So there was a challenge, and it ended up the umpire was right. So he turned around and made the announcement, and what he said was amazing. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on ground ball right to first base. Underhand toss to the pitcher covering, and that's the out. So Malinsky turns around and he says, the call is surprisingly upheld.
Like Mike, I've known him for years.
Mike's great.
A little there.
I just love the idea of an umpire poking fun at himself. I mean, he was right, so it's great.
Good to see some personality out of the umpires.
I really enjoyed it.
Get to know him a little bit.
He's good. He's from the Pacific Northwest. I think he makes his home in Bothell. And he, along with Quinn Wolcott and Trip Gibson, they do a lot in the community where they live. Great umpires.
Here's Haniger. The pitch. That's down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Got a tied score in the 6th inning.
I don't see too many umpires with, you know, a visible personality out on the field. Emmett Ashford many years ago. Ron Luciano, you know, when he umpired first base.
The 1-0. Swing and a miss. I got a piece of it. It's foul ball. 1-1. Well, now that they have access to a microphone, maybe we'll see it a little more often.
Wouldn't hate it.
I'm waiting to see a home plate umpire do the moonwalk like in Naked Gun.
Yeah. Let's go all the way with this. Maybe umpires can sing a duet between innings. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways we can go.
That's not a bad idea, Gary.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch to Mitch. Held back a swing, and it's off Salas's mitt. Gets behind him.
Charlie, did you have any interesting stories with an umpire? Fun moments?
It's a really good question because I've actually since talked to this about Mike Machinsky about it. And
here's the pitch. That swung on a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
As a reliever, you come in from the bullpen, and there's really no way to communicate with the umpire without looking like you're showing him up. So I try to do the best I can, but it's a tough draw. So I always try to just get out of the umpire's way as best I could.
Here comes the 2-2. Swung on, ripped into the gap, right center field, long run, and it's going to be down and going to the wall. Haniger around first base, so glide into second. So Mitch has a 1-out double here in the 6th inning. The Mariners had the go-ahead run at second base. Let's pause for station identification on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Pinch runner at second base, so Haniger's night is done. Here's Rowdy Tellez. Fans chanting Rowdy. As it looks like we have a pitch infraction. And called against the pitcher. So 1-0 the count to start things. 1 out. Runner at second base. Here comes the pitch. Strike. It's kind of a big day in the complex today when you looked at who threw bullpens today. Matt Brash threw a bullpen today. Looked really good. Jackson Kowar threw a bullpen as well. Looked sharp. And Trevor Gott, who the Mariners just signed on a minor league deal, threw a bullpen as well. All 3 coming back. The 1-1. That's a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. All different timetables, but you can never have too many relievers. And knowing that at some point you'll get all 3 at some point this season. Feels pretty good.
For sure. It's just a hard thing to predict. The year-over-year regression, if it's going to happen or not. You're in the bullpen, you may have a great year, and you end up getting thrown into situations. Everything is different, so, it's always tough to predict.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on, hit to right field, long run. Gonzalez, he's in on it, makes the catch. A tag at second base. That's the 2nd out. Mastroboni will take his plate appearance here. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, the Mariners do, though. They do such a good job of finding value in bullpen guys that maybe you didn't see coming. Year over year, he's another guy that steps up to the mound and says, "Whoa, I didn't know we had this in it." So. The depth, like you said, is just going to go so far over the year just because it's too hard to predict, and you hope everyone stays healthy, and that's how it goes.
Here comes the pitch. That's upstairs, taken for a ball. Of course, the key for me is Matt Brash. He's the guy that you just cannot replicate with anyone else. He's just such a unique weapon, especially with that strikeout rate. And the way the Mariners unleashed him into situations where there are runners on, and he would come in and get a strikeout or 2 and bail him out of an inning. 1 ball and no strikes. It's off the plate, so 2-0.
I think we should just say, he's a closer, right? His stuff is closer stuff.
Absolutely.
So, it's just throwing him in the 8th inning. It's him and Munoz are just going to dominate the
Game
6
over.
6 batters they got to face.
And he was missed last year.
Made 78 appearances 2 years ago.
Pitch is on the corner, so it's 2-1 now.
He started his career as a starter, remember, in Chicago on a really cold day a few years ago. Freezing cold.
Here comes the 2-1. That's down low. Along those lines, we're expected to see Brandon Garcia tonight. I'm not comparing his stuff straight up with brash, but similar situation where Garcia started last year and has a chance to certainly be a factor this year out of the bullpen for the Mariners. He's going to make his second appearance in the spring tonight. The 3-1. Down low.
Yeah,
Ball 4.
like we talked about earlier, you're going to have to face Yordan Alvarez at some point, right? and having a lights-out lefty.
A stuffed lefty, right?
Man,
yeah.
It acts as a mini closer. Someone that can get the best left-handed pitcher or hitter on the Astros out. So, yeah, I'm excited to see Garcia throw, and really kind of makes the left-handed bullpen competition come to life here this spring training.
2 on, 2 outs. I was talking to Brandon yesterday. He goes, I'm pitching tomorrow under the lights. He was super excited about it. Here comes the pitch. That's inside for a ball. It's so funny when you have veterans, you know, it's spring training. They're just going through. They're just getting their work in. That's what this is. And then you have somebody like Garcia, who's, you know, in Major League camp for the first time. It's his second outing. It's a night game. It's a whole different situation for him, as opposed to the veterans who've been around for a while.
It's more like a typical game in the big leagues.
Yeah.
Under the lights with a good crowd.
Yeah, it's a good first test. Under the lights, see what it feels like. You know, you want to be successful and execute, but really kind of gives you a good glimpse of what it's going to feel like here in spring training under the lights.
Pozo back in the box. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs, 2 on. Tied score, 1 apiece. Here's the pitch. Slashed foul to the netting behind home plate. So we're even. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, you talk to most baseball players too, and I'm sure you guys would agree. Night games are pretty great. I think those day games can creep up on you sometimes when you're traveling across time zones and not getting enough sleep in hotel rooms and different pillows and comforters and air conditioning. So it's nice to have a little bit more consistency. I know they appreciate sleeping in this morning, having a night game tonight.
1 ball, no strikes. Here comes the pitch. That's down low. Well, you just brought this conversation full circle because Trevor Gott, who the Mariners just re-signed, was with the Mariners previously. He's a travel with his own pillow guy.
Smart.
Yeah. The difference with him is he takes his pillow on the bus, on the plane. He doesn't pack it with his stuff. Here's the 2-1. Swung on a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I am also a travel with your pillow guy. I think it's essential for my well-being on the road.
Is it your lucky pillow?
No, it's just I don't trust hotel pillows. The quality is
the inconsistency.
Way too inconsistent.
Yeah.
Some are too soft. Some are too big. I mean, I don't know what's going on at one hotel to the next.
Bed looks nice when you walk in the room.
Here comes the 2-2. That's high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I started asking different guys last year something odd they travel with, because now half my bag is just stuff I travel with.
Stuff the pillow in
Yeah,
there.
just different stuff just to make my road life easier. 1 half now closed, the other half just like home items. That pitch is outside. Taken for a ball, so the base is loaded now. Gabe Spire said he travels with mouth tape.
So I sleep. So he doesn't snore? Is this a snore thing?
It's a health thing.
Okay.
He explained it all. I'm not going to go into detail.
No, I think he's right. There is a health benefit to breathing through your nose than through your mouth, but it's quite the thing to tape your mouth shut every night, huh?
Bases loaded. Here's Cole Emerson. Here's the pitch. Swung on, crushed, foul. A lot of guys travel with whatever their favorite video game, Switch, whatever they bring. There's all kinds of different ones, which is great for hotel rooms, of course. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases loaded. Mariners and Padres tied. The pitch to Colt. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, I'd say one of my favorite features was just the consistent blackout shades. To really darken the room up, get some extra sleep when you need it. It's
get late at night.
For sure.
It's still late at night.
The 1-1. Swung on up the end of the bat to center field. Wall is in, a couple steps over now, reaches out, makes a catch, and the Mariners turned away after loading the bases here in the 6th inning. Go to the bottom of the 6th, we're still tied, 1 apiece.
The countdown is on to opening day on March 27th. Go to Mariners.com to check out everything on deck for the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night March 28th and a 3-day Julio bat flip bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
1-1 the score, your Home Street Bank score. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Taylor Saucedo will take over on the hill for the Mariners. Looks like we have a few defensive changes for the M's. Jack Lopez will take over at shortstop. So Seaswell at third, Lopez at short. Here comes the first pitch from Sauce, and that's up and in on Forrest Wall, who takes the plate appearance here. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Saucedo from the stretch. Here comes his pitch. Swung on a chopper to the left side. Lopez waiting for the big bounce. He's got it. Fires to first in time to get the out. It's 1 away.
Way to get the lefty out. Just like what we were talking about. Just another experience you'll have.
Connor Charping is doing the catching now.
Windish at first.
Windish at first. Here's the pitch from Sauce to Connor Joe, the former Pirate. That's taken for a strike. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up, right field. D'Onofrio right there to make a one-hand catch, and there's quickly 2 away. Padres are doing something tricky in this game. Usually teams make it easy on you, and the lineup stays the same because they just, when they put in a new center fielder, the new center fielder bats in the same spot as the old center fielder. They make it easy. The Padres are jumbling around their lineup here. They're putting guys in different spots, which I feel should be illegal in spring training, but that's what's happening. Here's Gonzalez. The pitch swung out, hard ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit, so the Padres have a man aboard.
What do you think, Gary? You think the Mariners would carry 3 lefties in their bullpen?
That's an excellent question. When you map out kind of how it looks on paper, it feels like there's one open spot to be had, and there's a lot of different guys battling for that one spot. But I mean, you could see it. Here's Mason McCoy. He was in Mariners camp last year. Here's the pitch. That's down low.
I'm a little biased too, because I think,
you are.
When there's 2 lefties out there and then they get used back-to-back nights and you need one for the 3rd game,
I guess
it really helps out.
Part of it would depend on how you looked at the A's and Tigers. Like, how many lefties will you be facing in those lineups the first week or change of the season?
And I think, too, one of the keys, do you have something as a left-hander to get a right-hander out? Something fakes down and away. And if you can do that, get lefties and righties out, then you can get a chance to stay in the ballgame a little bit longer. You know you're going to face 3 guys.
Third to first base, nearly got him. And you feel like to start the season, because as we know, just because you don't, especially in the bullpen, just because you don't start the season with the Mariners doesn't mean we may not see you in a week or 2 weeks and have a major impact. Because the other factor is when you start the season, you want someone with length to start the season. These guys won't be going as long as normal in the first couple weeks of the season. Here's the 1-0. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Rick, about the lefties having to face righties, because a lot of times you'll see when the left-handed pitcher comes in, you're going to get a pinch hitter. So if somebody's going to switch over.
Face a righty.
Yeah, we're going to get rid of the lefty. You're going to face a righty first at bat. So being able to know what you can do and get those righties out is just going to be important.
The 2-0. Down and in. 3 balls and no strikes. Yeah, the Tony Fossis days are gone.
Jesse Roscoe pitched about 30 years because he got 1 batter out, you know.
Yeah, that was a good living.
Career leader in games pitched.
3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Strike. Yeah, he threw, as you mentioned, career leader in games, 1,252 games, 1,295 innings. He was nearly 1 for 1. 3 balls and a strike. Saucedo back in the count.
I thought it'd be a lot less than that.
I know. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Well, I think as his career went on, the appearances went up and the innings went down.
That's how he stuck around.
There were some times early in his career where he was a multi-inning reliever. All-star a couple years early in his career. Parts of 24 seasons. The 3-2 inside. Ball 4. So the Padres have runners on first and second. It's a 1-1 game in the 6th inning.
Second baseman, Hightower.
Hightower will be the hitter here. Saucedo's pitch. Strike right over the edge. Orozco faced over 1,000 hitters. Here's the pitch. It's at the knees for a strike. 0-2.
All right, let's bear down Sauce and throw a nice little backdoor slider or a back leg slider.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. There you go. All you did was ask. That's it for the Padres here. Saucedo works around a couple of base runners. 1-1, Mariners and Padres. We head to the 7th inning on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up this season to make your car buying experience a home run. The 2 stores' all-star lineups provide the largest inventory in the region and the best savings on new Toyotas. Take a trip around the bases to Toyota of Kirkland and Renton, and they'll knock your car buying experience out of the park. Whether you're in the north or south, they've got you covered. Come visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
For reaction to today's game, tune in to Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays from 10 to 2.
This is a roster that was brought together to compete for a World Series championship. With this pitching, they can be in contention for that.
On Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle's closest sportsbook is your place for a true in-game betting experience. Download the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook app to get in on the action while watching your favorite games at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the new hotel is opening up this summer with breathtaking views of the Cascades and Snoqualmie Valley. Even better, an expanded gaming floor plus the destination spa. It combines effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. For more details, visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You are listening to Spring Training Baseball
Over
on the Global
16,000
Credit
people
Union
in the greater
Mariners
Seattle
Radio.
area.
Well, we head to the bottom of the 7th inning, or top of the 7th inning, rather. Sometimes it's confusing when it's not the bottom and the Mariners are playing here at Peoria Stadium, but it is the top. Jagger Haynes will take over for the Padres pitching. That is not a made-up name. So he'll take over here for San Diego. Pitched in their minor league system last couple of years with a 5th-round pick in 2020. Bill Knight will lead things off. He's playing center field now for the Mariners.
I wonder if Jagger's mom and dad were Rolling Stones fans.
Ooh, that's a great question. We should research that.
Charlie, get on that.
Here's the pitch. Swung on a chopper right to third. He gloves it, fires across. It's a little low, but dug out. And quickly, there's one away here in the 7th inning.
I'll shoot Mick a text real quick. I'm sure he'll get back to me, knowing that, you know, probably after him.
He's about 90 years old and still rocking, man.
Still rocking.
Did we run in the Rolling Stones twice this past year? Same hotel? Yeah. Yeah. I think they were playing in New York once when we were there. Here's Spencer Packard. Strike at the knees.
Yeah, you do run into some interesting people when you're traveling. I remember we ran into John Travolta one time down.
Seriously?
Yeah, playing the Rangers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guess who I ran into on the streets of Sedona years ago?
That's inside, taken for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Do I get one guess?
One guess.
One guess. In the streets of Sedona, you met Harrison Ford.
Nope. Muhammad Ali.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
Man. Yeah. That's incredible.
Here's the 1-1. Inside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
People just mobbed him. I felt bad for him, you know, and he was suffering from Parkinson's disease. He was in town for that big benefit every year. And then he all of a sudden looked out there, he was all by himself, and I just walked up to him. Champ, I just want to say you were the greatest of all time.
2-1 is inside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And he raised his hand. I was shaking. I raised mine and grabbed his hand. He shook my hand and just looked at me and said, "You were the greatest." And walked away, left him alone. And his folks took care of him. And that was something.
The 3-1. Swung on, chopped foul at home plate. Full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Hey, you bring up the Stones. I feel like we ran into REO Speedwagon as well. Yeah. So, you know, you never know who's going to be staying at the same hotel.
Sticks played at my high school.
Incredible.
The 3-2. Strike 3 called, and that's going to be a challenge. Packard with no hesitation. He was very confident. I would say the confidence level is high, so we'll see how this ends up. It was a ball. Okay. Packard showing us something there.
Less than a half an inch.
I got to say, that was pretty close.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, when the umpires have lost, it's been about a half an inch every time.
Packard was very confident, but that could have gone differently. Sweet Spell will be the hitter. I mean, I have no stories to match yours. I was running in New York a couple years ago, and I ran by Oliver Platt. Here's the pitch. Swung on line drive left field. It's caught. And that's the second out, which is great if you know who Oliver Platt is.
I met Bobby Flay. He was taping a segment in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, and I waited because I love the Food Network, you know. So he finally had some time, and I walked up to him and said, "Bobby, really nice to meet you. I love the Food Network." I said, "Would you do me a favor? Would you tell Jada De Laurentiis I love her and I want to marry her?" And he said, "Get in line."
Cole Young back up there. He grounded out his first time. Runner at first base. There's 2 outs. The pitch to Cole. And he takes it for a strike. Young has still only been used as DH so far in camp. We haven't seen him in the field yet. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss.
Very late there. 95 on the gun. Let's hope this mustache didn't get in the way, Gary.
I'm worried about that.
You peer pressured him. You believe it?
It's got to work out.
It's got to work.
The 0-2. Nope, throw to first base. He's back safely. I didn't see him today, so I assume he's still wearing it. It's funny from our angle. Like we don't have any TV monitors or anything, and his back's always to us. I can only assume he's still featuring it. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, foul back to the screen. Be really funny if he shaved it this morning and we've spent 20 minutes talking about his mustache.
Yeah, well, if you have an 80 grade stash, it's, you can't teach that. It just comes naturally.
No, you can't. That's a good point. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Young the hitter, the pitch to him. Swung on, fouled back. Putting up a fight here with 2 outs. Pitch to Cole. Swing and a miss. Oh, just got a piece, so he stays alive. Just got enough. So we'll do it again.
Both you guys sport beards. How long have you had your beards?
Right now, I'm on a new high score, Rick. I was contemplating shaving it before I came down to Arizona, but I was convinced that it didn't age me too much. So I was, I got a little grays on the sides. When you're approaching 40, that's what happens.
The 0-2. Outside. That's away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
How about you, Gear? You've had yours for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I can't shave mine.
Hey.
I'm required.
Okay.
To keep it.
It's a look, and it looks great.
Covering as much of my face as possible is the key. The 1-2. That's low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Very nice.
Yes, likes the face coverage, yes. She says it in a nice way, but
it is full.
I know what the point is.
It's a good-looking beard.
Oh, you look great in a beard, yes, because it covers my face. I understand.
Beard. No, it's a good-looking beard.
The 2-2. Swung on, fouled back out of play.
Yeah, I didn't even know I could ever grow a beard until I tried. I just always was clean-shaven. And then said, whoa. And it's red, too. You get a little bit.
Yeah.
We got a little ginger in there, so,
Does Reese like it?
Oh, she loves it. Yeah.
Just met baby Reese. Came in the booth last time. She's adorable.
The 2-2. Swung on, hit to center field, hit pretty well. Wall is back. He's racing back. He reaches up, and he doesn't make the catch. It's off the wall. Around third base, being waved. He's going to score. Packard touches home, and the Mariners have taken the lead as Cole Young smashes a double to deep center field. It's now 2-1 M's.
Tough matchup left on left, but
that was a good plate appearance.
Really, really turned that ball around and got out to the warning track and short up the wall.
Long at bat, too. Fouled away a bunch of pitches, hung in there, like you said, Charlie. And Gary against a lefty, driving a run like that, and the lead.
And it looks like that's going to be it after that long battle. A lot of pitches as the Mariners have taken the lead 2-1 here in the 7th inning. I think we'll see a change. I don't know if we've seen an indication yet. Great to see off the bat from Cole Young. We talk about second base in particular. He's certainly in the mix.
As he should be. Exciting player.
Yeah. Dylan Moore, Ryan Bliss, Cole Young, all watching them closely this camp. It's a long meeting at home at the mound.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Young play his way himself onto the roster. He has the ability. Just saw that there. That's a tough at bat, and having to face left-handed pitchers that are throwing 95. Yeah, that's a confidence booster right there.
So he's going to stay on, no change here. Frio will be the hitter with the runner at second base. Mariners leading 2-1, your Home Street Bank score. Here comes the pitch. At the knees, that's a strike. Now, there's been a lot of offense on either side in this one. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Mariners. 1 run on 3 hits for San Diego. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Of course, it helps that the Mariners, they've kind of bunched together a lot of their A bullpen into one day. We've seen Spire out of the pen. We've seen Saucedo. Thornton pitched earlier. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Froze him right on the corner, and that's it for the Mariners here in the 7th. They do get one, though. It's 2-1 Hams as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
The man who brought the rock and roll edge to the Eagles, Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member Don Felder. April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center.
Welcome to the Hotel.
Performing hits like Life in the Fast Lane, Hotel California, Take It Easy, and more. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don Felder, April 17th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
RV buyers, if you're looking for superior engineering, craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty, it's Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent, or visit valleyrvsupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center, where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
You are listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's great to have you with us here from Peoria Stadium. It's the Mariners and the Padres. 2-1. Mariners with the lead. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Mariners have made a change on the mound. Colin Snyder, speaking of the Major League bullpen, will take over on the hill. Had a wonderful season last year for the Mariners. They're hoping for a repeat of what they saw last year. He really broke out for the Mariners. Campusano will be the hitter here. Snyder set from the belt. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up into the night sky. Back on it is Jack Lopez, the shortstop. He's been called off by the third baseman. Suspel makes a 2-inning catch, 1 away.
Yeah, seeing the A bullpen tonight, and not surprised with what we're seeing. 3 hits given up. This is just hopefully a start of what we're going to see. You know, Wu leading off, looking sharp as this could be, and really seeing all the lefties so far. Now Snyder coming in with that frisbee slider, gets one out.
Sheets will be the hitter. Here's Snyder's pitch. Sends it over for a strike. Snyder went into the final game last year with a 1.33 ERA. Unfortunately, he allowed 3 runs, so his final ERA was 1.94. Still really good, but that's kind of a bummer way to end the season. The pitch is fouled off down the first base line.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was thinking about cashing in and really cementing the season, but yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Still an incredible season.
It really was.
Take the one game away, and it's just one of the guys that stepped up in the bullpen last year for them.
Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fouled off. Third base side. And again, he's just a prime example of that partnership between Trent Blank and Pete Woodworth, and give the pitchers themselves the credit for putting in the work. But he really transformed himself into a different pitcher last year, especially with his arsenal. Here comes the 0-2. Swung on. A little parachute job to right field. Back on it. It's a new right fielder there. Frio makes the catch. There's 2 away. You know, when he made his big league debut in 2022, he was really just a slider sinker guy. That was it. Those were the two pitchers he was throwing. Last year, it's not very often we talk about a guy adding a four-seamer, but Snyder added a four-seamer and threw it a lot last year, added a sweeper, which was really good. His cutter came on last year and still mixed in the sinker rarely, but became a four-seam sweeper cutter guy as his pitch goes outside, and it was a really effective arsenal for him.
Yeah, really dismantled some of the right-handed hitters in those 6th, 7th innings when you needed to get it done.
1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, I can see him in the 7th, and then, you know, eventually get Brash back, and then Munoz. I mean, it's going to be a great bullpen again.
The 1-1, swing and a miss. You know, talking to Trent Blank about one of the things that makes Snyder so effective, it's really deceptive. He talks about the hitters are kind of expecting a fastball that sinks. Instead, they're getting one that actually cuts and rides at the same time. And it can be really tough to pick up. The 1-2 bounces in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mariners leading 2-1, your Home Street Bank score. We play in the 7th. Snyder ready. Here's his pitch. Slashed foul into the seats third base side.
It's another beautiful night.
It is nice.
It really is.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on, a looper into center field, racing in, making the catch on the run. Puts it away, and that's it for the Padres here in the 7th inning. They go 1-2-3. A nice job by Colin Snyder, who has no issues here. We go to the 8th. Mariners with the lead 2-1.
It's Toyota truck and all-wheel drive season with more all-wheel drive choices, including the best-selling Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through March 3rd, get 4.99 APR limited-term financing on Camry. Or lease a Camry LE from just $349 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low-key at the gym. I be hat on, hoodied on, headphones in.
So no one recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You got sunglasses on too.
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day I'm looking at this guy and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. But then I walk in today and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Our Home Street Bank score. It's the Mariners 2 and the Padres 1 as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Stephen Jones takes over in relief. Leading things off is Hogan Windish, the new first baseman. He takes a look at ball 1. Tell you what, this kid has been swinging a nice bat this spring. Had a big home run over the batter's eye in straightaway center field. The first or second game of the spring. Here's a swing and a bounce foul on the third base side by Windish. And the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Say congratulations to Cal Raleigh, named the 2025 Men's Sports Star of the Year Award. My goodness, what a tremendous season for Cal last year. Honored up in Seattle. He flew up to Seattle for the great event. Next pitch on the way, misses for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. He is the men's sports star of the year for 2024, Cal Raleigh. And he had some stiff competition for the award. Here's a swing and a ground ball, 2 out for the third, taken by Rosario, toss across, and it's in time to get Windish for the out. And there's one away. Great event. I love going there year after year, but it's now later. It's in late February, where it used to be in January. But it was founded in 1935 by legendary sports editor Royal Brome of the Seattle PI. Sports Star of the Year banquet, celebrating the achievements of Washington sports for 9 decades. How about that? Great event. Here is Josh Hood from the minor league camp, and Hood takes a look at ball 1. And Dan Wilson and the coaching staff taking a look at more youngsters from the minor league camp. The pitch, swinging a foul off the catcher. The count is even on Hood at 1 ball and 1 strike. That's a great honor. So congratulations to Cal Raleigh, Sports Star of the Year award winner.
Yeah, great event, great honor, and well deserved.
Here's the windup by Jones, and he delivers low and outside for ball 1. Stephen Skippy Jones. I just made that up.
I think we can go with it.
What happened to all the
Skippy Jones on the mound?
Fun names in baseball.
Oh, believe me, I have plenty of them, Rick. Some of them are maybe not appropriate for prime time, but with a name like Furbush, you can only imagine. You know, but we didn't pick it. I didn't pick my last name. You know, for all I know, it's the best one out there.
Next off, on the way, and a swing and a miss by Hood, and the count is full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. I like Jolly Charlie.
Yeah.
Because you were always happy, effervescent, if you will.
Yeah.
And always fun, treated us great. Always available for an interview. And heck, you were even great on bullpen banter. Took over the show, the pregame show on the weekends. The 3-2. Check swing, strike 3 called. Hood caught looking, and there's 2 outs for the Mariners here in the top of the 8th inning. Say, friends, the countdown is on to Mariners opening day on March 27th. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats and check out this season's complete schedule, featuring can't miss promotions like the Julio Bat Flip Bobble, 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10, and so much more. We'll see you when we get home on March the 27th against the A's. Here is Connor Charping, the new catcher. And first pitch on the way to Charping is a strike, 0-1. Charping, a right-handed hitter. The stretch and the pitch. Swing and a high drive deep into straightaway center field. Wall going back to the 1-inch track, and he is there to make the catch. Well hit by Charping, but the ballpark holds it. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 2 and the Padres 1.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariners Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Bigger, better, and clearly the best in the Northwest. Experience the best games, the best food, and the best rooms and suites at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. It's a home run. Muckleshoot.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Mariners leading the Padres by a score of 2-1, and talented young pitcher by the name of Brandon Garcia takes over, a left-hander. Here's the pitch on the way to Ethan Salas, and it's going to be a little bit low for ball 1. Garcia, just 24 years of age, from your neck of the woods, Charlie, Newport, Rhode Island. 6'4", 235. Next offer on the way in there for a strike. The count is even at 1-1. He was at Everett last year. Some great numbers. 6-0 at Everett with a 1.84 ERA. 14 games, 12 as a starter. Wind up and the pitch, swing and a miss. Good fastball up and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Salas. 60 in the 3rd innings, gave up only 56 hits. Walked 26, struck out 85. Then at Double-A Arkansas, 0-2. But he had a 2.83 ERA in 13 starts. The wind up and the pitch. Breaking ball. Ooh, just missed. A little bit low, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I've seen an easy 94, 95 so far coming out of his hand. Real easy, so really excited to see this slider down and away.
Garcia fires away, way outside, low and away for ball 3, 3-2. Brandon, the 16th prospect in the Mariners organization, according to MLB.com, and the top-ranked left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, let's see another slider here. I think it'd be a great way to challenge him.
See if he throws a 3-2 slider. Here's the windup and the payout pitch. Yep, blowing inside. Breaking ball for ball 4. So Salas draws a leadoff walk. Now the Padres have a tying run on first base.
Yeah, we'll see if he makes the jump from starter to reliever pretty smooth. It's not always the easiest transition, but the one thing I can tell you from my own experience is that you definitely feel fresher. You don't have to throw 100 pitches each time, so I'm sure he'll benefit from an uptick in velo.
Here is Forrest Wall. The pitch to him is way up and in his wall. Limbos backwards and falls out of the batter's box. Gets away from ball 1. So how many pitches from starter did you have to eliminate when you went to a reliever?
At least 1. You know, you realize you only need 2 to really be successful, and 2 you can consistently throw at any counts.
Stretch and the 1-0. Check swing. There is a strike. The count evens on Wall. 1-1.
But yeah, it's a tough thing to kind of figure out, and you kind of have to just throw it out there and see what works. But you figure out what pitches you can consistently execute and go with those.
Here's the set by Garcia. Now the 1-1 on the way to Wall. Strike called. The count is now 1-2. Did you find that because you eliminated pitches, your velocity went up with your fastball?
It did, yes. Eliminating some pitches, and it also made the process simpler thinking out there, knowing that I didn't have to, figure out what pitch I wanted to throw, and it really was helpful.
Garcia checking the runner at first base, delivers. Slider low and away for ball 2.
Yeah, the other thing that you'll have happen is you may end up having a situation where you want to go for that 3rd or 4th best pitch that you don't throw anymore, and then you want to throw it in the bullpen, and it doesn't work out, and that just doesn't feel good.
And the 2-2 way inside, ball 3, full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Charlie, here's a situation where he's got to be nervous. You know, he's in a big league camp for the very first time, and he's missed by a pretty good margin of some pitches. How do you reel him back in if you're doing the catcher right now like Sharping? Here's the set. And the 3-2. You do that. Strike on the outside corner. So he strikes out Wall, and there's 1 away for the Padres here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, there's probably little nerves. Great pitch there, but not every day you go from Everett and then you're looking at the lineup for the day, and I'm pitching with the ace card for the bullpen. So, kind of put some expectations on you, and you want to perform. So great to see him bounce back with a strikeout there.
That'll bring up first baseman Connor Joe. The pitch to Joe, swinging a ground ball towards short. Diving, sliding, stopped by Lopez over to second. Wide throw. Getting the throw is Mastroboni. Tries to tag the bag with his glove, but safe at second is Salas. Jack Lopez with an outstanding play to dive and slide to his right to get to it. Wide throw, and so Salas is safe at second. Joe at first base with an infield base hit. And the batter will be Gonzalez.
But yeah, back to that transition from starter to reliever. He challenges you in so many ways that you're not used to.
Pitch to Gonzalez. is up and in for ball one.
And most of the challenges you deal with are mental, right? Trying to understand what the new approach is and how effective I have to be, and ultimately be on right away when it's my turn.
This young man has a bright future. Brandon Garcia, here's the pitch. Swinging a flying drive down the right field line, slicing foul in and out of the seats. Count is even on Gonzalez. And 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, that's the difference of a starter. You know that you have a leash. You can throw 60, 70 pitches, 80 pitches, 100 pitches.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you dig yourself a hole, there's a good chance you can figure a way to get out of it. When you're in the bullpen, you need to come out firing and firing strikes, you know, high quality strikes. And this is good. This is a good situation, good learning moment for Garcia today.
Looking for a ground ball right here. Turn 2, get out of the inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled out of play on the first base side. And the count is now 1-2 on Gonzalez. Yeah, you want to go strike 1. You want to get, you know, pitches down in the strike zone to get that ground ball. Usually you inherit a jam with a runner at first or second, or the base is loaded. I'd like a strikeout or a ground ball to stretch. And the 1-2 pitch. Check swing, and it's off the glove of the catcher, Sharpie. It gets behind him, and both runners advance. So on ball 2, 2-2 the count. Salas is now on at third. Connor Joe on at second. And that takes away the double play possibility. 2-1. Mariners hanging on to the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garcia last year, Mariners Jamie Moyer co-pitcher of the year award, along with right-hander Michael Morales. Everybody up close. Here's the pitch to Gonzalez, and a swing and a miss. Chased the breaking ball down low for strike 3. And a huge strikeout for Garcia. 2 on and 2 away with a tying run on at third and the go-ahead run on at second base.
That's the beautiful slider we all know from Brandon Garcia right there. Be able to execute, and you know, from the booth up here, this is going to be a pitch that's going to be very effective for him. So let's keep spinning it up there.
Shortstop Mason McCoy in spring training with the Mariners a little while ago. Next offer, and the first one to McCoy is inside as he jumps out of the way and out of the batter's box from ball 1. So Garcia continues to miss by a good margin, but he's battling, and he's got 2 big outs. Looking for the third, and the 1-0 to McCoy is just inside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. I'd like to sit in the meetings when they evaluate these kids, you know, with Dan Wilson and Trent Blank and Pete Woodworth and Kevin Seitzer, Edgar. Here's the pitch of the way. Swinging a fly ball into right field. This is going to end the inning. Donofrio is underneath it. He is there, and he makes the catch, and Brandon Garcia gets himself out of a jam. The Padres leave the tying run stranded at third. The go-ahead run stranded at second base. Way to hang in there, kid. Brandon Garcia. And we go to the top half of the 9th. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 2 and the Padres 1.
All right, I've trained for this. I'm ready to face endless negotiations. Wait, what's that?
It's your Friendly Valley GMC team. Is that stress on your shoulders? Shh, relax into stress-free car shopping. With Valley GMC, you'll find the perfect car at the right price. The one that fits your dreams, like warm, comfy slippers with Bluetooth and built-in GPS. Visit Valley GMC, the friendly folks in Auburn.
Friendly and stress-free, we're Valley GMC.
You're listening to Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Wyman and Bob on FM.
Nice to see the pitching kind of stand up to what we've all been talking about.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Shake up your plans and reach for a classic Smirnoff Ice. It's refreshingly crisp and packed with delicious fruity flavor. Perfect to pair with burgers and dogs at the barbecue or crack open to cheer on games with the squad. Grab a convenient variety pack to bring 4 favorites: original, apple, screwdriver, and green apple. Head to a store near you. Stock the fridge and start the party. Enjoy responsibly. Message for 21 plus. Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. The Smirnoff Company, New York, New York, 2024.
At Fred Meyer, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
You are listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, here we go to the top half of the ninth inning. The Mariners lead the Padres by a score of 2-1. And we have a new pitcher for San Diego. Brandon Rodriguez takes over for the Padres. Jack Lopez will lead things off. Young shortstop. And here's the pitch. A strike at the knees. 0-1. And the kids have really had a heck of an opportunity here at spring training. Get a chance to play this first 10 games of the spring. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's low. A ball, one ball, and one strike. Yesterday, a lot of baseball. We had split squad games here in Peoria. The Mariners played the Giants, lost 6-4, and over in Surprise played the Texas Rangers, who won 8-0. The windup and the pitch, swinging a ground ball, slow chopper along the third base line, charging one-handed ball, Rosario. The throw to first, and it's in time to get Lopez hustling up that line. Heck of a play right there, and there's one out for the Mariners here in the top half of the ninth inning. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners.
Here's center fielder Bill Knight, and he takes a look at ball one from Rodriguez. 1-0. Mariners would like to add on to their thin one-run lead. Here's a swing and a ground ball to short right there. Mason McCoy gobbles it up, throws the first in time to get Knight for the second out of the inning. I want to welcome everybody watching our webcam telecast from the Peoria Sports Complex. How you doing, folks? Temperature has cooled off on a beautiful evening here in Peoria. The other day was 90 degrees, Charlie.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Well, still feels nice. I'd say cool 65, 70 right now. Just really comfortable.
Here is Packard, and Packard takes a look at a strike. 0-1. Yeah, the weather's been perfect down here at spring training in Peoria. Packard walked and scored the go-ahead run for the Mariners in the seventh. Here's a swing and a foul back, and the count is now 0-2. Right now, the big hit of the game, Cole Young with a double deep to center field over the head of Forrest Wall, near the wall in center. And that came with 2 outs. The pitch. Swinging a line drive, right field line. That's going to be caught on the run by Gonzalez, and that will retire the side. No runs, hits, errors, and nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Home Street Bank score. The Mariners 2 and the Padres 1.
Looking to take your business to the next level? With Home Street Bank's flexible business banking solutions and high-touch relationships, you can swing for the fences with confidence. Learn more at homestreet.com/homerun. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, all loans subject to approval. In the Pacific Northwest, there's one construction equipment rental provider of choice, Star Rentals. The Star Rentals team delivers superior customer service by leading with a culture of care and delivering unmatched follow-through across all 18 Star Rentals locations. Star Rentals is the largest independent construction equipment rental company in the Pacific Northwest, delivering quality care because they care. Learn more at starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Call
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Well, here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Mariners hanging on to a slim lead, 2-1 over the Padres. Sanrin Lau will take over in relief. 25 years of age, out of the Dominican Republic. He was at Oklahoma City and Tulsa last year. And Mr. Lau looking to get the final 3 outs in this one. Mariners 2 runs on 6 hits. Padres just 1 run on 4 base hits. They got that 1 run back in the 3rd on a single by Luis Arraez. So here's Lau, the stretch and the pitch on the way, and it's a strike called 0-1. It's not Jake Cronenworth. He's been out for a while. Left-handed hitter up there for the Padres. Lau ready. And the right-hander's 0-1 on the way. Slider misses low and inside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Sanabria is pinch hitting. Romeo Sanabria.
Great name. Romeo Sanabria. Lau ready. Fires away the 1-1. Check swing. Another slider low and inside to Sanabria. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Lau at Oklahoma City 2-1, a 5.22 ERA. 20 games. At Tulsa, no record with a 1.90 ERA in 20 outings. Pitchers in camp, swinging a fly ball into left field over his Packard. Packard is there, and he makes the catch like a catcher. Had to squat down to go get it after the run into the gap, and there's 1 away.
Another close ball game, 2-1, not too many hits. Mariners doing what they do best, pitching. Great to see the bullpen pitch so well so far. Wu starting it off. Now let's close it out.
Ryan's first outing of the spring, 1 2/3 innings, no hits, no runs. Here's the pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss by Luis Campuzano. And the count is 0-1. Castillo, Spire, Thornton, Saucedo, Snyder, Garcia, and now Lau for the Mariners. The stretch and the 0-1. Swinging a chopper up the middle, off to his left is Lopez. Long reach off his glove. It bounces to the second baseman to get it. That's going to be a base hit for Campuzano. So now the Padres here in the bottom of the 9th inning have the tying run on at first base. And 9th inning is always tough. It's a different animal, isn't it?
Yeah, I only have 1 career save, so I've blown a few. I can tell you that much.
Not many. Here's Gavin Sheets, 1 on, 1 away, double play ball. Wins it right here. The set by Lau. Runner goes, pitch on the way, a strike. The throw down a second by Charping into center field. But holding at second base, didn't know where the throw was Campuzano. So Butterworth was the runner, or the pinch runner, so put Butterworth. Did I hear the PA announcer right? Butterworth? Butterworth on at second.
That is correct. But yeah, the 9th inning, getting a save, it's a different beast.
1 on, 1 away, tying run on in scoring position. Butterworth will lead. 1-0 pitch on the way to Sheets. Swinging a line shot into right field, but Donofrio is there to make the catch. Back to second base goes Butterworth. That was a rocket off the bat of Sheets, but right to Donofrio with a second out of the inning, and now the Padres, they're down to their final out. 2-1 Mariners, and that'll bring up Clay Dungan. This is Dungan's second at bat of the evening. He's flying out to Bill Knight in center field. Lau looking for the final out of the ball game. Bottom of the 9th inning. 2-1 Mariners. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball right to the second baseman. Up with the ball, Mastrobuoni. The throw to first. Wide, but it's handled in time by Windisch for the final out of the game. And the Mariners hang on and win tonight. A final score of 2-1 over the San Diego Padres. Brian Wu was outstanding. His first start of the spring. Just an inning and 2/3. That was it when you go out the first time. No hits, no runs, and everybody out of the bullpen a fine job. Spire, Thornton, Saucedo, Snyder, Garcia, and Lau to get the final outs here in the bottom of the 9th. The big hit, Cole Young with an RBI double in the bottom of the 7th inning to break a 1-1 tie. Final score, the Mariners 2 and the Padres 1. Back with the happy totals right after this timeout.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
You're listening to Mariners baseball on Seattle Sports.
Holy smokes.
Hear Bumpin' Stacy on FM.
This is a good enough ball club to keep anyone on their toes.
97.3 FM HD2. We are Seattle Sports.
Hey, Rick Riz here. Spring training is in full swing, and just like your favorite team, your roof needs to be in top shape for the season. Get $500 off your roof replacement by calling 3 Tree Roofing at 206-312-ROOF to schedule your free comprehensive estimate. 3 Tree Roofing's expert technicians provide high-quality roof installations paired with the highest warranties in the industry. Call 206-312-ROOF or visit 3treeroofing.com and save $500. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up this season to make your car buying experience a home run. The two stores' all-star lineups provide the largest inventory in the region and the best savings on new Toyotas. Take a trip around the bases to Toyota of Kirkland and Renton, and they'll knock your car buying experience out of the park. Whether you're in the north or south, they've got you covered. Come visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's the Alaska Airlines Mariners postgame show. Mariners beat the Padres 2-1 here. Gary Hill, Rick Riz, Charlie Furbush, and yeah, this was a game where there was a lot to like. We'll look good. We saw a lot of guys we expect to see in the bullpen for opening day, and they looked good as well. So all in all, just a good day.
Everyone was sharp. Everyone was ready to go, and you never know those first few appearances, whether it's a little erratic, you're a little out of whack, but yeah, like you said, from top to bottom, it was a clean game.
Yeah, nice to see Brian get that first start under his belt, get that out of the way, pitched very well, I thought, and the bullpen was outstanding. One guy that I've been watching now, and that's about his third start of the spring or fourth, Samad Taylor's having a heck of a spring. I mean, he's playing great defense on the center field. He made a heck of a catch early in the ball game up against the wall deep in left center field, deepest part of the park near that batter's eye. Heck of a catch as the ball was tailing away. And he had the RBI single in the bottom of the 9th inning. This guy gives you so much off the bench. You're going to have a Rosarena and Julio and Robles, but my goodness, he can do so many things, but he's got some weapons.
Almost made 2 great catches, too.
Yeah,
there was another one that just missed, so really a versatile player, and we're seeing it firsthand.
Yeah, good game here today. Speaking of Brian Wu, who got the start in this one, we're going to hear from Brian Wu when we come back. We'll do that right after this on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Hundreds of beautiful rooms and suites, rooftop dining at Smoke and Cedar, and the best gaming in the Northwest. It's all waiting for you at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Muckleshoot.
At Global Credit Union, members benefit, like free checking, because why pay a fee to spend your own money? Early payday, your paycheck up to 3 days early with direct deposit. And member care, with branches near you and a 24/7, 365 U.S.-based call center, where you'll always talk to a real person. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Other fees may apply. Join us at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partner of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Want the inside scoop on all things Mariners? Sign up for Mariners Mail and 24/7 texts to get access to exclusive pre-sales, special ticket offers, breaking news, and more. Text Mariners to 24/7 and go to mariners.com/insider.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
It's the Alaska Airlines post-game show. Mariners beat the Padres 2-1. Brian Wu got the start. Looked good. Why don't we hear from the Mariners starter?
How did it feel to get back out there and face top hitters again for the first time?
It was cool. I think I'd never done a night game yet either, so that was cool. Like, more people, good energy, Friday night, so it was fun. But yeah, it felt good to get back out. I think, like, for me, it's getting back into the game speed of things and intensity and kind of, like, getting back to that stuff. I think, everything you work on in the off season is all intensity based. Like, it takes me a little bit of adrenaline to get going. So, it's nice to kind of have that, and then leads into the other stuff.
They faced their A lineup too. They rolled out the starters.
Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't like they had a couple adjustments, right? Some people got scratched or something. Machado was supposed to play, I think.
Yeah.
But
still most of the guys.
Yeah, no, it was cool. I think it made you lock in, I think, a little bit more too, subconsciously maybe.
Did you do anything different this offseason, knowing what the rigors of a 6-month major league season kind of demand now that you've been through it?
Yeah, a little bit. I would say it was more the way that I got built up through the off season and especially the coming weeks, like after New Year's, when you really start kind of getting after it in your bullpens and things like that. Just making sure that the intensity was there, the velo was getting up, trying to avoid like the big spikes in velo with all the pitches. I think that was something that like the strength staff and our coaching staff kind of made pretty clear early on. I think that was going to help me out. So, feeling good so far.
What do you look for in your stuff this time in spring, and what did you see?
I think trying to use everything. Try things in different counts, different spots that maybe I wouldn't do. I think last year, a little bit too early, I got into just kind of like compete and go get outs mode, and I think that's great, and I think there's a time and place for it in the back couple of games, but I think still using spring training to, test things out, gain confidence in other pitches and other spots that maybe I wouldn't normally go to. So just kind of, trying everything, still, with good conviction and commitment to things, but just experimenting a little bit.
Do you feel like left out because you aren't trying any pitch?
No, Louis is always my consistent guy too. He's had the same pitches for like 20 years, so I just kind of follow him.
Do you ever think, do they ever try and convince you, hey, you should try this or anything like that? I mean,
wow. Have you ever tried to get me to throw a new pitch? I don't think so. Yeah, that's true. I've tried throwing a splitter, but I don't know where it's going.
What's been most impressive to you that you've seen that's new that somebody has done?
Munoz's kick change, it's not in it's really good pitch, but it's the fact that he just woke up and was like, yeah, I'll throw it, and then just dotted everyone that he's thrown. That's incredible. And it's not just it's a slider or something. It's a weird grip. It's funky. It's not. I don't know if he's ever thrown a changeup before. Just to do it is unheard of, but. I guess that's just Mooney.
Yeah, we have the video of you. Just
seemed like you were
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I'd seen it before, I'd heard about it. I hadn't seen it before watching that. And then he was just first one, just dotted and bottom fell out of it. I was like, yeah, okay.
We're actually expecting to see Munoz for the first time in a Cactus League game tomorrow, so I am very anxious to see if he's going to throw at least one of those kick changes tomorrow. So we'll see. I'm anxious to see if he's going to break it out.
Can't wait to see it. Does he spike a finger on top of it?
It's
spike curveball?
Yeah, basically.
So
it's different than a circle, for example, because of the moving the finger. So I hope we see it. We'll find out tomorrow. In fact, when we come back, we'll take a look at the rest of tomorrow and get you ready for that matchup. When we return right after this.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace.
With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
All right, I've trained for this. I'm ready to face endless negotiations. Wait, what's that?
It's your Friendly Valley GMC team. Is that stress on your shoulders? Shh, relax into stress-free car shopping. With Valley GMC, you'll find the perfect car at the right price. The one that fits your dreams, like warm, comfy slippers with Bluetooth and built-in GPS. Visit Valley GMC, the friendly folks in Auburn.
Friendly and stress-free, we're Valley GMC.
You're listening to Spring Training Baseball on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Mariners beat the Padres 2-1. They'll turn their attention to the White Sox tomorrow. That's a 12:05 first pitch. Emerson Hancock will get the start tomorrow. We'll see Logan Evans out of the bullpen and also Andres Munoz, as we just mentioned, for the first time. So should be a fun day at the ballpark as the Mariners will take on the White Sox tomorrow for the fourth game in a row here at Peoria Stadium. And then the Mariners hit the road on Sunday. They'll play at Colorado. Logan Gilbert will get the ball in that one. Mariners beat the Padres 2-1. That's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks for being with us. Big thanks to Shannon Drayer, also Brady Robick back in our Seattle studios. For Rick Riz, Charlie Furbush, this is Gary Hill saying so long. Mariners win 2-1. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Going and goodbye baseball.
Seattle Mariners Spring Training Baseball has been brought to you by Alaska Airlines, Home Street Bank, and by your Western Washington Toyota dealers. Get more on the Mariners anytime at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Strike three called. He locked him up with a splitter.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. We now join our regularly scheduled programming on Seattle Sports.
You could just embrace a whole different style of play and not just embrace it, be damn good at it. I think that's what's it for me. I'll be honest with you. I've been underwhelmed by Luka himself so far as a Laker. I've seen so many better versions of Luka, but this LeBron,
41% from three last year, fouls it up, and now he's shooting 39%. And to your point, it felt like maybe once or twice a year where he would go like LeBron nuclear and just be able to hit any shot. Like there'd be a couple of games like that where he's pulling up from the logo, and it's like, well, it's just because the dude's unconscious right now. But he's got a lot of confidence in that jump shot right now for the Lakers as they lead by 5 at the half over the Lakers. Actually, the Lakers leading by 5 over the Clippers. Tune into NBA action tomorrow night. Sixers hosting the Warriors. It's presented by Indeed. Coverage begins 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Golden State Warriors back on top of the NBA once more. 4 championships in 8 years. LeBron James leading the Lakers to a record-tying 17th title and the 4th in his remarkable career.
Time, takes everybody out. It's undefeated.
It is time.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Curry, three-quarter court. Lets it fly. It's good! He hit it! Alley-oop to LeBron. Slam dunk. Driving, stopping on a dime. Takes a 3. It's up and good! Curry!
Here's LeBron, long 3. Baked it in. The bank is open for LeBron.
35-point second half by Steph Curry. And you know what? He's keeping that ball.
Game night, ESPN Radio, ESPN app. Gabe Neitzel, Harrison Sanford with you tonight. And those two stars seemingly defying father time right now, Harrison. Last night, LeBron had 33, 17, and 6 in a win against the Timberwolves. Mentioned now they're up by 5. He's got 17 at the break there. Steph Curry, 56 points, including 12 made threes, 3 assists last night against the Magic. What do you think is the biggest reason that these two have been able to do what they've done this season despite their ages?
I know that there's this sentiment that the 3-ball is hurting the NBA. Without the 3-ball, we're not seeing what we're seeing from LeBron And obviously, I mean, Steph, I mean, he's damn near revolutionized the game with the three ball. But I think particularly for LeBron James, his ability to not always have to put force on the rim, force in terms of driving to the paint, his ability to just say, you know what, bruh? I'm just going to raise up 35 feet away, cash. I think that his ability to do that now has also opened up his driving game. And so it's just a brilliant thing that he's obviously worked on. When he did, he could have been very much happy with who he was as a player, but I think he's seen what he can do with it, and it's allowed him to stay in the league for so much longer. I know we're talking about Steph and LeBron, but to give you another example, look at another guy that's been in the league for ages now. Not for ages, but, for lack of a better phrase. Who he didn't play tonight. He did play tonight. Al Horford for the Boston Celtics. His ability to shoot the three is what makes him one of the few players left in this draft class that's still in the NBA. I know there's been this big thing about the three-point ball that is too many, but without the three ball, maybe LeBron James